My wife's much more introvert than me, but
Oh, really? The choosing doctrines, is that a strat or is that something you can do, or how do you like turn yourself into white scars?
that will be during my command phase for 2 CP.
Okay.
Turn 'em- and it. By the way, the dreads can also be
The Jets
turned
can do it, yeah.
anything. They usually get turned into Ultramarines to fall back in and shoot,
Yeah.
or maybe not against your army. The guys will be turned into Blood Angels for +1 to wound. If you're a T5, I'll probably do that more often.
Yeah.
But stuff like that. I tried to get cute and flesh tearers, but the secondary part of it is nothing. It was like,
Yeah.
oh, I thought it was like exploding sixes. No, it's not. That's not. I did Space Wolves one time. That actually helped. That actually did good.
Really?
What's +1 to hit in combat?
Yeah,
And I'm going in.
You're going in. Nice. I am gonna go for engage. Actually, do I have
Hold on a
engage?
second. I didn't pick mine yet.
Oh,
Don't
sure.
tell me.
Okay.
This is
No, it's a straight one.
what is this mission? Surround and
This is
destroy.
Scorched Earth.
Scorched Earth.
What's the secondary for that one?
Ray. That's why I have it open right here.
Yeah.
Raise.
Raise. I don't
At
want
the
to
end
do
of
that.
six victory points if one objective marker was removed from the battlefield due to such a raise objection performed by a unit from there. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
No.
Well, you could maybe if you think you're going to overwhelm.
I could make that my strategy, but I'm not going to.
Yeah. So let me get my secondaries here.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, that's gonna. Oh, that's not gonna work here. Well, we'll give that a try.
That's the spirit.
And then
But like a lot of lists play it and it comes down and then this you hug it with your.
What's your thin the ranks?
9.
9.
It's 90 wounds exactly. What's yours?
That's a good question. 24,
your
30,
bites.
36, 46, 56, and then 45, 16 infantry, so 11?
11ish.
What mission are you guys playing?
Scorched Earth.
We are set. I have the rudimentary knowledge of clean stream. So whenever y'all are ready, I can unmute you. Justin, why are you not on top of this?
Alright, I got mine. I don't like mine.
Three. The number you didn't guess, Scar.
Can you do any heroic intervention stuff that's weird?
No, I need to buy black shields for that, and they're 5 points each. And I don't buy any black shields. Like one of the guys is a black shield, but
Sure.
I didn't buy any of them. Oh, I can't even do Oath of Moment because of that damn thing.
Oh, wow. I didn't even think of that. It's an interesting problem to have.
Yeah, I can't get any model wholly within 6 inches of the center.
Do you want to see if a judge wants to adjust that, or you care?
We could ask him. Do you want to ask him?
I don't mind.
Is that all right?
Enter. Fred cannot take
He
us at the
said,
moment.
let's ask. I
Is
said,
that
all right.
fine,
go
or
ahead,
do
go
we
ahead."
want to adjust that?
You can. I measured the things like 3 inches. So it's like a 3 inch on most of the rows.
It looks like if I touch this one, I can see.
All right. Apparently.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Charity Hammer. That's how this works. I could probably keep that tone because we're having so much fun watching people play Warhammer 40,000 at the highest level of competition for a great cause. If you don't recognize my voice, I'm the British Mexican, also known as Scary from the Dark City. And with me today, shoutcasting this round of the GT, and of course, the loser bracket GT, we've got Dustin Henshaw. Hello,
That's
Dustin.
right. How's it going, everybody? You heard it here first. The Archon Scary and the Overmind have put aside their long rivalry to give you some commentating for this round today. So aren't you just a group of lucky people to see this happen? Unfortunately, some of our hatred towards each other might kind of slip out during the stream, but I guess that's to your benefit now.
Yep, you know what? I finally failed a Shadowfield save.
You know what?
and
That's why we
get
can
the
be friends
stream
now.
Today.
That is the only reason that we can be friends now. It took 67 rolls, but it happened. So now we are temporarily friends.
67. Oh my goodness. I didn't keep
67.
track. You did.
I did. Of course I did. Why would you keep track? You roll it all the time. For me, it's very painful memory. Very
It is.
painful.
You know what?
And
You know what?
we can be friends until you get up to the double digits again. And then that's when it starts to get crazy.
Well, I'll say right now, I'm really excited. Charity Hammer, of course, is a huge event with amazing players from all over walks of life that have come together to raise money for Child's Play. Our aim and our goal was to raise $20,000 over a continuous 72-hour multi-platform stream that's been happening. This being Saturday, so we're basically halfway through, or a little bit over halfway
A
through.
little bit over halfway, but yeah.
And how's the donations coming along, Dustin? How can people get involved?
Oh my goodness. Well, you can donate here. We'll give you you can fire the link off into the chat there while I tell them about Child's Play a little bit. But
Absolutely.
we are already over $30,000, guys. 30,000. Let me just tell you a bit about the charity too. So Child's Play is an international charity with a network of over 185 hospitals worldwide. They do amazing works providing toys and video game entertainment to assist children undergoing medical treatment. The hope is that through your donation, we can help sick kids feel some comfort in unstable, painful, or uncomfortable times in their lives. And you guys have stepped up, and it is absolutely amazing to see this. But there's a problem, Scary. There's a problem that we have right now. You see, we are playing.
I don't like problems, Dustin.
Yeah,
I do
problems
not
are
like
bad.
problems.
Problems are bad, and we need your help to get past this problem. You see, we're playing 40K. All right, we're playing
right.
40K, right?
Ooh, yeah.
But
I'm
we're
following
at
you.
30K right now.
Oh no.
We're not
Nobody's
playing
attacking.
Horus Heresy, guys. We need to get to the 41st millennium. So we need your help to get there. It's for the kids. It's for the
It is
kids.
for the kids.
If you can't donate, that's okay. Share the stream. Get more people in here because this is an awesome event. Top level play with top level commentators, obviously. Like, listen to us. You got Scary and the Overmind here filling in for Adam Camilleri, and he'll be back again with more awesome commentators. You cannot get better content than this right now, guys. Get the word out. Get more people in here because we're almost there, and we're already over the goal we wanted. But now, you guys are just impressing the hell out of us. We want to see you. We want to see how far we can go with this. I think we can do more. I think we can.
I think it's time to press the gangs into service,
Press it.
Mr.
That's right.
Dustin Henshaw. Get them to, bow to the Overmind. That is the donate button. So everybody,
There.
if you can't donate, make sure that you share the stream, and let's push for that 40K for 40K.
That's right. We
Yeah.
want to get there. I think that'll be amazing if we can do that. This is already incredible. You guys have already overshot the mark we were aiming for, and we can go further. We can do it. We're only just over halfway through, and we're over halfway to 40K. So I think it's
Stream
perfectly.
seems to have died, maybe.
Well,
I
the
think.
stream has died. No, we're good. Who's
I
dead?
don't know.
Are
I
we
know.
still here? Tell
Yeah,
us.
it seems like we're back. We're
Interact
back.
with us.
Let's go.
Interact with us, chat. Tell us if we're here or not. Okay,
Tell
we're
us.
back.
Back
Good.
now. We're back. Dave.
right, we're
Dave
good. We're
was
good.
like, "You're good. You're good." Thank you, Dave. Really appreciate it. Letting us know that
Awesome
we're
work
alive
on our
and
team
well.
bosses, the unsung heroes of this event. Thank you for bringing my tea, honey. All right, my wife's helping out too. This is great.
UFP, I think we're ready to rock and roll. So, people want to talk about what's going on, but holy moly, it's a 32-person GT that has been going on this weekend in multiple stages with lots of other games interspersed between the wee hours of the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And we are up to the winners bracket. The top 8 are playing now and in a few hours. The
Yes,
top
now and 3 hours
8.
later.
And
Top 8 of
over
this
the
32 murderers row,
Whew.
32-person murderers row.
and some of the highest ranked players in all of the ITC coming to play games for charity, no prizes, just for bragging rights, and to help out a great cause. And it's been what a crazy day of games. There have been some big upsets, big upsets.
Yes, there
over
have
the
been.
over, I went to bed and I wasn't upset, and then I woke up and there were like 4 different upsets. What in the world is going on, Dustin?
I don't know, but it's Charity Hammer, so anything can happen, and that's the crazy part of Charity Hammer. You have all these people that may be top players in their relative factions or the relative areas, but they don't actually get to play each other that often. But once a year, sometimes twice if they all go to LVO, but once a year, Charity Hammer brings them all together, and we're going to see some matches we don't usually get to see. And this is going to be one of them because I don't know if people know this, but Fred is actually a client of Nick's for coaching
Oh,
services. Yeah,
well,
so this is a student versus the master kind of situation here. So if this is another upset, does Nick have to start paying Fred? Is that how that works?
I believe that that would make sense. That would
Yeah.
definitely make sense. Either
If one
that
of your coaching clients
or
ever beats you, do you just pay them for that month? Is that
yeah, I've always said like you beat me, you're my client. You know what? You get the next month for free because apparently you've
there you
earned
go.
it. Yeah,
I think
that's how
that's
that
fair.
works.
There we go. So I think we're doing that for him. I think they should do that. If Fred wins this, Nick, you got to give him the next month free, buddy. I think he's earned it.
To it, we'll
Oh
talk to
yes.
him about. It'll be called the Brown Magic, giving classes away for free once the Drukhari. Then again, he's playing Drukhari, and we know Nick isn't a good Drukhari player. Like, come on.
No, he doesn't play Drukhari that often.
No,
Nick's not
he
Nick's not
switches.
known
He
for that. He
switches.
switches all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
switches
exactly.
all the time. What is this?
Yeah,
Master of
absolutely.
none. Well, let's dive
Mas-
into the
mas-
actual.
Jack
Let's
of
dive
all
into the
trades, but master of none. That's
correct. That's how that
yeah,
works.
that's right.
So what we're gonna do? I'm just throwing shade at Nick.
We have to. That's why if you brought us on to not throw shade, you brought the wrong guys. I'm sorry. This is
That's
what we're
right.
gonna have to do here.
I do want to
But-
go over some of the pairings though. So the top
Okay,
8
you go ahead.
for the GT. Okay, so John Lennon is
Mhm.
in the 3rd round. He made it past Paul Winters. He made it past Bridger, and he will be playing in round 3 in 3 hours. He'll be playing Mark Perry, who
That's right.
ended up beating JT Steger and Mitch Pelham with his orcs.
That's
Mark
right.
Perry's been playing
That's
orcs, so John Lennon will be playing his Sisters of Battle versus Mark Perry's orc next round. And we have Tyler Bortel, who beat
my boy.
Jim Vessel. This is probably the hero of the hour. He
Yep,
beat Jim
absolutely.
Vessel in round 1. He beat the Drukhari Menace, Anthony Vanella, round 2 for a crazy
Mhm.
upset, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Because
It
he's
wasn't an
got
upset
Tyranid.
for me. He's forced to the hive mind. Of course he's winning.
For me, Tyler Bortel, and he will be playing Hank Adams, who made his way through Alex McDougall with a crazy 1st round game, and Thomas Bird in the 2nd round. So they'll be facing off as well. Now, the game we're playing is seeing right now in front of you Nick Nadavati, who beat Steve Trimble and Danny McDevitt to make it to the 3rd round, versus Fred, his coaching client, who beat Zach Nelson and Lucas Troller. So he didn't get trolled by the Troller to make it into round number 3. And last but not least, in the top 8, we've got Jaime Paris, who beat JT McDowell in the 1st round, and then beat Brad Chester of all people,
my goodness.
who was on in an absolute tear, and he's
out of
playing
nowhere. RKO out
out
of
of-
nowhere from this guy.
nowhere. Jaime Paris.
And he's doing it. He's doing it. Why not? We do need to shout out Bridger for a second right now, okay? I need to give this guy his due because, first of all, if you don't know Bridger, he's from Tabletop Titans, their Custodes player, awesome dude. He made it past the first round with his pure Custodes, and he gave John Lennon a run for his money in that round. If you didn't see it, the final score I think was 77-70. It was so close. He did a great job. So hats off to Bridger. You belong here, man. Good job with the Custodes, giving the top of the top a run for their money. Really well done. I want to make sure that that was called out, especially for all you Custodes players.
Absolutely. And playing Jaime, we have Colin Sherman, who's been playing a nasty Ultramarines list, smashing aside Jeremiah and Charles Arnett to comfortably make it into the third round. So, Dustin, I'm excited. There's going to be some good 40K happening. Make sure that you open your wallets and donate to Charity Hammer or share the stream with all your friends. And let's dive into what the players have picked for secondary choices as we're moving in to them deploying right now.
That's right. Okay, so I'll go over Nick's secondaries right now. He has taken Stranglehold, Retrieve Octaria's Data, and To the Last. We should mention too, this is Scorched Earth. This is the mission 12 in the mission pack. So there's 6 objectives, 2 are in your deployment zone, 2 in no man's land. So I think Stranglehold makes perfect sense. And obviously, Drukhari are very good at doing Rod. To the Last, we actually should go over his list. I'm curious to see what his To the Last are in his list there. Do you have his list up, Penny? So you're the Drukhari player, Scary the Drukhari. You should really go through his list for us.
Scary the Drukhari indeed knows a little bit about
A little bit.
some Drukhari lists.
You kind of dabbled in the dark arts of Eldar.
Yeah, Nick paid me to write his list. Just want to say.
Oh,
no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. That's not
that was
that's
that
not
was
what
just
happened.
that was a blatant lie. That was a blatant lie.
That's just me being an Archon. Okay, Dustin? That's how this works around here. So let's dive into his list.
He's trying to throw us all for a loop.
He is running a patrol detachment of Cult of Strife with a Succubus, Competitive Edge, the Triptych Whip, and a Show Stealer. So it is a Master Succubus, and Hypex, the combat drug. Which is interesting that he went for the extra movement on the combat drug instead of the extra attack. To make her faster, I guess, just to like bounce around a lot quicker.
I mean, just to make her faster is probably a good bet of why he did that.
Yeah. An extra 2 inches,
extra 2 inches is
works for me.
a lot. It's a lot. And with Strife, you still get that +1 to charge if it's not engaged with your charges.
Correct.
So I mean,
an advance to charge and jump around, especially with Show Stealer. She's very, very sneaky that way.
Yeah, sure.
Then we have
she's gonna be like a squirrel out there. Great.
Exactly, a little squirrel. A little Tasmanian devil. Then we have flails, which allows her to have the 14 attacks, charging in on 6 to hit is 2 mortal wounds. It's a very good way of dealing with dreadnoughts, dealing with like Death Guard, things like that, because you get a lot of mortal wounds through. So it's a good pair of succubi, which is really fun. Then we have 5 witches, and 5 witches with the Hypex, so +2 inches to their movement and no upgrades. Just there to do actions, get in the way of stuff, contest objectives. They're a very good toolkit unit. One of them does have an Agonizer, which he might have just had 5 points left over. Doesn't seem like he paid for the Morvane's Agonizer, so there's an Agonizer then. Then we have 5 Hellions and 5 Hellions, each with the +1 attack combat drug. Those are good for doing, they're move 14, so they're great for actions and jumping around and screening, and they have a decent amount of attacks, so they can do some damage. Mid to late game, especially if they're still alive. Then he has a secondary patrol detachment, Cabal Blackheart, with 1 Court of the Archon. So he has 4 Slith, 4 Urgle, an Archon who is a Master Archon with Hatred Eternal and a Husk Blade and a Splinter Pistol. No Blast Pistol. Tisk, Mr. Nick. Tisk. 5 racks, 5 racks, 5 racks. Eschewing the use of any Cabalite Warriors altogether. Then we have 5 Incubi, 5 Scourge with no upgrades, 3 Raiders with just Dark Lances, and a 3rd Patrol Detachment with a custom Coven hungry for flesh and Splinter Blades. So he's going for something that you don't get to see very often, which is a custom Coven detachment using Drazar as the HQ, 9 racks, with 10 racks, 10 more racks, and then 10 more racks. So 30 racks. These are more of a close combat, durable, aggressive units. 5 more Incubi, 5 Mandrakes, 2 units of 3 Reaver jet bikes. So when we look at that, his to the last would be Draza, the Master of Blades. It
Mhm.
would be the Court of the Archon as well.
Mhm.
And I believe we're looking at the Archon. No, one of the units of Rex, I believe. No, he could. Yeah, one of the units of Rex, 95 points, or one of the Raiders.
What are the Raiders?
So,
I think the Raider would make sense because then he can just put all his Wallaby stands in a Raider and have the Raider off the
mm,
board.
yeah, potentially, but usually you get aggressive with the Raiders. I believe that his unit of Rex would be while we stand we fight. It's too easy to kill a Raider.
Well,
Right?
the great
Oh,
part about
maybe
having them in
maybe
the
our
same
table
cause
bosses can let us know which one he picked because
that
you've got
would help
lots
because
of
he has a
them.
lot of he's got
Yeah,
a lot
you've
of
got
95
lots of
pointers.
them that he can pick, and I guess that's the key is you can pick and choose based on
That's the big thing. So,
who
like in
you're
a list
playing
like the,
against.
what he's playing against is probably not a good idea to have it on the Raider because there's a lot of stuff that can kill him. And how about I tell you about that because you want to know what's in the other list, right?
Exactly. So what
Yeah.
do we have in Fred's list here? Yes, the
So one of
Rex.
the 10-man racks. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So we got
Cool.
it. Table boss on the ball, being a boss, love it. So for Fred Foreman, the Deathwatch list, he has just a single detachment. He doesn't need more than that. Why would he need more? So there's a single battalion, a
Nope.
Primaris captain with a storm shield, with the relic of Dominus Aegis. He's got the warlord trait, nowhere to hide, and he also has rights of war. So we want some more obsec on there. Also has a Primaris tech marine. He is a chief relic. He has the tome of Ectoclades. That sounds right. I said that right. Brilliant strategist as well. And then he's also got a librarian with a premorphic resonance and fortified with contempt. Relic, he also has the Vorkan pattern auspicator. Oh my god, why do all these things have such complicated names? Man, my tongue is already tied. Moving on, then we have his shooty part of the list. He has 2 Redemptors with Onslaught's Plasma and the Icarus pods. Then he also has 2 Contemptors with the twin Volkites. They are shooty boys. And then he has 4, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 groups of 5 vets. 2 of them have 5 shotguns and 4 bikes as well. Oh my god, these Deathwatch these kill squads. So yeah, 5
Veteran in
shotguns,
there.
4 bikes.
Just to keep it with the bikes to give him infantry keyword.
Yes, well, they can't go through walls or anything if they split up, I believe still.
As long as they have
it was fact.
an infantry model in the
Yeah,
unit,
if
they
an
keep
infantry
their
model is still with them.
infantry.
Yeah,
So that's why they
can't
have the
split them off.
one. That's why they have the one Vanguard veteran. So you can keep the 4 bikes and 1 Vanguard.
8 swords with bolters and 1 bike PW. What the heck is a PW?
Or weapon,
Power weapon. That makes perfect sense. Thank you.
maybe.
And 4
That's what I would. That's what I think it is.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's the 1 bike, and they have 4 Vanguard vets with jumps.
Jump pack,
So
lightning claw, storm shield.
Jump with JPLCSS. This is all code for you guys. So we gotta make sure we gotta decode this for you.
Jumbo. Yeah.
There's 2 squads of those. So he's got a lot of speed in this list, and a lot of obsec because even the Contemptors and the Redemptors are going to be obsec if they're near the rights of war, right? There's a lot of shooting, and if you recognize this style of list, it is very, very similar to John Lennon's Ultramarine list that he was running, but Deathwatch is kind of taking over its role, I think, a little bit, just because the Ultramarine list is really good against Drukhari, but it struggles a little bit against Admech. But White Scars struggle against Drukhari, but are really good against Admech. Deathwatch can do both.
Correct.
Right? So
yes, especially when they can pick like a chapter tactic to use and kind of jump in as White Scars for a turn or something like that, and then it gets
maybe fall back and shoot as Ultramarines for a turn. Like they have so many tricks they can do.
It's the technical play here that Fred has been going for, and you can see in this sort of like style of his list. Now this list has good shooting, has good mobility, has good ability to use objectives and do actions and take objectives, has a decent amount of objectives secured, has some good support elements in the characters that are in the list as well. So I'm excited to see what secondaries Fred took there, Dustin.
All right, well, let's have a look at what secondaries he took. He took Purge the Alien, Banners, and Codex Warfare. Oh, just Warfare? Is that the name of the secondary, the Deathwatch one? Do you have the Deathwatch Codex in? I don't actually know what that one is. I'm curious
I was looking for my Deathwatch Codex, and I'm not sure where it is.
Let me look through mine, see if I can find it together here.
I was literally like looking at. I was like, I'm
Codex Warfare.
sure
There
I
it is. I
have
got it.
one.
I got it. I got it. If you select this objective, you score victory points as follows. Score 1 victory point at the end of the battle to a maximum of 5 for each enemy unit. Oh, this is the one that you get a point for everything you kill. For every
Against
unit you
Nina,
kill, you get a
right?
point. Sorry?
Yeah, or is it just? Yeah, that's going to work great in this matchup.
Well, it's as a result of attacking with a heavy grenade, heavy or grenade weapon by the Adeptus Astartes, or the same thing for each enemy destroyed as a result of a rapid fire or assault. So basically, you get a point for killing something with either a heavy grenade.
So you
or
want to kill something every turn with a heavy weapon, every turn with a tactical with an assault weapon, and then every turn in close combat. You can get up to 3 points per battle round. I'm
Yes,
pretty sure that's how it works. Yeah.
Yes,
Is
exactly.
the Codex one. Interesting choice there. I guess he does have a good
there's a lot
combination
of
of
units.
close combat. He has a good combination of heavy weapons, and it seems like he is going first. So Fred is moving up into the middle of the board. I'm not sure how excited he is about going first. But I'm really curious to see how this goes.
Yeah, I'll be curious. The Purge the Alien, that makes sense. Banners, I always say it. I'm never really a fan of banners. I'm never really a fan of it. And against Drukhari when they're so fast, that's risky. But it forces them to have to come out to you. It definitely forces you to come out. So Nick is going to have to start going on those objectives when places that he might not want to, just to make sure he's not getting 4 points of banners every turn, right? So it does force his hand a little bit, which is good. It is good to do that. Plus, because he has 2 other secondaries that he just wants to kill Nick on, forcing him to come out kind of gives him that opportunity to do that, right?
Now,
So it makes sense.
Stranglehold. So he is he is planning on going for the middle objectives to kind of stop Fred from scoring them. However, because of the Lost and Retrieve Octaris data, I probably would have gone for Herd the Prey, to be honest, and I just would have sat back and got my objectives and just made it and forced the Deathwatch to come to me if I was Nick.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Like I see this happen a lot. Like a lot of people go for things like Stranglehold and to the last in the same secondary choices, but they're kind of counterintuitive to each other because Stranglehold you want to go out to the last you want to stay back and hide those things, right? So but because Drukhari have that ability to have these very, very cheap to the last targets, right? So he's not sacrificing too much by not throwing them out there if he doesn't need to. So it's not a huge deal for him to keep them out, which is a big deal for Drukhari. So it does work for him. And again, Stranglehold is very easy for him to do. He's very fast, very obsec, and he's going to want to be out there anyway because he wants to kill at least some of these things. If these Redemptors start getting angles on him, things are going to start dying.
Yes, things are definitely going to start dying. You know, I feel there's a distinct lack of something very important in Nick's list.
Well, what's that?
There aren't enough Void Raven bombers, Dustin. There aren't enough Void Raven bombers.
How did I know you were going to say that? I mean, I had this feeling in the back of my head that you were looking at this, wondering where are the bombers? I don't see any void mines being dropped. There are no wings on the table. This is very disappointing for you. But maybe you're just the only guy that likes them right now. Is that what it is? No, does nobody else use them? Because we've seen a lot of Drukhari here today and yesterday, and I don't think any of them are using them.
No, I think that's one of the reasons why none of them have been winning, Dustin. There's not enough Void Raven bombers.
Oh, right. Just
yeah,
needs more Void Raven bomber. Just like any other song
agree.
needs more cowbell. Any Drukhari list needs more Void Raven bomber.
Now we do have the wonderful ability today to jump between games, which is going to be really awesome. I believe there are 3 different games that we can bounce back and forth from. So we will be going back and forth, bringing you the best of the best action throughout the day. Make sure you let us know if you were Nick, if you were Fred, who is your money on right now? Who do you feel has the advantage, knowing that Fred here is going first? Seems to be going to be getting some good angles onto that top left-hand flank that Nick sort of like tried to hide as much of his stuff. But that's a lot of Volkites, Dustin.
It's a lot
and
of Volkites.
If there's one thing I know is Volkites kill Drukhari pretty dead.
With the amount of shots and just the extra mortal wounds, like the thing with Volkites is if you're shooting anything that's really tough or has a really good save, you're really hoping to roll 6s on the wounds. Drukhari don't have the best saves, so the volume of fire on its own is very effective.
Very, very good.
Very.
Dave says, as an MSU Ravenwing player, Void Raven bombers terrify me, so I'm glad nobody takes them.
Yeah, that's a fair
Not
statement.
not in our meta. I'll tell you right now.
No. I mean, Void Raven Bongers don't generally scare me at all. I don't. If you go
Mr.
first, you don't get any targets.
Mr. Blips
I love
Central.
my blips.
Get
I love
get
my
out of
blips.
here.
I
It's
love
so
them.
annoying.
They're so annoying, but they're great.
and,
They're great.
and oh yeah, there's the blips are just so good. I'm surprised, you know, and I think Alex has been no, he lost, but he had I'm pretty sure we have some Gene Stealer cult right now in Tyler. Tyler
Wow.
has put some Gene Stealer
Both
cult in his list as well.
both of the Forces of the Hive Mind players do have a small detachment of Gene Stealer cults, basically for Action Monkeys and Blips. Which, if
Yeah.
you're playing Tyranids, you should just take those because Blips and Action Monkeys, Gene Stealer cult do that better than anyone, arguably. Especially Blips. They
yes.
definitely do Blips better than everybody.
They only do
They
blips.
also are very good Action Monkeys because of the lying in wait, being able to just take away objectives and do your rod, whatever you want to do with them. They're just so good. But yes, both of the Force of the High Mind players do have a small patrol with usually I think they both have like 3 small little groups of acolytes and like a magus for some spells, and that's all you need. I mean, I like having a little bit more because I like my Gene Stealer cult, but
Yep.
for any Force of the High Mind player, highly recommend at least a small patrol. It's just it makes such
Okay, let's dive into. We're going to be bouncing to game
Engage.
number 2, which is the second GT game that's happening right now. Right now, we have the access to 3 games, and then we'll go over, take a look at the second round of the loser bracket, because there is going to be a winner versus like there's a loser bracket and there's a winner bracket. So you know, this is a sort of like a full Swiss event, which is pretty awesome. And game 2 is going to be coming up as well. We're going to be taking a look at the other GT game that's happening, Jaime versus Colin, on a really cool, very colorful board. Except for the random.
Well, this is the really colorful rainbow crystals.
Yeah, the crystals, super crystals, except for the buildings in the middle, which a little out of place. Oh well.
What are those buildings doing in there? Get some more rainbow crystals in there.
Crystals. We need more crystals in our lives.
More crystals. We need more crystals and more Void Raven bombers, and then more cowbell.
And more cowbells.
And
I
more
have
cowbell.
a
Oh,
fever.
look at all the GSC love in the chat. This is great. I love you guys. That's right. 100% correct. GSC rock Kellamorph. Oh my god. This is my kind of chat. Keep it coming, guys. We're on the GSC train.
What have I got myself into, Dustin?
Guys, all aboard the GSC train. Sad that I wasn't able to go to this. I was invited, and then COVID said not today, so maybe next year. But I'm glad at least we get to be
Told
here.
Colin that
commentating.
I'm going next year. So you and I will have to take a plane ride together and go to Charity Hammer and actually play in this thing and teach some peeps a little bit
Oh, of
about
course.
competitive 40K.
We got to represent the Canadians because both the Canadians got knocked out.
They
It's
got
sad.
knocked out.
Because we're not
Lost.
there, obviously, because we're not there. So we have to be here lamenting that we're not there, but we're
I agree.
commentating and lamenting at the same time. But at least we get some great content to talk about, and this is one of them. So this is the Colin versus Jamie game. This should be a good one, actually. I'm kind of looking forward to this one. That Ultramarine list I was just talking about with the previous game we were talking about, and Colin's running it.
Yep.
There it is.
I was running
There's
the Dreadnought
the
list.
Ultramarine list I was talking about.
Speak of the Dreadnought list of doom. Why don't you go over Colin's list and let
Sure,
us
why
know
not?
what Colin is running, and then we'll go through the secondaries that the players have been picked. It seems that Colin has gone second, is going second here, and Jaime has taken the first turn.
Yeah,
And
he
Colin's
has definitely
decided
taken a
not
seat.
to redeploy his incursors and units that he put up the board there, which is a very interesting choice. I'm surprised he didn't. Yeah.
Why?
But
While we
I-
go over this, the stream boss could give us an update on what secondaries they took, please, and I will go over this list here. So you're going to see a few familiar pieces of this that I talked about in the Deathwatch list. So he does have a unit of 4 servitors. They are the robot junkie action monkeys. That was too many.
It's
They're
a
action
tongue
monkeys.
twister and a
Tongue
half.
twister, but I did it. I pulled it off. He also has the Chapter Master with the heavy bolt rifle. He has Adept of the Codex. Oh, I gotta scroll over down. He's a Chapter Master, obviously, because he wants to be able to get the full rerolls as well. Mastercrafted bolt rifle, Mastercrafted power sword. So everything's Mastercrafted. He also has a seal of oath. So I wonder what he's gonna be choosing for his seal of oath as well. But we'll have to see the list first.
Nastiest thing he wants to kill.
Yeah, one thing that has to die is gonna die. Storm of Fire, and he has Exemplar of the Chapter as well. He is the Warlord. He also has a Primaris Librarian with Might of Heroes, Null Zone. Ooh, Null Zone's nasty. Psychic Fortress as well. So that's Psychic Fortress is always good for that's the 5-up invuln, I believe. Yes. Yes.
Yes, to
5
keep
up
those
invuln.
dreadnoughts and the backfield alive.
Well, the Redemptors at least, because the oh, sorry, you don't know that yet. Sorry, I'll get to the other things in the list. You don't know what else is in the list, guys. I'll get to it. Don't worry. I'll get him there. He also has Psychic Mastery, which helps he wants to cast more powers. He has a Primaris Tech Marine with Master of the Forge and Mechantrate. His weapons. He's the one with the Rights of War on this list, so that's actually going to be where his OBSEC is coming from. So which makes perfect sense because the Tech Marine is going to be traveling with some dreadnoughts that I guess he maybe has in the list. Maybe. He has a 5-man Incursion Squad, a 5-man Intercessor Squad, another 5-man Intercessor Squad, and that will round out his troops there. And then in his elites, he has 2 Invictor Tactical Warsuits, 2 Redemptor Dreadnoughts with the Plasma, the Onslaught Gatling Cannon, and the Icarus Rocket Pod, and 2 Contemptor Dreadnoughts. Does that sound familiar? I think that sounds familiar. Those are the
dreadnoughts. You mean in a Space Marine list, Dustin?
In a Space Marine list or any kind of Marine list that can take twin Volkite culverins.
Outrageous.
Who does that? But yeah, so the 5-up invul is definitely gonna be for the Redemptors because the Contemptors already have that. So it makes sense to kind of maybe have them separate than the Librarian. It gives him the opportunity to be able to split them if he wants to. And he also has 2 groups of 3 Suppressor Squads. 3, yes. Sergeant as well. I got this. Don't worry. Three suppressors in 2 different squads, so they do actually put out quite a few shots, like 6 autocannon shots basically, and they're actually monkeys too because they deep strike.
It's 9, I believe it's 3 each, so
3
it's
each,
like
right,
9.
each.
Yeah, they've got like special autocannons,
Yeah,
aka
an extra shot basically.
killing Raiders Central.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're there to try and like nuke the Dark Eldar matchup.
Of course, but that's why they're there, and they do it very well. And then he's got 2 Landspeeder Storms with Cerberus launchers and heavy bolters to round it all out. So those are just speedy little boys. Get them oath the moment quickly, get some engaged, whatever he wants to do. They're utility units. They get him some points where he needs them, basically. What do you think of that list, Scary?
Well, I'll tell you right now, the list itself shoots a lot. You know, the thing about the Dreadnought list is if you play the game that the Dreadnought list wants you to play, which is to come into the middle and get shot, you will lose.
You lose. Yeah.
If you play the mission, and even though most of your army will die, you can win the mission. You just have to trickle. You have to trickle the things that are going to get killed, essentially.
Yeah, I can tell you firsthand. I play this list a lot, like against this list a lot. So I know exactly what it does and what you need to do against it. And the thing you need to do against it is play the mission, because if you try to stand up to it, you don't win that most of the time. You gotta, unless you're really, really good at rolling 5-up invulns, then maybe you can do it. But you don't want to play the game that the Ultramarine list wants you to play. That like Scary said, exactly. But what is he fighting against right now? What's Jamie bringing?
Space Wolves. So he has had a run, and in the colloquial 40k competitive discourse, Space Wolves are not exactly on the hottest of the hot there, Dustin.
I know, I love that.
Yeah, which is exciting to see. Jaime, or Jaime Paris going in, or Jamie going into this Shark Tank of a GT and making it all the way to the quarterfinals right now, which is awesome. It's nice to see the Sons of Russ howling their way through the competition.
I see what you did there.
You see what I did there?
I see what you
There's
did there.
plenty more where that came from.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it.
We've got a couple more hours to go. So, it is a battalion detachment, but it is a custom chapter. So, Born Heroes and Whirlwind of Rage, which just gives you lots and lots of attacks in close combat, combined with the mega chapter tactic from the Space Wolves as well. Then we have a chapter master who is running a frost weapon and a jump pack with a pair of lightning claws, and the Imperium sword and warrior of legend. So he's going for a lot of attacks being really killy, and his Frost Weapon Lightning Claws making him do more damage than normal. He's running a Librarian with Murderous Hurricane, Stormcaller, Rites of War, and of course the Armor of Rust for some fight last stuff as well. Then we have a Primaris Chaplain on a bike, which, by the way, on a Space Wolf, in a Space Wolf army, the Chaplain on a bike becomes a very self-reliant murderous machine, meaning he can heal himself, which is something that I found out not too long ago in a game that I played, making him very tough to take down. Litany of Faith, Canticle of Hate, Benediction of Fury, Chapter Command, Sanctity Master, and a Wise Orator, just for some good prayers. 3 units of Blood Claws. Oh no, 2 units of Blood Claws, just 5 Blood Claws. That's it. Cheap troops. An Incursor Squad, 5 strong. 2 Redemptor Dreadnoughts with essentially the same loadout as every other Redemptor Dreadnought in existence.
Shocking.
2
There's a
Storm
lot of those.
Bolters, Macro Plasma, and Gatling Cannon. 1, not 2, but 1 Relic Contemptor Dreadnought with Culverins.
There's only one of them?
Hmm,
Oh, he's
only one.
outnumbered. Uh-oh.
I know, he might lose the shooter game there. He is a Space
Uh-oh.
Wolf after all. But he is running 3 squads of Jump Pack Wolf Guard, 5 strong, with Lightning Claws and Storm Shields. So just
Okay.
15 of these very close combat-y killy units. 1 Cyber Wolf in the fast stack slot, great for doing engage on all fronts and zoning out the backboard, just being really annoying for 15 points. And 2 Long Fang units. That's right, Long Fangs.
Okay, so there's his other shooting.
5 strong with 1 multi-meltar and 3 grav cannons in each one.
Oh, see, there's some spice in there. He doesn't have
In-
the second dreadnought, the Volkite,
Mhm.
but he's got some grav
In a
and melta.
drop pod
Yeah, okay.
with
okay,
the
so-
triple grav cannon. That's a very interesting choice, because the grav cannon, of course, it only becomes better damage against 3+ armor save stuff. He's got the 1 multi-melter in there. They do have access to some cool strats and stuff they can use when they come down. But, that drop pod, that like alpha strikey drop pod ability to bring in the long fan, and that makes sense as to why Colin made sure that his incursors didn't redeploy. He needed to push that drop pod back so it wouldn't come in
Yep.
and like nuke his heavier hitters or his troops. Right? So that's
It
very
all makes
interesting.
sense. It all makes sense.
I like it. I like this list. Got a lot of shooting, but has that cool counter charge from the Wolf Guard with the jump packs as well.
Yeah, that's good. I'm liking this list a lot. So we're gonna have. It's not really a mirror match because they have a few different tech in both of them. Who do you think has the advantage in this in terms of lists right now? And then we'll go over the secondaries in the mission too.
List-wise on paper, I believe the Ultramarine list is better.
Yeah.
Right? So I feel like the Ultramarine list has the advantage. However, you can't discount once the Space Wolves get powered up mid to late game, they can clear a lot of stuff, especially with the Lightning Claws and the speed that they have to really push into the late game. I do feel that in this game, Colin going second also helps him quite a bit
Yes,
because it forces
definitely.
Jamie to kind of jump into the middle of the board or become more aggressive with units that he might not want to get aggressive with until later in the game.
I get that for sure. See, I think you are right. The Ultramarines on paper do have the clear advantage in this one, just on paper. But if that drop pod can come in and do the exact damage to the exact right target at the exact right time, that will swing this game in the Space Wolf favor for sure. That drop pod with those grav, it's going to be the swing for him. He needs to use that at the right time, at the right place, and he can swing this in his favor for sure.
Granted. And considering he can bring it in turn 1, which he didn't, or turn 2, or even turn 3,
Colin
he
was clever with keeping it out there. He knows that drop pod's the problem.
He does, and that might actually get him to play maybe a little bit more more conservative than he would play normally. And here you can see Jamie didn't really overcommit. He's sort of just keeping his objectives. He's forcing Colin to sort of pick where he wants to go. Colin seems to have a core of dreadnoughts in the bottom middle part of the table, and like one sort of like supporting dreadnought on each side. But this is also going to be a big difference because there's some line of sight blocking in the middle of the board, and let's dive into what they picked for secondary choices.
Yeah, see, this is going to actually make a big difference on who's going first and second and how aggressive they're going to be because both of them have the exact same secondaries.
Wow.
Both of them have Stranglehold. Both of them have Oath. And both of them have banners. So we're going to have some fun with flags in this game. There's going to be flags dropped everywhere, thrown across the battlefield. This is going to be a battle for the middle of the board. And neither player really wants to do that against the other because whoever comes out will get shot to death. So they have to be very careful about what they're putting out there. And they just need to be careful not to overcommit any extra resources they don't need to commit. And neither one of these players have real throwaway units that they can do that with for very long, right? So it's going to be an interesting game of cat and mouse here.
And I think, yeah, and definitely, especially with that drop pod ready to come in, you
Mhm.
know, and I think,
Keep your
you
eye
know,
on that drop
Colin,
pod, I'm telling you.
well, that drop pod's, I think, going to be like a secret sauce play,
Secret
like
sauce.
sort of like a stepping stone to get into the middle of the board,
Mm-hmm.
right? I feel that the secondaries, even though they both have the exact same secondaries, I think the secondaries benefit Jamie.
I think they do too. But Oath benefits Colin right now because he has
Correct.
bottom of turn. So that's
Correct.
important to remember too, because it's the end of the battle round of having something in the middle to get that 2 points from there. Now, that's not to say you can't get 15 points without it. I mean, you can't. But the point is, you still get a lot of points even if you don't have to worry about it. But it does kind of force Colin to shoot resources into the middle, and he doesn't really want to do
Clear
that
the middle
either.
or try and stop it. Yeah. And
Yeah.
as soon as those land speeders go down,
Mhm.
like all of a sudden the land speeders, like he doesn't have as many resources unless he kind of throws his dreadnoughts into the middle.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying before. Like neither one of them have that many resources they can throw away for that long. And getting Stranglehold is a lot easier for them on this one because they just hold their home objectives, and then they both just want to focus on one of those objectives to hold and just shoot the other guy off the other one because both.
Like he's gonna have to. What else does he throw out there? You know
It's
what I mean?
true.
To like get his stranglehold, he's gonna have to use his land speeders to get
Yep.
that oath and get the stranglehold while he moves the dreadnoughts up, which I
Mhm.
feel that might put him at a disadvantage in the early game to get sort of that positional advantage, which then allows Jamie to put up banners in the middle of the board.
Yeah, good. Well, Jamie he put those. I think he put a little squad on the left hand side there, so he took that objective. And Colin's doing exactly what we were saying. He put one land speeder on that right objective, and he's going to just shoot off the left one to make sure he gets his stranglehold. So neither one of them is committing much here. So they're doing exactly what they need to do. So the only reason that Colin going second is better for this because he actually gets to respond first. He gets to see what the Space Wolves are going to be putting out there, so he knows exactly what he needs to do to counter that on his turn. So having bottom of turn in this game is actually a very big deal.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so we're going to get our table bosses to jump us to the third game that we have, table 3, which is second round of the losers bracket, where we've got the
Engage.
Drukhari playing again. Yeah, which will be super fun to see. And welcome to everybody who's brand new and checking it out. Welcome to Charity Hammer. Of course, we are here in the GT. We're having a lot of fun hanging out, playing games in support of Child's Play. So make sure that if you haven't already, head on over to the donation page. Our goal is now $40,000 raised. We're
1 year for
over
every year of fluff in the game.
40,000 years of fluff. Is that how that works?
40,000 years. Yeah, 40,000
We
years
are-
of fluff. We want $1 for every year of it.
We have raised over $32,000 right now. We're less than $8,000 away from $40,000, and we still have all of the rest of today and all of tomorrow for everybody to hang out and donate. Then it goes to help kids in the hospital. So why haven't you yet? Now, if you can't donate, that's fine. Make sure you share this stream across the world. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Reddit, spam it. Get it out there so people can see and come and hang out with us and participate.
You guys are awesome. Keep it up. Say hi, Alex. You're on stream. He doesn't know it. He's just on his phone. He's just watching the game. So, who we got playing here?
So here we have Jim, champion, bunch of like demony, chaosy things. However, Anthony Vanella's list, Drukhari list, has been on an absolute tear. He's got the Dark Technomancer Kronos. He's got a bunch of close combat support with the Incubi and the Witches and all the Raiders that he'll ever need. It's a very tough list there, Dustin, and you know how that army kind of hits hard.
Oh, I
Okay.
absolutely know how tough it is. But we got another giveaway going, so we're going to cut over to the Falcon so you guys can get some more free stuff. Take it away,
Free
Falcon.
stuff. Let's do it, Mr. Falcon.
Azar will advance.
Yeah, right here.
Hey everybody, it's your boy the Falcon coming to you live. Day. Okay. All the way over here. Okay, we're coming to you live. Charity Hammer, day 642. We've currently raised just shy of $33,000. Big money, big game on the board right now. Fred versus Nick. We've got some prizes to give away. First up, congratulations to Forest Castle. You've won yourself a Blood Bowl box set.
Forrest, he's an orc player.
He's an orc player.
So, yeah, rip the orcs.
So, congratulations, Forrest. And our second winner, Seth Oster. You've won yourself a year of Danny McDevitt's coaching service.
Yes, right. Potatoes?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you about potatoes. I'm going to tell you how to roll dice. I'm going to teach you how to score objectives and actually play the game, Seth.
That is so needed. Thank you, Danny.
Especially within time, right?
Yeah, right. Because I'm good at that too.
Fred, talk to me about this librarian. He doesn't seem to be within 3 inches of a vehicle or unit.
No, he screwed up. Sniper.
And he's just got 4 wounds and a 3-up armor save.
Yes, sir.
2 up in the crate.
No, he's got a 5+ invulnerable. 'cause
5
he's near
plus
him.
Alright, that's a little less.
Wow. Well, congratulations for winning the Blood Bowl. And Seth, you lucky duck, you get to be coached by the guy you just barely lost to in the previous round. You sounded really happy about it too. I know you were actually asking about it after the game, so I'm really happy for you. Congratulations. That's awesome. Very, very happy for you.
It's fantastic. Thank you so much to everybody who donates and who's hanging out with us today, watching some great games of 40K. So we're back to the first game. This is Fred versus Nick. We have the Deathwatch facing the Drukhari. Nick here seems to have taken a bit of a beating on the top left-hand corner. It seems a raider is missing, and there seems to, and that I believe the Volkites did some damage there. And it's his turn jumping in here. He seems to be kind of just hiding behind those walls there, Dustin.
Yeah, you gotta have to. It sounds like Fred killed 3 units with the heavy weapons. I think it's one of the raiders back there because you can see the incubi that are out of it now. So he did some damage. Nick tried to cut down on the angles as much as possible, but looks like Fred found some, and he squeaked through some shots, and those shots hurt. So this must be Nick's first turn then, I believe. I gotta look at Fred's secondaries again, so I make sure I know what I'm looking at here.
To try and kill something at the end of every battle round with a heavy
Right, so he
weapon.
definitely-
He
yeah.
needs to kill something in the Devastator Doctrine. Then he needs to kill something in the Tactic
Then he just
Doctrine.
needs to
then
kill
he needs
something.
kill
So
something
he
in the Assault Doctrine or something.
He
like
definitely
that.
killed 3 things in both. So he killed 3 things, and he killed 3 things with heavy weapons. I think that's exactly what happens. That's where his 6 points came from. Makes perfect sense. That's why he's got it. I can math. I'm a math major.
Can
No,
you
I'm not.
can you math? Can you math?
I can absolutely math. I'm a good math guy.
I didn't know Gene Stealers had fingers to count.
We do count, and everything equals to 4.
There you go. 4 of everything. It's all multiples of 4.
Emperor.
Mm.
We worship the 4-armed emperor. Come on.
Well,
Come on.
I'm Nick here. I don't know if I'm like I don't know how aggressive or not I would get. It seems like he might have jumped in a couple of the witches, or no, not witches, but racks. He jumped up some racks in the middle of the board there, and they seem to have been taking a bit of a pounding. So it's definitely very curious. Nick
I
of course
like it.
plays Drukhari, but he's definitely trying to stop Fred from scoring those points in the midboard. And he did go for, Nick decided to go, in terms of secondaries, Nick had decided to go for, Stranglehold, right? So he's sort of forcing himself to get into the middle of the
Yeah.
board, which I honestly feel is a huge mistake in this matchup.
Yeah, it's actually going to be really hard for him to do, especially because Fred is doing exactly what he needs to do. He is overwhelming that one side because Nick can't do the same thing that Colin and Amy can. Amy, Jamie can do on the other, where they could just go onto one and then shoot them off the other because they can't commit too many resources. Fred knows that Nick's going to actually have trouble kicking him off of that objective with all of that stuff on there. So he's doing exactly what he needs to do. Jaime,
Yep,
sorry,
it is
there we
Jaime.
go.
I was wondering
Jaime.
if it was Jamie, or I've been saying Jaime and I was like, I don't know, is it Jaime or Jamie? So, but it is Jaime.
It
Yeah.
is Jaime. We did it. Okay, we
Muy
got
bien.
there.
Jaime.
Sorry, buddy.
Así
Sorry,
se
buddy.
dice en español, como un Jaime. Muy bien, así con de
I-
atrás de tu.
I'm not able to do that.
It's
Scary
just
is
a messed up
That's
H,
all I got.
okay? It's just a messed up H. Jaime.
Okay, we got it. Jaime. I'm gonna remember that now. Thank you for correcting me. I feel bad when I mispronounce people's names, except for Scary. I don't mind mispronouncing.
You don't
his name.
mind just butchering my name, don't you?
I will butcher it as much as possible. But Nick is going to have to try and kick him off of this left objective here because he's taken the right one. He has his both his home objectives. So to get the 3 points for Stranglehold, he's going to have to clear off.
Well, he's got
what
some
looks
OPSEC
like-
on there, so I do believe that he'll take it. He has 5 OPSEC
does he
racks on there. I believe
Oh,
that's a
those
big
are
unit of
racks.
racks there. You know,
let me
and so I
zoom in
think
here.
that he's getting that there well. But the thing is, he has to sacrifice a unit every turn to do it, right? And
Yes.
he's just gonna put a unit there, and that unit is just gonna die.
Okay,
And then
I
he's
thought that
gonna
was
have
both,
to put
I thought
another
that was
one,
both Fred's
and then that
units.
unit's
Okay.
gonna die. Like, it's not like, I don't think it trades very well into the mission.
No, but Nick does have more resources to do that with than, like, say, the Ultramarine or Spacewell player do in the other matchups. So he does have resources that he can
Couple
do
of
that
bikes
with.
just got nuked.
Oof.
I wonder
Especially when
what
that
killed all
happens.
those bikes. Yeah.
Where's all this
Must've
shooting
been-
coming from? He doesn't have any Trueborn. Is that just the Raiders doing it?
Either that, or he might have, like, the also factors are 2 damage each. You know what I mean? It could have been a
That's
combination
right.
of different
Yeah.
things, like going in and doing some damage. They do wound on 2s. They're good AP. He does have a decent amount of shooting. It's just probably not the most, like, it's not all coming from one spot. That's the thing about Drukhari. They have shooting, but they shoot from. It might have been in close combat too. It might actually be like the succubus underneath that building that we can't actually see. But if the table boss could give us an update of what killed all those bikes, that would be
Mhm.
great.
Maybe we
'Cause,
should start going to the players when they go through shooting phase again, so that people could hear what's going on too. For that, so I can hear what's
Mhm.
going on too. I'd be down
Yeah.
for that. That's a thing,
Definitely,
right?
we could definitely do something like that. Now,
Or can we? We might
Can we?
we might be asking the dev team for something that is not quite capable of doing. What do you say, table boss? Is that something we can do? Push it over to the players. Archon went nuts in combat
Archon-
and rolled for. Oh, the Archon's in there.
nice. Okay, so he does
Ooh.
have the Gin Blade and Hatred Eternal, so he's running in with a 3 damage weapon, just going around nuking bikes left and right, which is a great way of doing it with a Gin Blade. You know, however, of course, that's definitely sacrificing. Unless he has a unit of witches in there that can hold, or a succubus that can potentially hold the bikers in combat. You know, he's sacrificing his Archon for a trade. Is it worth that trade? Maybe, but he does get to fight twice. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Archon just nukes those bikes, or at least that one unit in a full round of combat as well.
Okay, I like that. They do a lot of damage though. Like, I just didn't see that guy sneak up there. He's just sneaking all over the place. Sneaky Drukhari. He does have a lot of close combat damage. So, and a lot of his close combat is actually obsec, or at least can kill the things on there. So he can put those resources in there to take those objectives back. Just the one time that he fails, it's gonna hurt him. That's the only thing. That's left objective is getting swarmed with stuff though. All the dreads are over there. Looks like he's got at least one of his kill teams there. 2 characters, 1 character. Yeah, so he's most of his army's on that left objective. So it's going to be hard for Nick to keep taking it away from him because the Rights of War is there if the Tech Marine's there, and the Tech Marine has to be there because that's where all the dreads are. So yeah, there he is. He's just below the Redemptor there. I can see. Nothing
So-
locking the bikes in combat though.
No, nothing. There's not a succubus there. It's just the Archon. So I'm assuming he's going to want to fight twice and then potentially just clear out the bikes, kind of trying to nuke the mobility that his opponent has. And I think when you're playing Dark Eldar, that's one of the main things you try and do. Stop your opponent's mobility, slow them down, and then let your superb speed really take advantage of take advantage of the rest of the game. So I can see, like, Nick pushing heavily on the right side of the table, essentially like pushing up that flank. And there are a couple of units in that bottom right-hand corner on that objective that that Fred is holding. However, the Drazar might be in. Can we get an update on who is in that raider? But Drazar being over that side, for example, and then a couple of different units. Drazar himself could clear an entire flank of Space Marines by himself because he
Oh,
is
easily.
an absolute boss.
But he is a while we stand. That's 5 points for him. He doesn't want. Sorry, to the
True,
last.
but
To the last. You know what I'm talking
Drazar,
about.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. But Drazar is one of those to the last points that you sort of like are willing to sacrifice, so you just score 10
If
points.
need be.
You
If
know what
need
I mean?
be. I
Like,
think he's
yeah,
going to be like the last resort if he needs to throw something to kill those things guaranteed almost. That's kind of like the last resort one, I think, because he's got a lot of other things you can throw on there still.
yes, he does. He does have lots of different OPSEC units. They're all in like raiders and stuff. He's using the terrain very, very well, hiding from the dreadnoughts and whatnot. And I wouldn't be surprised if, like, what would you do if you're in Fred's shoes right now? Looking at the table state, it seems like Nick is just move blocking like the mid board, kind of like with that unit of sacrificial racks. He sacrificed the Archon to kind of like take out the bikes quickly, and now we're moving into Fred's second turn, and he's just kind of like really, I guess he's just gonna like push up and try and like make something happen.
So I'm not a Space Marine player, so I can't speak for Space Marine players on what exactly to do here. But if I were Fred, I would definitely be overwhelming that left objective with everything I have, making sure they're all OBSEC, and still making sure that I'm keeping anything that's fast enough to get to my back objectives and take those objectives away from me and get them off the board. Those need to be the focus, because if you can keep Nick from getting stranglehold every turn, that's 3 points that he can't get back every turn. And it also makes sure that he's not getting a 15. And it also could potentially help you to give him just even less than that. If you move far enough on the left-hand side, you can start pressuring that back left objective. Because, as we were saying, Nick does have a lot of resources to start contesting the middle. But if you hit his back line, he has to reposition and start going elsewhere. And you have to change his game plan. Now, that said, Nick is very good at changing his game plan mid-game because he's been playing a long time and he's been playing Drukhari a long time. So he knows how to do that. And it's a fast army to be able to, but putting the pressure on your opponent sometimes kind of makes them. You want to be in the driver's seat. You want to make them have to react to the aggressive plays that you're making sometimes. But right now, I think just completely overwhelming and solidifying the left objective, and then seeing where Nick starts moving his army to position, and then you can make your decision from there. What do you think, as the Drukhari player?
Like what I would try and do, or as the Space Wolf player, I feel like a Space Wolf player, the Deathwatch.
You're gonna get
I
there.
feel
You're
like
gonna get there.
I'll get there eventually. It's one of those factions, I promise. But thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying the game so far. This is Scary and Dustin. Who Shaw?
Who?
That's right.
Shaw.
From who?
Oh.
Shaw? From the Stutter Scrub podcast. We're shoutcasting Charity Hammer. This is a big 72-hour multi-platform stream in support of Child's Play Charity, which is a charity that raises, buys toys, video games, entertainment. If you'd like to help the charity get to where it is, please share the stream, tell people about it, open your wallets, participate, donate. Let us know what you are up to and who you're rooting for in the GT. Right now, we're watching one of the games of the quarterfinals. Fred versus Nick. This is round 3 of the 32-person GT. So back to the game. Dustin, I feel the Deathwatch, what they need to do is push those dreadnoughts up Nick's throat on that flank and collapse that little sort of like pockets of resistance.
So what you're saying is, do you agree with me?
Yes, I do.
Just wanted to make sure you admitted it. That's all.
But at the same time, I think he needs to kind of push into the middle to then be able to bounce back to his home objective. That's quickly going to be overwhelmed by Drukhari, because Nick doesn't need that middle objective to get stranglehold. He could get it from the objective that's in the bottom right-hand corner. So I think that that's an important part as well.
Yeah, for sure. And that's what I mean when I say Fred really needs to focus on the mobility that Nick has. And it looks like he's going back to the back there with those bikes, that one squad. He's going to be pressuring the back right objective, which is that's another play too. He's going to do the same thing that Nick is going to be trying to do. I'm assuming the other two vet squads are on the back objectives there, making sure those are held. And they're not easy to kick off either. If Fred could take out the mobility. If you can take out that raider on the right-hand side, that's in the middle and kind of in a position to contest that back right objective, which he's pointing at right now. He knows exactly what he's doing. Can you hear me? Am I coaching him right now? This might not be fair, but this is exactly what he needs to be doing. He's just, as long as he pushes up on the left-hand side, he's positioning himself and getting himself to a spot that he can contest any of the objectives he needs to, and make sure he tries to get the angles and the things that Nick can use to contest the hit Fred's objectives.
Yep, 100%. I think that's you've got it. You've hit the nail on the head. I love how Fred is not waiting for Nick to keep the
Yeah.
initiative, pushing the bikes into the backboard. Like he's trying to create a script. He's trying to make Nick have to deal with those bikes.
Yeah, absolutely. Fat Pants, Dustin's a sexy mofo, Scar is a sexy voice. Thank you. We are having a great day. Thank you for joining us again, and I'm glad you're here enjoying the sound of our lustrous voices for everybody. Resho Santi?
Me,
Oh, sorry.
Charity Hammer, donate, ASMR stream, 24/7.
That's right. This is what I can do for you guys if you really wanted to get to 40K, because we want to get there out of the Horus Heresy. Building some sisters and rooting for Nick. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy those sisters, because they are still a very strong faction, and I want to see more of them on the table. Actually, that's what now, because they're not a pick up and play army. They're very finesse heavy, so it's really fun to watch them play.
Yeah, they're very. It's definitely an army that you need a lot of practice with. So it is cool to see someone, for example, John Lennon, who will be playing later today, with his Sisters of Battle. So you can stick around for that, because we've got ongoing stream 24 hours a day, essentially until tomorrow, into tomorrow. So there's still lots of games to
we'll
be played.
Talking most of that time.
We will be talking almost the entire time.
The entire time. Welcome to the main event of Charity Hammer. That's right. I can do voices.
You're making me want to do this any day, every day with you, buddy. Any Craig today? What all went down? Craig?
Crack. It's an Irish saying for what's going on, basically.
What's going on? What all went down? Well, other than
I did have to look that up, because Cathal said that to me one time, and I had to look it up. That was.
Yeah, I don't understand.
You're the reason I had to look that up, buddy. I had to look it up specifically to figure out what that meant.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Valerie...
Thank you, Google. Thank you, Google.
No, don't thank Google. Thank Amazon. No, I'm just.
Wait, what?
I'm joking. Well, because it's Alexa or whatever, right? She can do the. Was it? Anyway, whatever.
Oh, I say, hey, Google. I don't say Alexa.
Do you?
Yeah. Oh, crap. I made my phone go off. Damn it. I said it too many times.
Repeat after me, everyone. Hey, Google, order me a pizza.
I can't say that, because then it'll actually do that.
I know. Seen like talk show hosts mess with people, and they do that because they know that it's listening all the time. Can I get a link to the bracket? Says Bubble Hearts. We'll get our table bosses to put up some links for you as we go. But into the secondaries, like in terms of scoring, Fred, going into his second turn, he has 16 points, scoring 10 primaries and 6 of the secondary points to Nick's 3 points, which he got for his stranglehold. Of course, with Octeris data and whatnot, being scored throughout the course of the game. The link just went up in the chat, so make sure you check that out.
There you go. There are the brackets.
Okay, Dustin, why don't we dive into game number 2, where we have Colin playing Jaime in his Space Wolves. I really want to see this little dread off. Every time 2 Space Marine players with dreadnoughts are playing, you know what it reminds me of?
What does it remind you of?
It reminds me of that little game that I used to play as a kid, where you had the little boxers in the ring, you mash that little button thing, and they punch each other till one of their heads popped off. Do you remember that game?
You mean Rock'em Sock'em Robots? Can you not even remember the name of that?
Do I need to know the name of a game to like it? No. But yes, that game.
I mean, it definitely helps your case saying that you like it. But yes, this is absolutely a Rock'em Sock'em Robots game, because it's so many dreadnoughts against so many dreadnoughts.
I feel like whoever presses the buttons faster.
They need to be moving into the center of the board and pressing their buttons faster. I think this is exactly how the game is.
The draw pod has shown up. Oh, that's exciting.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Where did all the long fangs go? Where did all the long fangs go? I don't see them anywhere nearby. Unless he's
Where-
unless that he's probably put it down as like a marker of like
Yeah,
where
he's
can
measuring
go.
other
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. But as we perceived, one of the land speeders has gone to the middle of the board to get that oath of moment.
Mhm.
One of the land
Yep.
speeders went up onto that middle objective because he needed it for stranglehold, and he was
Yep.
able to not strang. Did he take stranglehold? I think they both took stranglehold.
They both took stranglehold, banners, and oath.
Very curious. I honestly feel like Jaime has a better position. And I want everyone who's watching, I want
Yes.
you to take a quick look at what Jaime is doing. It is the most simple thing to do,
Mhm.
yet one of the most important things you can ever do in Warhammer 40,000.
That you could
What
not
is
do a
that,
while
Dustin?
ago.
That
It
you
is.
cannot do. What
It
is
is. It is pre-measuring. It is
Pre-measuring.
so important to do.
it? He
The
is
amount
going
of
around with
feel
a
bad.
measuring tape and
The
just
amount of feel bads.
measuring things. That
Yes,
you know how many games I've won because I pre-measured stuff, Dustin?
anything you pre-measured in, all of them,
Everything every single game
every single game. Yeah, that's right.
that I
If you
yeah.
heard it here first. That's lesson 1 in Scari's coaching. You pre-measure, you win. Pre-measure equals win.
Pre-measure.
That's
And I love it. He's and something else you can
Look at that.
tell is he's put little dice. He has put
Mhm.
dice where his drop pod is. If you notice, there's a couple of black dice, and
Mhm.
he's essentially measured out the distance for something, or the range bands, or something, and measuring all the different range bands, putting little dice down, putting markers down, and before you even move, even if it's on your time and you're on a chess clock, pre-measuring will win you the game.
Mhm. Absolutely will. You take the time to do it. Pre-measure. If you ever mismeasure something by an inch, it is the biggest feel bad moment you could ever have. It is the worst. You have this big plan in your head. All right, this is what I'm going to do, and I got all these guys in position. Perfect. I'm going to do it. I'm an inch out. Well, GG.
Oh, we
shake
have an
hands, I guess.
update.
Oh,
We have an update
okay. I
from
like updates.
we have an update from our table boss. It
Oh,
says
oh.
Colin.
Looking concerned.
Mm,
Oh,
I
look at
think
his face. Get a zoom in on that face. Let's go. Zoom.
can we zoom in on the face? Can we zoom in
into
on
the face.
Colin's face right now?
He looks
Can
concerned.
he give us a frowny face?
Give us a frowny face here.
Can he pretend he's an emoji?
Yes, angry emoji. Oh, there's a raised eyebrow. Oh no. Uh-oh. You have no zoom powers. Don't worry. I figured you didn't, but I wanted to ask.
We
I
had
figured.
to try and ask.
We
Him. But now
we
the
had to
drop
try.
pod, the long fangs are coming out. They are coming out. They are. I'm assuming he's possible for some good
Mhm.
cover saves. And it seems like he's gonna really go for potentially killing. I want to say one of the dreadnoughts because Colin has sort of like he put his little block of dreadnoughts. He's moved them out, but now both or all of Jaime's dreadnoughts can move out, and now it's like a trade. He can actually pick a target and kill it. I think it's going to be a very interesting dynamic here. I think Colin just positionally he's on the back foot, and it's because of the secondaries. I'm telling you right now, the
Mhm.
secondaries that they picked do not marry well to how they needed to play the game.
I'm really worried about how he poked out his dreadnoughts on the left hand side there. He's giving Jaime an option of shooting everything he has into them right now. So I'm wondering if Colin is just hoping that he must have gotten Sacred Fortress off. He's hoping that they're going to survive this because if they do, then he can do the same thing to Jaime afterwards. But if he loses too much of his dreadnoughts here, that's going to be hard to recover because that's his list. Like those 4 dreadnoughts there, that's the main power of that list.
Yeah, it is, and I love what Jaime is doing. He's layering his approach. He's now setting up and this is something that we talk about all the time. He is not only setting up his target priority, but that movement that he just made into the middle of the board, behind the second ruin in the middle, and he's put like his second unit, another unit of Wolf Guard, like towards the middle there. That's not for this turn. That's
Mhm.
for 1 or 2 turns down the line,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And
That's the
so
perfect way to position those two. And he has the option to get any of those objectives when he needs to, and he's gonna have Colin's gonna have a hard time taking him off of those because he's not gonna be able to shoot behind there. He can just move over, take the objective for Stranglehold whenever he needs to, and he's in a good position right now. Now, yes, we did get the update. He does have Sacred Fortress up, and the front Redemptor has Might of Heroes, so it is T8. So it means the multi-modals will be winning on 4s there. Oh, do you know what is Seal of Oath for the Ultramarines while we're here? If you have
Yeah,
a
that'd be
chance
great.
to,
Yeah, who did he pick as his Seal of Oath? Because I'm
Mhm.
assuming that's the thing about the Dreadnought list. It tends to want to play in a giant blob of death. So positionally, like the way to beat it is kind of like out position and outmaneuver the list, or
Mhm.
kind of try and force it to split it up. And Colin, of course, has two of the Invictor Tactical War Suits on the side, which are more flanking essentially, and then he's got his really big core of Dreadnoughts in the midboard. Now, the toughness 8 doesn't really like the grav don't care about T8 because it's strength 5 on the grav.
no, but the multi-melt
So
does. The plasma doesn't either because
multi-melt
it's strength
does.
9 if he overcharges, but it's still can make a bit of a
Yeah.
difference. Now, as
Yeah.
you chat saying that grav isn't great into Duty Eternal, but it does do D3 damage, so it's not great, but every 5 or 6 is 2 damage, so it can actually make a big difference. And the amount of shots they get, they can still take down a Redemptor. They can. It's definitely not ideal for sure, but it's still possible. So it's still, because of the D3 damage, I actually like D3 damage a little bit more than flat 2 damage in the meta right now, just specifically because all that -1 damage, you still have a chance to do 2 damage to it, right? Maybe it's not
Right.
a great chance, but it still has the same consistency math-wise, but it has a chance to do more to things
Right.
that already
Now,
have -1 damage.
the cherubs, of course, can be burned to
Mhm.
then get more multi-melter shots or more grav
Yeah,
cannon shots, depending
exact
on.
words, then maybe that won't be the one to use it on, but we'll see what he decides to do. What seconds did they take Beard Zone? They both took Banners, they both took Stranglehold, and they both took Oath of Moment. So they're both trying to take the middle board. Oh, it's
Just
2 damage
flat
flat now.
damage now.
It's not D3 anymore. Okay, well then my mistake. So yeah, it's still worth it though. Like he doesn't have many things that he wants to shoot at that have that good armor because I think it's not worth firing at a land speeder. You need to put those shots, and they have so many shots. You want to put them into the.
He can
you
just
wanna put them in
charge the land
dreadnoughts.
speeders and murder them.
Yeah,
Being a
easily.
Space Wolf player, I feel like he's just going to do that as well. So
Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
that'll be like what he does there. Now, however, once he kind of pins Colin into his corner, like Oath of Moment becomes an issue for Colin because
Mhm.
those land speeders are one of the only units that Colin has to get into the middle
Yeah,
quickly and
because
effectively.
he
And
lost
with a
the
bunch
curses.
of crazy Space Wolves sitting in the middle of the board, ready to jump to every objective, right? How's Colin going to score that secondary? That could be a
Yep.
very big point swing in Jaime's favor.
Yeah, it'll be a big deal for sure. Oh, the Oath of the Moment is on the less fancy looking dreadnought.
The less fancy looking dreadnought, which
I mean,
we can totally
yes,
see from this
I
perspective.
see it. I'm pointing at it right now. That's the one right there. Oh, there you go. He's pointing at it for me. That's the one, right? That's the one.
No. Oath the moment is the Ultramarines are picking
He's pointing
a
at the one the
seal.
Ultramarines did it. Yeah. Let's
No,
talk about the seals.
no. The Seal of Oath, right? Where you get to pick a space unit to get murdered.
That's what I was. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, but it's the Space Wolf player that's pointing at the Ultramarine dreadnought here. So it's the other way around. You need Colin to point.
He was pointing at. He was actually pointing at the right one. See, Seth confirmed
Oh,
it. He pointed at the less
okay.
fancy one.
Okay.
Ha! That's right.
There we
This
go.
is-
That one.
This is
That one. Okay.
this is why I'm in charge here. This is why I'm in charge, Gary.
Yeah,
That's right.
fair enough.
Called
Justin,
it.
I will cede this to you.
That's
I will
right.
cede it. You win this time.
You know.
Let's jump in while
know
the
what you did.
yeah, the Space Wolves are definitely going to the shooting phase. I want to kind of stick around for the shooting phase here, just so that we can
Yeah,
kind of get an idea.
Can we actually
of
get the
what
players for
is
this?
damage. Yeah, let's jump in. I think it'd be very useful for the players for folks to hear the players go through their shooting, because this shooting phase is a critical
big deal.
moment of the game.
2. Good. And then a bike into this guy. 2 hits. 1 save at -2.
Good.
You get to fight back.
Oh, yeah, of course. These are OBSEC?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that doesn't matter then. Raider will just shuffle around. Base you, headbutt you. It is turn 2, but I'm +1 for because of black cards, 3 hits. 1 wound, AP1. Kills the wounded guy. Which one was the wounded guy? That one.
Because he was the lead guy, so he had to go into that one.
Makes sense. Raider will consolidate, not engage you. This Raider will hit the Space Marines. 1 free roll, 2 hits. 2 wounds, AP1. You got it. All right. So scoring. You want to do scoring real quick? So I'm gonna go to 7 CP.
I got 2 for Codex Warfare,
You got
No, one for
one
Codex
for Codex
Warfare.
Warfare.
And I got 2 for Suffer Not the Alien.
Yep.
And you got 5?
And I'll get a 5.
Because there's a wolf dude somewhere
he,
there.
he himself. I spent CP for Wisdom of the Ancients. So
Oh,
no
okay.
mortals, but
But a million saves.
8 saves.
Okay.
AP 0.
3s. Oh no. Oh no.
10 damage.
Oh no.
12 damage.
10 damage, right?
2 damage each.
Oh, right. Do I reroll one of these? And leave him at 3 wounds? Would you have other shooting for him?
No, not really. One grab might be able to shoot him. That is my 30. Am I in range? I can't look the other way. That is exactly my 30. No, I'm outside 30 there. No.
Okay.
So that's all of my shooting that can go that way.
I don't think being at 3 is better than being at 1. I'm going to let him be at 1.
Okay.
Here's a die right here. He's at 1.
Perfect.
There you go.
So
That was hot
that's him
shooting,
done.
man.
We have 1 squad left.
Okay.
We are going to spend a CP for Keen Senses.
Yep.
We are going to shoot. Oh, do we get greedy? He's taken how many?
He has 3
5?
left. He has 9 left.
He has
He took
9
4.
left, and you heal 3.
I do heal 3.
Let's fire all of the grab into him,
That's smart.
and the melt into him, and we'll use the melter to hit on 2s.
Okay.
So multi-melter hitting on 2s, wounding on a 4, no, and then the grab, they get to hit on 3s,
Okay, and Victor, I think you've tanked enough shooting.
He has.
This is your time to go.
3s, and 5s.
Okay.
Rerolling 1s. So 4 saves, 5 saves.
Wow. What was the AP?
AP3.
Oh, well, he's just dead then.
Does he explode? No.
Yeah.
Then we'll use the cherub to fire the multi-melter again immediately, hitting on 2s, wounding on 4s, 1 invuln.
Save it.
Damn it!
I
Okay.
told you what my plan was. Like, I told you what it was.
Yes. I'm not going to bother shooting the Stormbolter because it's irrelevant. Dreadnought to done. He's on 2 wounds, so we're going to charge him.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Let's go into charges. Let's do Wolfguard over here into the Intercessors. And they go with a 5.
Okay.
So they're going to here with a 5. 5. 5, so that they can all move on to terrain afterwards.
Uh-huh.
So
And you're
do
just
the
strength
paladin.
4, right?
Strength 4.
Rerolling, but because
Rerolling.
you have your lightning claws.
Correct.
Okay.
We'll do Ithelbag, Wolfguard into the Speeder.
Yep.
And he goes with a 6.
Sorry, Speeder.
Yes.
Your best future now is you do 1 mortal
Indeed.
wound to them on your way out.
Indeed.
I'm
do I
not going to
charge
make
the
you roll this, by the
Contemptor
way.
away? Okay. Do I charge the Contemptor backwards? Yeah, let's leave space for the Contempt. If the only way would be touching that terrain, so it'll get shot regardless.
I don't
so
think
it
that's
does
a
not
good
matter.
idea, yeah.
Not important. Then we'll do Wolfguard into the Speeder. And they go with a 3 plus 2, 5.
Oh, because they have +2.
The Chaplain, yeah. I need to bring the card over. I failed the reroll hits, so they do not have reroll hits. Well, just
Okay.
once from the Chaplain. So 3 plus 2, 5.
Yep.
They're going to come over to here. Okay.
Okay.
Would you like to count us back in?
Hello, is it me you're looking for?
I can see it in your eyes. I can see it when you smile. Oh, we're live now. What? You didn't even count us in. Oh my
Ah!
goodness, we've been
Well, everybody got the
serenading the
backstage-
audience.
You're backstage serenading. Now you guys got serenaded. I hope you
Yeah.
enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
The shooting went pretty well for him. Then he took that one Victor down to 1 and killed the other one with the grab. So he made sure to get rid of a lot of his mobility, which is exactly what he wants to do right now. It hems Colin in a lot more, and he's just charging and fighting on the left-hand side now. So he only did 4 wounds to the 1 Redemptor, and it's just going to get healed up by the Tech Marine back up to 12.
Just
so-
gonna like bring it up. Yeah, Tech
Yeah.
Marine Tech Marine just does what he does. However, now in the combat phase, we're gonna see Jaime try and take out like some of the infantry and a couple of land speeders. I think that'll be a very just taking like and that's the key. Get rid of your opponent's mobility. Yeah, he kind of sacrifices the long fangs, which is kind of like a thing that he's done. However, what I do like what Jaime did is I believe he put the tiny little tippity tip of his drop pod on that objective
Mhm.
that's in the corner.
And now
And
Colin has to he has to do something about it because otherwise
shoot the
he goes to
it has
objective.
to shoot the drop pod, or the drop pod will
It
just
has to
hold that
shoot the
objective.
drop pod. Ugh. Oh, nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to do that. That's why
kill
drop
the
pods
drop
are
pod.
annoying.
Okay, well, let's dive into the game number 1. Back to Nick Nanavati versus Fred game. Very curious to see how the game state has switched since then. And we can give
Engage.
you an update as engage the table swap.
Well, that was
And
a bit epic.
was it epic? I was trying
It's
to
a bit
be as
more
epic
epic.
as possible. You know, the
Engage
more
the
I do this,
swap.
engage, press the buttons.
Engage. We'll get it. We'll get it.
This-
We'll get it by the end of this.
We'll soon have Adam Camilleri's job. That's what we're gonna do. We'll soon take his job. Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
There you
Good
go.
job. You did it.
Table
Proud of
boss Mike.
Table boss is back online.
Yeah, and if anybody's listening in chat, I am Scary. This is Dustin. We are here doing the Charity Hammer event. Make sure you're hosting this chat, this feed. Make sure you're sharing it on social media. Get more people involved. Let's jump in. Let's have some fun. This is, of course, round 3. It is the quarterfinals of the GT at Charity Hammer. And Fred is up to 21 points after his second turn, getting 11 secondary points, keeping his 10 primaries, and holding Nick down to 5 primaries.
Yeah, that
on
was
that
a big
first
deal.
turn.
That was
That
beautiful.
is-
That
That
was
is a
beautiful.
very, very big turn. Really kind of
Put
tackling
some-
that primary, putting some pressure on Nick. Those
Mhm.
bikers in the front really kind of forcing Nick's hand. And the dreadnought sort of blob just sitting in that left hand side, just really kind of putting some pressure on Nick to get his stranglehold.
Just like what he said we should do, and that's exactly what he's doing, and he's doing it so well. He's putting the pressure on Nick. He's keeping him down to the 5 primary. So Nick usually likes to get his points early on in the game, so he's going to have to do it the opposite way this time. Drukhari can absolutely do that. He's just got to be very careful about where he puts his resources now and when, because those dreadnoughts have good line on a lot of things now. We can see most of that back objective. We can see most of that side of this turn.
Well, you have to do 2 things when you're in this sort of situation. The thing is, right now, Fred is in the driver's seat when it comes to the pace of this game. Fred is putting the pressure on Nick. Nick has to not only kill the units that Fred has sort of put out there to be killed, he needs to double down by making sure he puts pressure on Fred. So he needs to sort of bypass the screens and all the little harassment units and start putting his own harassment units in place to force the dreadnoughts to sort of deal with them. And that's kind of what he's doing right now. He seems to be doing like he's going to put some Reaver jet bikes up there just to contest some objectives. He's going to it seems like he understands what he needs to do. The key is to do it from multiple angles and overwhelm the Space Marines. If you can do that and then have like a turn where you can jump in and do a lot of combat, it can really take the wind out of the Space Marine sails.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he needs to do. You're right. So it's almost like you know how to play Drukhari or something, but exactly what he needs to do right now, because the Ultramarine list excels at the long range combat right now. They're still decent in close combat, but what they can't do really well in close combat is deal with hordes. The amount of MSU stuff that Nick can start throwing at him and overwhelming, exactly like you were saying. He can, even if he doesn't do enough damage, he can at least prevent him from moving any further forward and keep him hemmed into that side that he wants to, so he can start taking the rest of the board, getting the objectives he needs, and getting the points he wants to get as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's very important. And I think the key part is going to be the right-hand side of the screen. We've got a Raider. We've got like a unit behind the Raider. We've got that whole side. I feel like Nick needs to pivot. He needs to pivot and he needs to hit that unit hard. But the thing is, the way that all the terrain is angled, the dreadnoughts now have really good angles to the rest of the board. So he has to maybe not necessarily kill one of the dreadnoughts because it is a bit of a trap. The dreadnoughts are quite hard to kill even with dark lances. You need to kill all the support stuff. You need to kill the upsec. You need to kill the ability of the dreadnoughts and the Space Marines to maneuver. So the bikes need to go, and you need to stop them from scoring points.
That's exactly right. The dreadnoughts cannot contest the entire board. Drukhari can. So if he takes out all of his OBSEC, all the other things that he can actually use to start spreading out and taking more of the board, once he starts getting rid of that option for Fred, he'll be able to start taking more control of the game and getting the points that he wants to get there. Because once he's down to Dreadnoughts and those characters kind of hunkering down around them, he loses his ability to contest the objectives for primary and for Stranglehold as well.
Yes, indeed.
Indeed.
Indubitably.
Indubitably, my good lad.
Yeah.
That was my British accent. Was it good?
No.
Oh, well, okay. I tried. Next time you try a German one, I'm going to make fun of you too.
Soft beta.
Get out of here. Dunkoff.
You know, here we are, just trying to schnell this up to
Schnell this up?
Yeah, I don't know what.
You're trying to faster this up? That's what you're trying to do?
That's right. Schnell. Schnell, I say.
Quickly this up. Perfect. Perfect use of the word. I love it. Well done. Well done, sir.
We're definitely seeing the succubus now jumping into the middle. We got another unit, a small unit of racks kind of jumping in, or the unit of witches jumping into the middle, using that like unit of marines in the middle as like a stepping stone. I feel like Nick definitely has the end game, so he has like the ability to really pull the end game like point scoring well. But if he can pull Fred down to 5 primary points, he sort of needs to at this point, especially since he lost those points. It's all about stopping your opponent from scoring, and it gets to a point where if you can stop your opponent from scoring, it does 2 things. Number one, it allows you to play more conservatively with your army. Like, you don't need to score a lot of points if your opponent isn't scoring any points, right? So you can play conservatively. And secondly, it gets to a point where, mathematically speaking, if you stop your opponent from scoring for the rest of the game, even if they max out every other score that they can possibly do, there's just no way they can catch you. Right? So stopping your opponent from scoring is so important.
Yeah, exactly. And I can actually speak from experience, because like I said before, I play against this style of list a lot. Maybe it's not the exact same as the Ultramarines, but I play against this style of list a lot. And one thing that they struggle to do is score late game points if you can actually get rid of their supporting units, like the troops, any of the infantry or the bikes in this case. If you start getting rid of that, they have a lot of trouble scoring the late game. So it's exactly what you were saying here. Nick needs to start slowly taking control of the game right now, not committing too much, but he needs to put the damage into the right places right now, and I think he's doing that with the succubus coming out now. And he may not be able to put him down to a 5 this turn, but I think after this turn he's going to be able to start doing that consistently, if it goes.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's twofold. He needs to put pressure on this turn, do enough damage this turn, and then we'll see what the dreadnoughts do next turn. But that's like a big, let's see what the dreadnoughts do, right? Because the dreadnoughts have the capability to just absolutely nuke things.
Yes, absolutely. Now, there are, some lucky rolls sometimes can happen, and sometimes the dreadnoughts won't kill what they want to kill, but let's be honest. When they're firing at Drukhari, usually killing what they shoot at. Usually.
Maximum Bob UK with a "Come on, Fred" shout out. Do it for the watch.
That's right. We need those supports in there. Give us your predictions on what's going to happen in this game. Cheer on whoever you want to win this. We want to know what the chat thinks, what the chat wants to happen, and who they want to win and move on. Who do you have in the finals right now? Because there's a couple upsets that already happened. Has your bracket been completely ruined like mine, or are you still in good shape? Who do you have in the finals? Who do you think is going to be in the final matchup?
Well, it's definitely not who I thought it would be. Because my bracket was completely ruined, and I am.
My bracket was actually, my bracket's not bad, but there's definitely a few things that happened that I did not put in my bracket.
Currently, there are 8 players left in the undefeated bracket of the tournament. We have John Lennon, who will be playing Mark Perry. That's going to happen in about an hour and 15 minutes. Then we have Tyler Bortel versus Hank Adams, which is also coming up later. We have Nick Nadavati versus Fred, which you're seeing right now, and Jaime versus Colin. And currently in Jaime's favor.
That one looks like it's going in Jaime's favor right now. We'll have to go back and see how Colin's turn goes for him. I just want to see how this charge phase and everything goes for Nick, because this is. Well, it might not be the swing turn. That's the thing. Because, like I said, he doesn't have to do it this turn. He just needs to kind of do a little bit more damage, stay safe, and then make the big play next turn. I think.
Yeah, 121 DZ 121 says, sad about Bridger. We gave him some, or you gave him some props earlier in the stream, taking the Custodes, but losing to the boy king, John Lennon, beating him out by 7 points. That was a
Yeah,
very,
that's
very
the thing.
close
Bridger did a
match.
great job in that one. He put up a fight. He did not go down. Nobody puts baby in a corner, man. Like he stood up to John Lennon and say, "No, I am giving you everything I've got," and he did. And he almost beat him. Like it was really well played. I was very impressed. Well done, Bridger. And yes, sad about not getting any further with the Custodes, but did a great job. Great showing. He's still playing some games.
Absolutely. I just want to say, of course, don't forget this is all for Child's Play. Donate. The link has just been put in the chat. If you cannot donate, or you already did, and you've kind of reached your cap, make sure you spread the word. Tell people about the stream and get them to come hang out, join in, or donate themselves. For every $30 that you donate, you will be entered to win raffles. We recently, 30 minutes ago, gave away a Blood Bowl kit
That's
and
the game, not an actual bloody bowl, just to be specific.
yes.
I think. It was an orc player that won, so maybe.
We don't know. But all I know is that there was also some coaching given away, which was in an ironic twist, was given by someone to someone who they recently just beat, which was hilarious.
See, you can't mute both of us, Seth. You can't mute both of us. You threatened to mute me if I made a joke like that again. We have to have fun with our table bosses. The unsung heroes here. Make sure you give the shout out to the table bosses. They do a great job for us, guys. Like, we couldn't do commentating without them.
Make sure you put a little emoji of a sad face and say, "We feel for you, table bosses."
That's right.
Yeah. Seems like Nick Navasi is not a fan of the terrain, just banging the terrain around, moving it to suit his own needs.
He keeps punching
it. Somebody should just tape that terrain down to the table, because he's just sliding around, changing angles. What is this madness? This is the sloppiest terrain game I've ever seen from
He's trying to
Nick
shove it in there.
himself.
Have you ever done like a puzzle with family member? One of those family members that like cuts up pieces to make them fit. That's exactly what he just tried to do with his raider. It's
I have never seen a family member cuts up pieces to make them fit. What kind of sacrilegious, like, and what are you talking about, Dustin? That is terrible. The puzzle cutting. What kind of monsters do you do activities with at home?
My family, we get puzzles done. They may not be right.
We're a family of entrepreneurs. If I can't make it happen, I'm going to make it happen.
We are leading the way in the new age of how to do puzzles. We don't confine to what they think we should put the pieces into. We make our own way. That's right.
I do not agree with your interpretation of how this puzzle should go together.
That's right.
Okay, so while Nick Navasi is doing his turn, we'll come back and check in. Let's jump over to Colin versus
Let's go back to Colin.
Let's go back to the Rock'em Sock'em Robots Extravaganza.
Everybody wants to see the buttons being pressed. Who's pressing the button faster? There's still the same amount of stuff on the board right now. Okay.
I press the buttons. Yep.
But
to toot my own horn here, Dustin. That's right.
You're really good at pressing buttons fast?
I am really good at pressing buttons the fastest. Not just fast, the fastest.
You're good at like the Mario Party games.
Listen to this. That was me pressing a single button.
I don't think I heard anything. I don't
really?
believe it actually happened. Yeah.
Well, let's dive in. Here we are.
Listen to this. You just went quiet for like 3 seconds. You proved nothing.
Fine. Let's go back to the game, Dustin. Tell us what you see, other than it seems like Colin lost both of the land speeders. Big loss there. In my opinion, he's now had to move his suppressors onto that objective in the middle of the board, because it's like the only other fast units that he has available to really kind of try and get those points.
No, exactly. And he lost the squad on the left-hand side too, so he doesn't have much left to start taking those squads to the middle and getting the objectives. He's losing the resources, the fast resources he has, but it looks like he still has all of his dreadnoughts right now. And like we said before, that one Redemptor that went down to 9, it obviously is going to get healed, so it's probably back up to 12 now. So if he's just shooting right now, maybe we should go to the player audio so we can see what's going on there, because I want to know how the shooting phase goes for him, because it can make a big swing if he goes right.
Okay, you've heard it here first, folks. Into the shooting phase.
The dudes here. 6 should be fine. 6 is fine.
Where did those racks come from?
These racks?
No, the ones behind you.
These racks? They ran from this building.
Oh, okay,
Yeah. Okay. Let's see who's closest. 5.5. 4. More than 4. So this guy has to go towards the slits. This guy has to go that way, so that's no problem. Over here, which is into Vanguard people.
If I'm not in combat, I have to go towards the slits?
If you, they are in combat. I just charge them.
No, but if I'm not in combat with the slits.
Yeah, it's closest model, wherever direction it is. 7 inches here. Base these two. Base here. I'll base the bike. Why not? And base there. Okay. Succubus going into the bikes. 8. All the way on the end here. And Incubi going into your Vanguard vet there.
7.
5
No
is
AP.
plenty.
7 saves. AP 1.
Oh, thank you. Yes, 7 AP 1.
So
Not
7
in
AP
cover.
1. There's 1 inside in cover.
Oh, I didn't know
So
there was 1 inside.
3 ups.
I'll fix
3
that
ups.
a
He
little
takes a
more
wound.
technically
Is
if
he
I
even
need
in
to.
coherency?
Hellions
These
going
guys are
in
more
the
than
same
2
squad.
inches from the wall.
He's like right against the wall.
I
Is
believe
that
you.
coherency? He's okay. He's okay. He's okay. So he's on 1 wound.
Okay.
Just sure. Cover everywhere. Bright dice.
Who's he? Which guy is he in currency with? Because like this move block jacked my whole turn. So
Okay, I mean, he can. This move. This does not.
That makes
change
me feel
the-
better.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I didn't. Did it very
okay.
clean.
Well, I
apologize.
didn't fucking know he was there.
Yeah.
That's what that issue was. I would not have shot them first.
Do you want to redeclare?
No, I don't.
It's not.
No, I don't. It's my own fault for not knowing he was there. Next up, we'll shoot the Tech Marine at them. He doesn't have another target. He didn't advance. He'll hit 3 times. He'll wound twice.
AP 2
AP
on this
1.
group,
Actually, this one's
4
AP
up,
2.
So he dies. And then
One of them is at AP 2.
And isn't it AP 1 base? And
Storm
it's
of Fire.
assault?
Storm
It's
of Fire.
AP 1 base, then
Storm of
AP
Fire.
2.
AP 1 base. Storm of Fire makes it 2.
But you're assault, so you're it's a AP 2 on all of them. All of them are AP 2 because it's tactical and it's assault weapon.
Thank you. Yes,
So
AP
then,
2.
so he dies, and then these guys will have 5 ups, and they're okay.
Maybe 2, by the way. I don't.
No, I don't. I'm not at all interested in your AP2. It sucks. I don't. Yeah, don't make a big deal about this. But you suck and should feel bad. All right, Chapter Master guy is gonna put. God, I hate this. What? No. I have a time update. We are not playing on a clock. There's 10 on that guy.
Yes, 10 left.
God, I hate this. I'm just not going to kill anything this turn, and it feels terrible.
Not good on the killing people turn.
No, this is going terribly. I'll do plasma into that guy, for sure, and then I'll do my little shooting to these guys. Since the other one did nothing with all of his little shooting, we'll give it a go. This is the chapter mastered one at least. Heavy plasma, 6 shots.
There you go. -1 to be hit, so 4s, but rerolling.
I've hit 4 times. Okay,
It's also
though 1 hit, 1 wound, AP2.
Takes a wound, kills the multi in
Yep.
front.
Should have shot the Stormbolters first. I'm very tired, evidently. Onslaught. 7 hits. 1 AP2.
Rerolling once to wound because of your lieutenant aura.
Thank you. 2 AP2s, 2 AP1s.
Stormbolters, so they don't stack, right? So they're all just
Thank you. 4 AP1s.
3 ups.
No, 3
one takes a wound.
AP1s. Sorry.
3. He's fine, and then the AP1s, he's fine, but I had taken a wound, so I'm just gonna keep the wound.
Okay. Now the Stormbolters.
If that was the Gatling, you had a 3, so I owe you 1 more save because you
I
wound on
think you do too.
3s. He's fine.
I think that's why I pulled that 3 aside, and then he said Stormbolters at me, and I was like, oh shit, it's Stormbolters.
Was it me?
All right, here's 5 Stormbolters that are AP1.
5 Stormbolters AP1 on 3-ups. Kills the guy.
Okay. His army's impossible for me to kill, evidently. That's going to be...
And we're back from Salt Lake City.
Ooh,
Let's,
the move block. The move
ooh,
block.
the move blocking
on Jaime's
was
charge
burned.
it was so big. He blocked those
Burned
dreads.
into my soul.
Colin just tried to fit through there and couldn't. And
Yep.
shade was thrown. As a
Shade was
good
thrown.
play was made.
You know, we asked for a time update though, so we've got Nick Naravati, I believe, has like 30-some minutes, with Fred having about 20-some minutes, and then Jaime and Colin decided to not use a chess timer because since they're fighting dreadnoughts, they're gonna clock each other out.
Well, oh.
Get it?
Why did you actually have to say that? Why? Oh my god.
You know why? You know why? It was about time.
Oh my god. Somebody stop him.
Yeah.
Why? Let's talk about this game right now so I can try to get this. I can't. There's this sour taste in my mouth now. I didn't even say it. My ears are hurting.
Your ears are hurting.
My ears are hurting from hearing these jokes, and my
Hmm.
heart hurts from trying to beat through it. Oh my god. Okay. So
A beating heart joke. Come on.
yeah,
Come on. How did you beat through it with a heart joke? Ah, man, you're just like fueling the fire. And I love it. So tell us what's happening on your screen. Now, of course, if you're just tuning in, welcome. I'm Scary, and this is Dustin from the Stutter Scrub podcast. And we're here shoutcasting Charity Hammer, which is a event that has top players from all over. Top players and great players, great people. And they've come to support a great cause, Child's Play, raising money to help kids with toys and activities while they're in long-term care at hospitals. So make sure that you head over to the link and donate to support a great cause. We're trying to crush $40,000. That's the goal. $40,000 is actually the stretch goal, and we're over $32,000. So make sure that you head on over, donate. For every $30 donation, you get a raffle ticket into a plethora, a smorgasbord. Is that how you say that? Justin?
smorgasbord.
Smorgasbord of prizes. I mean, we just gave away some cool ones not too long ago, so stay tuned for that. And yeah, no money of this goes to anybody involved except the charity. That's it. That's it. It goes straight to the charity, every penny. So,
Every penny, which
I'm super excited about.
amazing.
Yeah, and the highlight of this weekend has been this GT. I feel it's just been like the poster child of the event, and right now we're in
Oh,
the
of course.
quarterfinals.
We are in the quarterfinals. Right now we have Jaime against Colin with the Rock'em Sock'em Robot matchup with the Space Wolf Dreadnoughts versus the Ultramarine Dreadnoughts. And right now, Jaime has a very good position right now. He's blocked out Colin from being able to move up his Dreadnoughts too far. He did lose it looks like he lost the Seal of Oath Dreadnought in the back there, the one that was Seal of Oath. So it makes sense. You're rerolling wounds against this thing, it's definitely going to go down. I think he still has at least one, if not both of his. No, he only has the one. He only has the one contender. He still has the contender there. Colin is trying to shoot it right now, though, I believe. I think that's what he's shooting at. Maybe we should we be going back to the. Oh, no, he's trying to kill the drop pod. No,
Well,
no, the wolf, the long
long
fangs.
fangs.
Sorry, the long fangs.
Yeah.
That's what I meant
Like-
when I said drop pod.
So we'll see.
But-
Like he's able to kind of take out the shooting, but I believe Jaime is prepared to start losing dreadnoughts. Like I feel like that
Yeah.
trade is not one he's worried about. He's gonna be able to stop. It seems he's stopping Colin from getting his Oath of Movement this turn. Like Colin
Mhm.
can't really get anything, and then he's got a unit of Wolfguard in that middle objective that could just hop out on the middle of the
And do
board. They
more.
can now hop out and go kill everybody on the objective that's in the bottom right-hand corner of Colin's
Mhm.
deployment zone. And now all of a sudden, Colin has lost another objective. He gets a banner pulled down off of him, and then it's just like even if he has a great couple of turns, I don't know if he'll be able to come back in terms of scoring for the late game.
Yeah, he's actually done Jaime's actually done a great job getting the points in his favor and taking control of this game right now. Like Colin, it doesn't have enough on that objective right now. If that drop pod which is on that objective, which I'm sure it is, which means he does have to deal with it if he wants to get Stranglehold right now, because he doesn't have anything on the right objective, does
Well,
he?
even if he got Stranglehold, he has to have 3 objectives and have more.
That's
So
right.
he'd
He
have
has
to
to
do
think about that one
something.
too.
He'd have to do something about the objective way on the other side. So it's like it's pretty much impossible for him to score it unless he somehow has enough shooting to kill everything that Jaime's put on that objective, which
Yeah.
then can put another banner up on that objective as well. So then
Mm-hmm.
Jaime gets a banner, a third banner up, and can pull potentially one of Colin's down. And even though Colin has a lot of dreadnoughts and can kill a lot of stuff, Jaime can then sort of like sit back and like
Yeah.
just not die, if
And
that makes sense.
he's in cover there too, so he's got a lot of saves there. There's not a lot of minuses coming from those dreadnoughts aside from like the macroplasma. He's just hoping for mortal wounds from the Volkites and the plasma doing the damage to those guys, but it doesn't look like he's doing enough of them right now. That definitely needs to be the focus, because as you're saying, if they don't die, not only does it deny him Stranglehold, it gives him a banner, takes him down a banner. Oh no! Apparently the shots actually did nothing. Nothing.
Nothing.
I saw one wound go down. Then he's charging.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
no, that is not good for Colin. He
Nope.
needed to do some damage there, and now he has to charge into these guys because he needs the slingshot himself back up there. It's only going to be 3 inches because even killing them, he only gets to consolidate after he fights, because he can't go any further. He can't get past them. He needs as much movement as he can to get up the board now with those things. And I don't even know if he can fit that other dreadnought into the close combat. I don't think he can. He's already rolling to hit. No.
Yeah. No, I guess he's
Boy.
just moving a little bit. I think he's trying to get somebody in, like he's trying to get a dreadnought within 6 inches, right? Like to
Yeah.
try and get his oath the moment. But you know,
Exactly.
Jaime's shown excellent positional
Mhm.
awareness in this game, and he's using the terrain and the angles that the terrain are giving him excellently based on how Colin had placed his block of dreadnoughts. Colin kind of went on a sort of like off center. Yeah, within and Jaime's using the pieces of terrain and the big bulk of those dreadnought bases to sort of like funnel him through into that area and make it very hard for him to score points.
Mhm. I agree. Like his spatial awareness in this game has been phenomenal to be able to control those. That's the one downside of like the heavy dreadnought list, because if there's a lot of terrain blocking that they can't just move around freely like this, even just like the one little crystal on the bottom left objective there, it makes it a lot harder for him to maneuver around when he wants to move his dreadnoughts out. And Jaime used the terrain perfectly, was just a single marine on that left side, so the dreadnoughts couldn't fit through, and it hemmed him in there, so he can't get through. He can't get his oath of moment. He's having trouble getting more stuff on the left side objective. He's going to keep this game at a very well controlled point score for himself, because he's keeping Colin down on points that he just can't get back. Like that stranglehold, he's never going to get back now. So he's starting to pull ahead in this near. I'm not going to call it a mirror matchup, but it's close. It's close.
Well, Marines are Marines. I feel like
Marines
the
are Marines.
core of a competitive Marine list is very similar. You got Contemptor Volkite Dreadnoughts, you got some sort of Lightning Claw or Storm Shield in there somewhere. And you've got maybe some Redemptor Dreadnoughts. And then the rest of it are really based on your chapter, right? In the terms of the Space Wolves, he's taking Wolf Guard with Jump Packs and Lightning Claws. And in case of the Ultramarines, he's taking some suppressors and some additional, Dreadnought support.
Yeah,
However,
definitely.
we got an update from the Jim Vessel versus Anthony's game. So that's and this is the losers bracket. It's like a little RTT that they're doing. And right now, Jim Vessel's up 20 to 11 points. Really kind of putting the work on the Drukhari list. I will say that's probably because I played against Jim with a very similar list with lots of Chronos, and I think he learned a few things from that game.
Yeah, so he's used to playing against that. Okay, so he's got the
Exactly.
experience. He knows. He's ready for it.
Yep, that's usually how it works. Except Anthony has no Void Raven bombers, which of course means it's not as explosive as it could be.
Yes, of course.
Mhm.
Oh, yes, that drop pod is on 2 objectives. It is on the back objective and the middle one.
Look at
That's
it.
correct.
Now it can only pick one objective
Yes,
to
it
be
can only
on,
pick one
right?
to hold. That's one thing to
Yeah.
keep in mind. It can only pick one to hold, but it is touching both of them. Yes.
Yes. Okay, so let's dive in to our game number 1, where Fred is playing against Nick Donavati, and Fred is pulling ahead with 28 to 15
Yeah.
points so far. As we've got the
Drukhari's got to start
Deathwatch.
pulling it back now. So let's see if Nick can actually pull this in. Like we were saying, he's setting up for a later game win if he could. But it looks like he did put Fred down to a 5.
Very good. Very good.
He did it. He's doing it. Okay. See, he's got this. He's setting up for it. He's doing exactly what we said he needed to do. And Fred is very condensed into that one objective on the left hand side there, and Nick is trying to overwhelm it, but not with everything he has. He still has more resources to put in there turn after turn right now.
I agree 100%. I think he definitely has to pull in. We'll be jumping over to that feed as well and getting involved with the Nick versus the Nick game. Now, I think that
You think?
Nick needs to. Yeah, I think. Well, do I think? I think. But
You think?
pulling Fred down to 5 is important. The thing is, those dreadnoughts, they shoot so much. I'm surprised that Nick has not used rapid encirclement or rapid outflanking.
Yeah, that's true.
The stratagem that
true.
allows you to put a Drukhari transport and its contents back into our strategic reserve,
Well, maybe
allowing
he
it to
did.
come in. And another thing is Nick doesn't have any Trueborn. And I feel Trueborn are one of the best units in the Drukhari.
I agree with that. Trueborn are so like if you have for every Archon you have, you need a Trueborn. It's
Correct.
just
Especially if you're
you have
paying
to.
for the Master Archon. Like
Yes,
Nick
exactly.
paid for Master Archon, 0 Trueborn. You're wasting
Yep.
so much potential not having
Why
a
you
unit
do this to
Trueborn
us?
in there.
Because Nick himself is not a Trueborn. Okay. All right. He's vat grown. All right, we have to make sure the table boss gets to throw their shade too. Yes, because Nick
Yes,
himself is not
100%.
Trueborn. He is a vat grown. Okay, that
He is
sure.
a vat
because he-
grown. Correct. I 100% agree with that.
all right.
That makes all the sense now, Dustin. I feel like you can
I feel
only
validated.
play Drukhari well if you're a Trueborn. If not,
I
then
feel
you're a
validated.
Vatborn. Yep.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. And this we
Okay,
already
so in
knew
this-
that when you said earlier that he paid you to make this list. We know it's not true because there's no Trueborn and there's no Void Raven. So we already got that.
Yeah, I already lied already, so
You
that's
already
fine.
lied about that.
Now I'm surprised he didn't kill that last biker on that objective in the back there. So it seems like, all those dreadnoughts, like is he touching any of the dreadnoughts? Like the dreadnoughts shoot a lot in close combat. They have the macro plasmas, so they can't shoot those blasts in combat. But those stormbolters and Gatling cannons will kill most things in close combat. And it is and he's moving the biker away. Interesting. I guess does he have an apothecary in this list? I didn't see an apothecary.
I didn't see one actually. No, he had to have had one. I know I said apothecary. I don't know if it was in this list or not. Let me pull it up again here. There is no apothecary.
Interesting.
Huh.
Well, because if you had an apothecary, I guess that would be really good to bring back like bikes and stuff, and kind of like
Well,
bring them back.
he
to
only
life.
has the 20 models that he could take it back, so I understand why he feels like it's probably unnecessary. The Tech Marine is definitely more
too, but
important than the apothecary.
That biker being able to bring models back and having them closer to charge, and like just doing there's so many things you can do with that apothecary.
Oh,
It's
it is
so
very.
powerful.
But let's be honest. The only the best apothecary is the Ravenwing one. That one is just mwah. Oh, it's because of the longer aura range for whatever reason, and it's
No, that was
faster.
FAQ'd. That was FAQ'd.
It's a
But yes, it
longer
is a lot.
range.
It's a lot. It is a lot faster. No, it is not a longer range. Okay,
And
Dustin.
double move.
how
It
that
can double
works.
move, so it's great.
Maximum Bob UK saying, "Let's go, Fred!" with a bunch of exclamation points. Shoot him that hard. He likes it. Talking about Nick, I'm assuming Nick likes to remove models after he gets shot.
Okay.
I
He
can
also
neither confirm
thinks
nor
that Rack
deny
slap.
that.
If you watched his game yesterday, that he made it very clear that Rack slap. So we're gonna
They
have
do
to see
slap?
some Rack slapping. Yes, Rack
I
slap.
haven't seen. I've only seen him removing racks from the table this game.
Well, maybe they're slapping while they did it.
That is true, or just clapping. So what we're doing is top of 4. So this is the Deathwatch. So even though there's a dreadnought with a giant Ultramarines symbol on his shoulder pad, this is a Deathwatch army.
Yep, it is.
It is, and it is a Deathwatch army that is very, very similar to what John Lennon was playing after he played his Ultramarine Dreadnought army, and then sort of
That's right.
switched it a little bit to Deathwatch and took it to some GTs.
That's right. It's a very, very good list, actually. I think this is more where that the Ultramarine list is going to need to start heading because of where the meta is heading right now. I actually like the ability to switch to whatever chapter tactic you need at the time. I think that's such a strong ability, and I don't. Seal of Oath is was one of the reasons, and the fallback and charge or fallback and shoot for Ultramarines, right? That's one of the main reasons you're taking Ultramarines. And
Redeploy, so you could kind of get
the
really
redeploy is
aggressive
obviously because
with
that's why you
the
have the Invictors in there.
Invictor suits, yeah. And then
Yeah.
if you don't go first, you can pull them back and get very conservative with them.
To
So
be
it gives you like
honest,
good tactical
yeah,
options and whatnot.
it does.
Mhm.
I like I actually like the combination of the Ultramarine Ravenwing for that kind of a list. For a list this style where you're relying on more dreadnoughts and then you have some great infantry, I think the Deathwatch is actually a great way to do it because you can mix up together and get these cheeky bike infantry obsec units that are just stupid value for what they can do right now. That can do any of the chapter tactics that you need them to do whenever you need them to do them. So I'm a versatile player. I like being able to change what I can do based on what I'm playing. That's why I'm a huge fan of like summoning points. I'm a huge fan of being able to change your tactics mid-game like the Deathwatch can do. So obviously I'm more of a fan of this style than the plain Ultramarines. Although Jaime's Space Wolf list is kind of impressing me right now. And I like what it can do as well. So
It's the thing. It's funny. We're seeing 3 sort of like Space Marine lists in this like quarterfinal matches, and they're all relatively similar at the core. They've got the Redemptors, they've got the Volkites, and then everything else sort of mixes and matches. I also want to make a note that the secondaries that Fred picked in this matchup really tie in well to playing against Nick. They have like an anti-Xenos one where they just get a point for killing Xenos units. So he's going to max that out pretty quickly. And then he's got one where he's trying to kill stuff in with different weapon options based on, what doctrines he's using, tactical doctrine, or assault doctrine, or heavy doctrine as well. And then Nick's secondaries, I think, have sort of like come to bite him in the butt, to be honest.
yeah, I think he was taking more of his standard secondaries. He'll take in most matchups, but some of them are a little risky in this one for sure. And he might be realizing it now, or he might be ready to start making his points back. But he only has 2 turns to do it, so he's got to start making these points back quick.
But he's gonna run out of
Now,
models at this point.
He
You know what I
will,
mean? Like,
as long as he doesn't run out of those 3 models that he needs, because those are 15 points in the bank that he's gonna need to keep now.
yes, I agree.
I don't think he can afford to start throwing away those units now. Like he can't use Rizar or that rack unit. Fred went first though, didn't he?
Yes. So
That's
Nick
a
does
big
have
deal for
bottom of
Nick.
turn.
Yeah, that's a
Like
big
it's
deal for
gonna
Nick.
really help, but he's gonna need to have stuff left to make it
Yes.
count. Right? And those dreadnoughts, anything he puts out in the open just dies. And because Nick took Stranglehold and the way the board is set up right now, like those dreadnoughts can pretty much shoot to any objective in any part of the table.
Yeah, that's why they're in a great place. That's why I like being on that left middle objective for them, because like you said, they can see basically anything except for the one right in front of them.
Based on like how this goes, I feel like, okay, based on like the end of this, Nick's next turn. So Nick's turn 3? Yeah. Nick's
4.
turn 3.
This is top of 4.
This is top of 4?
Yeah, I believe it's
Nick
top of
only
4.
has
Isn't it, Seth?
5
Correct me.
points, top of 4?
That can't be right. This
Yeah, that
gotta
can't be
3,
right. This is 3. This is top of 3. Must be top of 3.
The top of 4 must have been for Colin.
Yeah, I believe this is top of 3 for Nick versus Fred. Because they've only scored primary twice. And I will say though, based on what Nick does in his bottom of 3, I think this is Fred's game, to be honest. I don't think Nick has enough oomph in positionally to take advantage of the board state. I think he's going to run out of steam.
Okay, well, with Fred moving out of the top left too, like he's going to be pressuring those objectives. I think if correct, the top of 3, yes. Okay, so it is top of 3. All right, that makes sense. The world makes sense again. Nick needs. Okay, so apparently Nick didn't know what turn it was, so that was the mistake. maybe that's why it's going this way right now. Nick is trying to reposition to get to that right side now. I think he's trying to turn into a hammer and anvil, or rather, Fred is turning into a hammer and anvil, and Nick is just forced into it because otherwise he's going to get shot off the table if he doesn't use that. That middle piece of terrain is going to help him in that though, because it means he can hold that objective still. So he's still going to at least hold one objective the whole turn and protect a couple of units. He's going to have to start putting things there to protect them, to keep them for the last turn then, because he needs enough resources on his last turn to get the 15 and get the 15 from his to the last, because that's 30 points that he's going to need to keep in his pocket and not overcommit too much, and just make sure that Fred's not getting like any 15s on primary.
Yeah, but if he's gonna like how Nick is gonna go into turn 3. He still has turn 3, and then Fred still has turn 4 and turn 5. So Fred has 2 more shooting phases after this, and 2 more combat phases. Right.
Yep.
So Nick what's Nick gonna have left after 2 combat phases, or 2 shooting phases?
That's
like,
what I mean. He's got to hide.
Other than he's gonna have to hide. But because of the way that the terrain is angled, he can't really hide. And now he's going to lose his objective in the top right-hand corner, or top left-hand corner, because there's dreadnoughts that have charged in and use those 2 racks as sort of like a stepping stone. Right? So they'll step stone and they'll pile in and consolidate even further into his lines. And then nothing is safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be rough. He's definitely on the back foot right now, because Fred's going to have
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be
everything.
surprised if after Nick's turn they sort of talk it out. I feel
Really?
like Fred.
You think it's that bad, eh?
I think, yeah, as a Dark Eldar player, positionally, Nick is he's in a really bad position. And he's a great player, but I don't know if he can come back from it.
Well, speak to us as a Drukhari player, because we all know that you don't ever shake hands mid-game. You always play
of course
it out,
not.
right?
Yeah, I
so,
would play it out.
You playing it out, what are you doing?
He doesn't have any Trueborn, so...
I would remake my list with Trueborn and Void Raven Bombers. That is not an option right now.
Void Raven Bombers would have helped him so much. Especially, you know what I mean? Like, it's just Void Raven Bombers.
Aren't here, Scary. Get over it. You got to use it without the Void Raven. They're dead.
Why
they're,
are you
they're
hamstring?
They died to plasma.
No, they did not, because I would have put them in reserve, okay? If I didn't go first. Come on. Come on, buddy. You know me better than this. Okay, so if I'm Nick in this situation, I'm making a play for the 15 points on turn 5.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to conserve enough energy to push Fred down to a 0 on his turn 5. So essentially what I'm trying to do is on my 4th turn, moving out to contest and take as many as I can, or many objectives I can, to stop him from scoring points on the bottom of 5, and then having enough left in the tank for me to score 15 points in my turn. I think if I can pull that off, then you can flip the game.
Oh, so what I was saying before about saving resources to have a good turn 5 and make sure he doesn't get his primary, eh? I think you're agreeing with me again. I think because what just happened.
I think you and I are very similar in terms of the philosophy of how we play this game, Dustin.
Yes, that's exactly the point. We definitely think the same.
Which is why I love playing against you, Dustin, every time. It's like a chess match on steroids, and I love it.
It's great, and we're going to be playing again soon, because we got matched up in the Canada versus Canada scrim.
Oh, I'm really excited about that.
It'll be good.
I definitely told Chris, I was like, this is a red matchup. Don't put me up into this matchup. And he was like, sure, let's do it. So I have nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Exactly. So we're going to dive in, folks. We're going to go back to the Colin versus Jaime game, which is the second game we've been shoutcasting today. Of course, of the quarterfinals of the 32-person GT, where we had 32 players seeded and paired up in sort of like a pairing process. Single elimination. So players just play one game. If they lose, they lose. That's it. They're out. They're gone. They're gonzo. They are no more. They are kaput. And we'll be diving in. This is kaput. And we'll be going over. Great. So in the Jamie versus Colin game, we've got Jaime. Sorry.
Oh, there
Jaime
you go. Rock'em Sock'em Robots is happening. It's happening right now.
Rock'em Sock'em Robots is
there we go.
physically happening because they are punching each other, and that's hilarious, and I love it. So we've got. This is exactly what we came here for, folks. We've got Colin sort of like has been out positioned. Jaime has been able to really kind of put the pressure on Colin, and it seems like Jaime right now is in a position to just take the objectives and just kind of run away with it. Even though Colin has like dreadnoughts left and some stuff left, he's just in a little bubble, and Jaime is everywhere else.
Yeah, he is hedging him in with as little units as he needs, and he's going everywhere else he needs to be as well. Oh, looks like that one of the heads popped off.
One of the
The head
rockin'
popped
socking
off.
robots went
Jaime
rockin'
presses
and
buttons
socked him.
faster than Colin. That's
He
what we've
did press
decided
the
now.
buttons. I would not be surprised if
Yeah.
this is going to be called and there'll be a friendly handshake and they'll talk it out. But we called this like about I think on the second turn. Like after the second turn, we just knew positionally that Colin was in a bad spot.
Yeah, Jaime positioned perfectly as we were saying.
Yeah, excellent positioning there. And the secondary. So that's one of the things. Also, Grey Knights versus Thousand Suns. The pre-release went up today. And I was looking at a couple of things. There is a stratagem Grey Knights can use where they can switch a secondary after secondaries have been.
What?
Yeah, after you reveal
What?
secondaries
Is that
with your
a
opponent,
thing?
they can spend a command point to change one of their secondaries. I thought that's going to be
You know
so
what?
good.
You know what? That means Gene Stealer Cult are going to get that, because if Grey Knights get that,
No, get
and
out
Gene
of
Stealer
it.
Cult
Get out of
don't,
here.
I will
No,
flip
no.
so many tables.
No.
I'll flip so many tables. I'm going to ruin picnics all over the country. It's going to be bad. It's bad. They already got a
Gene
cheaper
Stealer-
lying in wait. I'm already mad about that.
Gene Stealer Cult don't get anything fun. Okay, they don't deserve anything fun. I think they are packing up now.
The hiding secondary. Oh yeah.
It's kind of like the Gene Stealer Cult. They're packing it up.
Wow. Let's go back over the other game before I punch Scary in the face over this one. You need someone to distract me here. Engage.
The airwave. Okay, so here we are, the Fred versus Nick game, where Fred's definitely in the driver's seat for this game. Nick, of course, Nick it might be down, but he's never out. Considering he is a veteran of many, many tournaments. He's been playing since he's 14 or something like that, and he's I think he's in his 20s now. Maybe he's 23 or 24. So he's been on the scene for 10 years?
10 years sounds about right, yeah.
10 to 12 years or so. I didn't really start playing competitively till 2018, Dustin.
You know what's funny? I didn't start playing competitively until 2018 as well.
Oh, look at that. It's like great minds think alike.
Yeah, we both just you know what? I think it's time. We got some comments in the chat. I mean, Dark Gator's can hide the secondary. Yes, and G-Circle can too. Exactly. Oh, I think this is a good question for Scary. Why the GSC hate, Scary? Why do you hate GSC
You
so much?
confuse hate with admiration.
Oh, it's admiration, is it? I think it's fear.
Jealousy.
I think it's fear.
Pure
I'll
jealousy.
take jealousy.
Yeah. You know how awesome it would be for me to have a stratagem that could switch my secondaries? You know how powerful that would be in my hands? You know how awesome that would be?
Psh, you got a new Vect. That's
Okay. Ooh, what we can do. Okay, Dustin.
I can't even keep a straight face when I say that because it makes me so happy.
Now get out of here. I'm gonna make your stratagem 1 point more expensive.
You vecting my Vect now is amazing. It's like you next time you use that Vect, it's 4 CP now. Well, damn. I guess my once a game thing I won't be using again after I use it this time.
Well,
You
the
bastard.
score has gone in. He's up to 25 points to Fred's 37 points, moving into Fred's turn. However, Fred will be scoring, I believe, another 10 points. There's some charging happening. Okay, so Nick
He's
is,
punching
I
some terrain and then making the charges.
Yeah, Nick just moves all the terrain if he wants to, which is completely fine as well.
Of course.
Welcome to everybody who's tuning in. Thanks for hanging out with us today. We are here doing a shoutcast of the Charity Hammer Weekend Extravaganza, which is pretty awesome and cool. And
It is amazing.
yeah, so our aim is to raise $40,000 now, Dustin. $40,000. Oh my goodness! And while you and I have been chatting, it's gone up to a little over $32,000 to $32,200. So a couple of people have opened their wallets and donated. Thank you so much, everybody. Make sure that if you can't
Heroes.
donate, make sure that you share the stream on your social medias.
Yes, we all want to make sure that if you can't donate, that's okay. If you're enjoying the stream, that's all we want from you. Just share it around, just get everybody in here, because this is the top level content you will get with awesome commentating, awesome streams, and awesome games. You cannot get better than this right now. So even just sharing it, you're already helping the cause. So good on you guys. Good on you.
Red thinks that Nick is winning the positioning game right now. Interesting. It's interesting to see the
Oh.
psychology of the players.
Does Nick see something that you don't? Is it?
Well,
is
it might be
Archive
more
Nick
like
now?
at the same time, I don't really sure what is in these raiders, if that makes sense.
He's whispering sweet nothings into his ear right now, and Nick. Huh?
I don't know. I think look,
Okay.
Nick is definitely going for the jugular in terms of the primary. So he might end up having enough to just stop Fred from scoring primary at all. Now, if he can do that, then Nick might be in a position to win. Oh, and he's got the Scourge and stuff as well. Interesting. Because now we're moving into what? Nick's turn 3, I believe?
Yeah, so
He
this is
might
when
have
the rest of his
enhanced.
reinforcements will be coming in.
Mm-hmm. He might have enhanced other sales that Raider up to just kind of like get some, like maybe that's a witches in there or something. I'm not sure. I'm curious to see. Can we get an update, table bosses, of what is in the Raiders? I'm curious. Because
He
if
went
there's
to the
still stuff
bathroom.
in those
Sky. Read the
Raiders,
Discord. He's in the bathroom. Give him a minute.
he
Give him a
should
minute.
be listening to us, knowing this information
Wait, this
while
is our
he's on a
chance.
bio break.
He's not here, so make sure you talk about if Trueborn were in that Raider right now. Whew, that would be pretty good, right? Trueborn.
If he had a Void Raven
If
bomber.
he had a Void Raven bomber in Trueborn, we can talk about this
Yep.
till Seth gets back because he was sick of hearing about it. But if he had Trueborn and a Void Raven bomber, oh man, that would be pretty good right now. I'm curious what he's planning on doing with it though. Oh, what is going on here?
I don't know. What is going on?
What is going on?
What is going on? Well, the thing about Dreadnoughts is they kill a bunch of stuff. I'm curious to see, like, I guess he's keeping his, and then again, Nick does have 15 points hidden away to the last as well.
Yes,
so I guess in terms of scoring, like, you could add like 10 to 15 points to Nick, and he still has, he's got 30, 40 points. So it's actually a lot closer than it might seem. I was just considering the secondaries.
Everybody
so
always
Nick-
forgets about the to the last, man. They always forget about to the last.
One of the
Every single
reasons
game I play.
when I'm playing, I literally mark it down as a 15.
They are talking it out now
Oh
in Nick's
my
favor.
Goodness gracious. This is madness, I tell you.
My arms are
madness.
raised. Who was right? I got it right. That's
No,
right.
get out of here, Dustin.
I
You're not
got
allowed
it.
to be right.
I
You're
love being
not
right.
allowed to
I
be
get
right.
tired of it sometimes. That's right.
Fat Dingo giving you and I some credit, saying we're the new Golden Boys of shoutcasting 40k. What? Madness.
What?
I feel all we needed was a chance, Dustin.
Just a chance. That's all we needed. I almost said chance in a British accent there. That was bad. That is not okay. Let's not do that.
DZ, Nick to the last.
It was the racks, one of the rack units, the 10-man racks.
One of the rack, the 10-man, the 195 rack unit, the 95-point rack unit, because then it's the same cost as the Raider, the Court of the Archon, and Drazar. Great to the lasts, I guess, as well.
Yeah, perfect.
See, what is your opinion on talking things out, Dustin, when it comes to competitive play? Like, I like talking things out if my opponent wants to, but I'll personally play till the bitter end.
Yes, so I think I've talked about this on the podcast too, because we talked about this. I am not a huge fan of it because I feel like you learn a lot more in games that you're losing. I will never talk about a game that I'm losing. Like if my opponent is winning and he's like, "Hey, let's just talk out the rest of it." No, we're playing this because I want to see what I can do. Yes, I can see that I probably will still lose this, but I want to play it out because you learn more from it when you actually play it out. Talking it out, I'm not a fan of it, but I understand in Charity Hammer specifically because they're playing so many games. You got to give them a little bit of a break. And because it's single elimination, the points won't matter for the guys that lose the game. It comes down to the point that, you know what? I'm tired. I cannot see a way to win this. Let's talk this one out because I've got 6 more games to play in the next 9 hours and I have to sleep in that time too. So I'm going to have to concede this one. So I get it. I definitely get it. In a regular tournament, absolutely not. No. But
You know, I
understand
get
what
your
they're doing
point
here
there,
for sure.
and I totally understand. If you and then if anybody watching out there wants to get into, say, quote unquote competitive 40K, you're playing from the back foot, playing when you're losing. You learn the most when that's the case,
Yes,
and
100%.
you will learn the ins and outs and like what your army's capable of doing when you lack resources.
Mhm.
Like if your army's running out of units, running out of models, there's nothing that you can do about it. That you will learn by sticking to it and playing till the end of the game. Tom Adriani saying it's the stud and the scrub of commentating. You just
Who's
called you a
who?
stud. No, you're
Who's
the
who?
stud, of course. You're the stud. I'm the scrub. That's how that works.
Okay, I'll take
I'll
it. I'll take it.
I'll take being the below the radar scrub. And
Oh, I get it. I get
yeah,
it.
that's how that works.
We always appreciate it, though. Tom always being a avid supporter of the podcast. Love you, buddy.
Super exciting. Well, it seems like they're just counting out all the points and putting it into the trusty BCP app. BCP, your thing for competitive 40 gaming. As
Your
usual,
thing?
Scary is right. You're very welcome. That is great for my ego.
Wow. Just feed it. Feed the monster. Pretty soon he won't be able to get out of his house.
Nope, because my head will inflate everywhere. Okay, so let's, Dustin, why don't you take it away? Why don't you explain to people what we're doing here? What is the whole point of everything that everybody involved has been doing to put together this weekend?
Everything here is about Charity Hammer. We are raising money for Child's Play. Do you know what Child's Play is, Scary?
I have learnt what child's play is, and as a parent, it is true to my heart. And luckily, I've
Yes.
never had to do a long stint of hospital visits with, my son or my family. But I do know that it's not easy, even just sitting in the waiting room.
Mm-hmm.
So I can only imagine when there's like long-term care and you have to take your kid to the hospital. And child's play really helps with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It is an international charity with a network of over 185 hospitals worldwide, and they are the ones providing toys and video game entertainment to assist children that are undergoing medical treatment. So they're having a rough time, and this charity helps them get through it. And we always say that laughter is the best medicine, and kids are always laughing and having fun when they're playing games, have their toys with them, making them happy, and keeping them comfortable. That is exactly what I want to do, and that's why we're all here. And every single cent donated by you guys goes to that charity. So please donate if you can, and if you can't, share the stream, post it, make sure you get more people in here so we can help out these kids and make their lives a little bit easier. And that is why we're here. We are here for the children, and I am proud to be a part of this. And I think we are going to be signing off shortly because that is going to be a handshake from Nick and Fred. Nick pulling out the win after talking it out because Fred felt he wasn't in a position to take it back. So this round is going to be wrapped up here. Nick's going to be moving on, and Jaime's going to be moving on. And I'm going to say right now, Jaime has been ruining my bracket right now because he's now taken out two people that I had winning going into their brackets. So yeah, this is an interesting bracket. I like it.
It is, yeah. Nick Nadavati himself is going into the semifinals, and he will be playing Jaime, the Space Wolf player. Now, I will say though, Space Wolves historically have been an issue for me when I play competitively, Drukhari versus Space Wolves. However, Jaime, Nick has some tricks. You clearly fooled me as an Archon over there in that last game in terms of his positional awareness on the table. But then again, it is Nick Nadavati. He is the brown magic, and I'm excited to see how the John Lennon Mark Perry game and the Tyler versus Hank Adams game that will be coming up in about 20 minutes. So make sure you stay tuned for that in about 25 minutes. And thanks all for hanging out with us, everybody. This has been really, really fun. And make sure you donate, share the stream, and tell people about what we're doing.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for joining us, everybody. And yes, I do. That's a good point, Airborne. I do want to point out Child's Play is a very highly rated charity. So it's a huge percentage that actually goes directly to cause and not overhead. So it is a very well run one. So donating to it is actually very worthwhile for donating to charity. So thank you for pointing that out, too. It's very, very important. And remember, you're going to have another game.
It was my last stint for the weekend. So thank you very much. And thank you for all the love that you've been showing the entire stream and everybody involved. Our table bosses are going to switch to a B-roll stream, but I have been Scary, your grateful host for this game, and this has been
Dustin, your stud of the host.
And I will be the scrub for today because Jesse is nowhere to be found.
That's right. Thanks for joining us, everybody, and you can take it away, Seth.
Why is this camera in the middle here? Because I decided to start dancing in front of John. John said, I'm going to get a minute of content out of you. So I'm going to be here for probably not quite a minute because I can't count. Anyway, flipping this update right over here. Mixing some serious poo-poo shit. I don't know what's going on fully over there. Deathwatch is scary. There's a lot of on the line. Their armies are like this on the front lines. Okay. Jamie went first against Ultramarines, and I don't know fully what's going on. The aim state looks funky as hell. I haven't looked in there. I haven't looked in the pool house. I'm here. Goodbye. Take care. Be brutal mechanic.
I'll try not to swear as much as I usually do.
He didn't have the stomach to stay on this video. He had
Then
to
I'm
run
just
out.
going to sit like Jay and Silent Bob like I usually do with fuckity fuck.
Yeah, but I mean, like sometimes, like if I will sometimes like treat myself to a stream, you know, like my kid's playing Twilight, he's like reading a book or something like that, you know. I'm not even like beer or something like that, and I'll just watch it. But usually it's like I got stuff to do, and I do that.
I'm lazier than that because if I want to find out when something happens, I'll actually call.
Okay,
Be like, did anything cool happen that I want to see? And then they're like,
Okay. Talking forward. Wait, I'm alive? Why am I alive? Why is this camera in the middle here? Because I decided to start dancing in front of John. John said, I'm going to get a minute of content out of you. So I'm going to be here for probably not quite a minute because I can't count. Anyway, flipping this update right over here. Mixing some serious poo-poo shit. I don't know what's going on fully over there. Deathwatch is scary. There's a lot of on the line. Their armies are like this on the front lines. Okay. Jamie went first against Ultramarines, and I don't know fully what's going on. The aim state looks funky as hell. I haven't looked in there. I haven't looked in the pool house. I'm here. Goodbye. Take care. Be brutal mechanic.
I'll try not to swear as much as I usually do.
He didn't have the stomach to stay on this video. He had
Then
to
I'm
run
just
out.
going to sit like Jay and Silent Bob like I usually do with fuckity fuck.
Yeah, but I mean, like sometimes, like if I will sometimes like treat myself to a stream, you know, like my kid's playing Twilight, he's like reading a book or something like that, you know. I'm not even like beer or something like that, and I'll just watch it. But usually it's like I got stuff to do, and I do that.
I'm lazier than that because if I want to find out when something happens, I'll actually call.
Okay,
Be like, did anything cool happen that I want to see? And then they're like,
yeah,
Okay.
right now I feel like unless it's like John and I talking to sisters, I feel like
I don't know what
if I call one of them, a lot of times
Plus
it just feels like the
then the shaman,
mostly one
and
way.
the shaman gives them
So,
presents. They can
with
hit
John and I,
them.
it's a little more
You
two
can't
way.
get multiple
But then also
pluses.
having gone over to up to their house, I went to their house last weekend, and they just like ragdolled me for 2 days straight.
Fuck them.
It's cool. I brought my dog up. You know, they had fun.
Okay,
He
so
had
it's
lots
not
of
bad.
pets. But they loved it, but it was just like right now. I see how busy they are.
There's so much.
So
I just
I want to
don't call
play.
because I feel like
So
at
I'm
that
going to
point,
start
it's
with
like coaching calls. You know?
MSU rubric.
I do like rubric is nobody wants to lose, but man,
jumping
you learn so much
rhinos with flamers, and then rubric's just
Well,
sitting back.
the reason why I went up there is
and then cleaning up.
because I feel like
we didn't look
when we're
at
generally
chaplain
like,
prayers.
secondaries, my stretch feels fine.
We still have a little bit to go.
Micro feels fine.
And then I need to figure out how to play hero.
My technical combat phase and charge phase maneuvers
There's a
have gotten
30-inch
so much better than they were
prayer
a year ago.
that's minus
And
2
I've
to
clutched
advance
a lot of
charge.
games.
Yeah, you
just
pick a
with
unit,
that.
you're like, oh, those demonettes?
And it does one
And
more.
it feels like now I think I'm hitting that
Because
that
then you can
glass ceiling full.
Is that Curse from Sigmar?
Yes. No, Kirsten Sigmar is...
Ruben, Parker,
Minus
Reggie,
one
and everything. I'm like, hey,
No,
what
every
do you think my
six
strengths,
to hit is
weaknesses,
a more
what
like...
is
Oh,
my
yeah.
play
They
style?
shot Doombolt? Can you shot
Because I don't trust myself to
Doombolt just
self-analyze
sucks now.
Well, hold on. There might be
So
another
if I
spell
outscore
not
people
called
against a lot of
Doombolt.
speed bet,
Right?
and I know like what I
The
can stop
spell
working
now
on,
called
what I can start
Doombolt
working
is
on. And I can
cast
also
on
know like, what
6,
factions
flat
are
reach linears.
jive with how I like to
Oh,
play.
it's 100% please.
But there might
So all of them are like you're a very defensive, cagey player. Your head math is excellent. It's super rare that when you commit to shooting something, it doesn't die. They said, however, it seems like for the most part, you come out and turn.
There's this one called Baleful Devotion, which is one of the higher cast ones, and it seems really good. You have to pick a visible unit with 6 or more models, but then roll a d6 equal to the result. Sorry, roll a number of dice equal to the result of the psychic test, which is minimum 8.
Nick was testing New York.
Though you can modify it.
John was testing
And then on a 6 you do D3. So it's like Sigmar, Zinch's Firestorm.
I played this match
and then
like 9
there's
times.
also
I can't crack it.
so say you cast on
We did. We're like, well, it is actually hard.
then you pick up 8 dice.
You go to super major event. What are the odds?
D3 rolls. But if you, it's not unmodified.
So that was an interesting find.
It's the result of the psychic test. So if you roll like a 9 with Armon as a plus 3 caster, and then you bump it up to 12, roll 12 d6, and your 6 is
I'm
your
afraid
D3
of
mortals.
taking damage by some material early. I'm like hyper afraid of it. I think I've just been
And then,
touched by what's
then you can do a bunch of cool stuff. You can be like, oh, my rubrics that I just, or my rubrics that I just jumped over here. They
I almost shoot back in
behind here. And just
so now my positioning is bad.
You can like
And then what ends
spell
up
portal
happening
with
is I get to pull one wildly.
How does the
because I sit there, I'm a great target.
D3 damage does 3? Is that only on a smite?
And I basically just tread water and wait for
Oh,
my
I don't know. I
mistake.
haven't looked at that.
And then I
Then
explode out and then
actual
game
Zinch's Firestorm is just on 5.
Too late. You're down.
No, it's on 5 if you.
John, have you heard of the saddest movie of all time?
I have not.
Okay. Picture this. 1991. You were negative 17 years old. This movie comes out, okay? And they tricked us, people of my age. I'm talking about the movie My Girl. So, Macaulay Culkin, big star, just did Home Alone, smashed Joe Pesci in the face with an iron, probably killed him in real life. We've never seen him since. He's in this movie. The trailer, Dan Aykroyd, fresh off SNL, Ghostbusters, champion. Little Tubby, yeah, Coneheads, little Tubby now, very dad. He was always very dad, really. Anyway, he's playing the father, this really cute girl, and there's this boy who's her best friend, and it seems like a coming of age story, right? And the movie looks like it's about 2 friends just running around, but there's like this omen of like death because the father is like a funeral director. But you know what? It seems fine. Macaulay Culkin. Then they betrayed us. Like half an hour into this movie, people, Macaulay Culkin's running in a forest with his friend. They're having a great time. He trips on a log. Bees. Just a log full of bees. They sting him all over. John, he was allergic. He died. Okay? So picture this. 10-year-old Peter. Yep. Watching this movie with Macaulay Culkin. I'm waiting for Joe Pesci to get hit with an iron in the face. Okay? Macaulay Culkin dies in front of me. Then, next scene. There's a bunch of stuff happening. Wait, they're trying to pretend that he didn't die for the daughter because she's so sad, right? She doesn't understand death because she's young. They have the funeral because the dad's the director. She walks in, sees her dead friend on the plinth, runs up to him. Where are his glasses? He can't see without his glasses. Possibly the worst experience of my life. So I'm saying all this so you understand. Bees are the worst. Bees are terrible. Anybody, like, they're not helping us. They killed Macaulay Culkin. Jerry Seinfeld made a terrible movie with them. They're all liars because you think they're gentle little creatures, but they sting you inside your anus when you least expect it. Then you have a hard time walking
#1 attack zone
for 2 to 3 weeks. Screw bees.
Peter.
Hello.
Tell me about Ruben's hands.
Ruben Fernandez has hands that are softer than anything you've ever touched in your entire life. Let me tell you something. Like, I don't know how I could, like, have you ever held a baby in your arms A baby that has just been filled with talcum powder, like covered in talcum powder. Not filled, that's gross. But, you know, covered in talcum powder, and you're like, wow, this is a soft thing. The baby could be ugly, but you're like, this is so soft and tender. And now imagine that, and then smother that baby in margarine, and then, like, how slippery that would be. That is Ruben Fernandez's hands. You cannot experience something like that without being changed in your soul.
Can you show me where Ruben touched you with his soft hands?
Well, like, he just grazed my fingers the first time. And then after that, after I started calling him Butterfingers, because that is his true name, like, every time we meet, he makes sure to shake my hand in the limpest way possible so that I know who among us is the alpha.
Why'd you heal so fast? You're like, no idea. Anyway, don't look.
But you're learning. I'm learning.
That's right.
We're here to learn. This is
We're here to have
Learning
fun.
Hammer.
Yeah.
Learning Hammer. This is the weekend. That's what it's called.
Yes.
Our director says yes. It's called Learning Hammer. How do you like being the director?
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah.
Oh, you hate it?
The hell is
You want
Val?
to join us? Join us on the
What the heck
couch.
does Val think he's doing?
Join us on the couch. Tell us how your weekend's going.
Oh man, I'm very tired.
Yeah? You
Yeah.
can take a nap out here if you want.
Oh, I might just. Yeah, no, I've just been going around, filming people after games, during games. It's doing some in-game footage of some of the tables that aren't being streamed. So even though you might only get to see 3 or 4 minutes of a deployment zone, it's 2 different players, 2 different armies, some pictures of the armies, kind of stuff like that. So it was. That's been super fun.
You get
and
the
nice to do.
feel of the event.
I get the feel of the event. I get to walk around. So yeah, it's been super good. So far, it could still be ruined.
It could be. We've got 2 days left.
Oh god, there's 2 days left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's intense, man. This is a lot of games.
It is. So you guys, obviously, single elimination tournament decided to draw. So good job on that. And then high five.
Yeah.
Good job.
Which then forced Colin to be like, oh, no, we need to figure out a different result here, boys.
Which forced, Daddy Collins come in and just try and figure out some tiebreaker that sounded fair.
Yeah, 'cause he was just like, what the?
Which I think you did pretty good on, to be honest. Like,
Yeah.
I think it would be really unsatisfying for you both if after like that intense game, you were like, well, let's add up what you killed and do all this kind of things. Like, I don't think that would have been like super satisfying for either of you.
I mean, I definitely didn't kill as much as Danny. I was hanging on with scraps.
So at least you had some chances for 6s to make it all the way through.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. I feel like Danny being like relatively newer with AdMech and me new to this new Orc Codex, like there's definitely room for growth for both of us. I still say AdMech's probably stronger than Orcs as a codex, but
yeah, I agree. No question.
I will say the chat was really alive during the game about like your performance with the Orcs and like how well you did in general, especially because everyone knows AdMech. They're like the boogeyman of 40k right now. But you were like obviously the way it ended, but you right up until the end, you were super close that entire time. What tools in the Orc book do you think it is that allows your list to stay toe-to-toe with like such a meta list like AdMech?
I mean, the vibe I'm getting from Orcs so far is they're fragile, but they're monsters in combat. So I was able to trade pieces. I was able to throw out like, okay, I'm gonna like turn 1. It was like truck boys go up and kill, half a Vanguard squad. And then the war boss chips in a few more. Squig Hogs go in and kill, a squad. Like being able to just throw one thing away, and on this terrain, I at least had a chance to like hide my other assets. So at least I'm sitting there going, okay, I'm throwing crap into him, and yes, he's gonna turn around and with the rest of his army pick up whatever I threw out there, but I'm just keeping him knocked back is what's working, and that was kind of the game plan. I debated whether I should take Stranglehold, but it was like, okay, then I've got to keep putting assets out in the open, looking at the table, versus it's easier to hide things for engage. So the characters are beastly. Like
they are.
They just eat things.
They're very good. War bosses are gross.
Yeah, they are. They walk into armies and.
Which is good. They should be. There's points towards the end of the game where you decided to charge your Storm Boys over and into the Chicken Walkers.
Yeah.
Instead of the OPSEC unit on that objective, which let Daddy get like a 15-point. What made you make that choice?
Well, so the Rangers were with 2 attacks apiece, and they were no longer -1 weapon skill, I believe, at that point. So
yeah, they were not.
There was a decent chance that if I charged into the Rangers, they just picked up those 5 Storm Boys. And there was more of them on the objective than me, so I wasn't going to be able to steal the objective from him. But those chicken walkers were at an angle where they could try to shoot one of my while we stand units of rocket trucks. That was already down to 1 truck, so I wanted to keep that alive. And if I tagged them, then he had no way to get to those rocket trucks. And I really was just trying to preserve my while we stand points.
Yep. So Danny, I think this is your first game into New Orcs, right?
Yeah, it was.
So what is your take? Because again, Seth is, as we've said before, like a really great Orc player. He's played Orcs for a long time and kind of has a really great handle on this book now. What is your take on Orcs as a competitive army in the current scene?
I think they're very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
cool. Yeah.
I mean,
he likes it. Mikey, he likes it.
They have a lot of really interesting tools. I mean, obviously, I don't think that they're to the same level as AdMech, but I do think they're probably I think they're probably close to Sisters, like as far as power level goes. So maybe like not as good as Drukhari or AdMech, but like kind of right at that next tier down, which is still great, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's where we all long to be.
The issue, The issue is with Orcs, I think, is like limited command points due to because they have to take multiple detachments to get more of the fighty characters.
Yeah.
So
and then you want relics and warlord traits on them. So then that's costing you CP.
Yep, absolutely. So I think it's tough to make a list that can actually use some of their cool stratagems, but their stratagems are okay. They're not great though, right?
There's some good ones. There's some that are situational. I didn't think about it at the time, but the Storm Boys being they could have. I think they have tank buster bombs. I don't know. I have to go back and look if they have the keyword. Lucas says no.
No, sir.
No.
Well, then never mind. I couldn't tank buster bomb the chicken walkers.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad for that.
If you cheated, you could.
Yeah.
You need to try harder.
Cheating always wins.
It sure does. What was something you did during the game, Seth, that you're like, man, I should not have done that?
So Danny and I were talking about it. When the turn one when I charged up my truck boys with the truck and the the war boss and the boys, I made 2 mistakes there. One, I charged the truck in, and then in doing that, got it outside of 3 of the war boss. And then ultimately what ended up happening is I had trapped the Cerberus Raiders and had 1-on-1 wound, which was the trapped one. And of course the truck manages to get 2 hits, 2 wounds. Danny fails to save. So then that unit's not trapped anymore. And then, okay, cool. Because if they kept that trapped, then those guys protect the war boss.
Yep.
Or even if I did make the charge and kill that unit, if I move the truck correctly, that protects the war boss.
And the truck wasn't on the objective.
Yeah.
It was just the truck placement was probably pretty bad.
Yeah,
but
and that's a thing I got to learn.
Those little micro things like that have really big implications.
Yeah.
So and those are the kinds of things that you really get down when you the next time you play, you're not going to make those same kind of mistakes again.
I'm gonna not do that anymore.
Right.
Danny, what was your trademarked wrinkle brain move of the day?
Ooh, I didn't really have one, honestly. It was all pretty obvious, my moves. I feel like
bang bang.
Yeah.
Put buffs.
Oh,
shoot
you know what it was actually? My wrinkle brain play, and I've thought about it for a while for melee screening. Was the Vanguard when I left the one guy out of coherency close to the truck boys, so they had to consolidate.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, nice.
And then he died to coherency. And
yeah, he did. That was a good trick. Because I had used the 6-inch pile in and consolidate.
Yeah.
That would have been.
Man, Danny, you and using morale to get out of being trapped places is like a key McDivitt move. Well, I'm gonna go edit this, put it up, so hopefully it'll be up on a stream in 3 hours or 3 hours from ago, whatever. There's a link in this bottom corner or this bottom corner.
One of them.
tinyurl.com/charityhammer, because I got sick of trying to remember the official one. And then also scan the QR code in the corner, and that'll take you right to the donation site as well. Every $30 you donate gets you an entry into a raffle.
Hell yeah.
With literally still thousands of dollars of prizes. And a luxury blanket.
One luxury blanket, which will be signed by John and I. Well, by John.
Well,
you know what? He's going to forge my signature.
So it'll be signed by me and me pretending to be Danny.
Yep.
So until next time, ta-da.
I can't even.
He's made one card, man.
No, because that's white card strategy.
I won two. I won two games.
Without penalty, you just try to training those levels. Correct.
So it's like a team thing.
I always forget that I run in sectors, or I have actually.
What's the range on these guys?
I have done that.
Oh, sorry, these guys?
No, you did like 15 inches.
How'd that go?
They wouldn't see it coming.
Like starting the game, I was like, I'm going
These
to
guys are
lose
like
this
48 or 30.
unless you
Oh,
come
they're
at
still
me,
36.
and you have no reason. I got
Do they ignore heavy penalties from
So
me?
I have to go to you.
Them?
run him
No, I
down.
don't have anything that naturally
This
ignores
game
cover.
is basically
Not cover, but ignore
because
minus
I,
one
like,
for
do
movement.
this thing that I just didn't do.
Yes, they're like it's some sort of like
And,
platform
anyways.
on them that they're.
But afterwards, I was like, I'm so tired. I'm gonna go lay
Oh,
down.
okay.
And Anthony was on my couch.
Okay.
Sure, just left. Okay, well, I'll go sleep on Anthony's couch. I don't care if it's smaller. Oh, there's something on Anthony's couch. Well, but Brad gets up and plays game. I was asleep on the chair.
Can you put me on the most
Fell asleep,
extreme
woke up like
point?
45
Is
minutes
this
later,
the
Brad
most
was already
that
back.
one or the most extreme angle, right?
Oh, you can
1, 2.
Just kidding on you.
Yeah, I came across this.
So you did not play.
Oh, I got 2 hours.
So I'm way safer.
Okay.
Yep.
Would you like me to take over the things that you're doing and let you go sleep?
You normally got snipes, right?
I'll tell you when I hit the wall.
We need to figure out at some point. We need to have somebody doing the spreadsheet and stuff when Nathan's away. Oh, you know what we should have? We should have Misha do that.
Yeah,
I bet because he'll be.
So it's the front unit, the back unit? There's only one guy on the back unit on it. It's easy. Probably score tournament, doesn't matter at all. Which one's the nitrous, please? The one I will never see. A little bit back so there's less shooting. He doesn't need to be on the line. Can you put this one in effectively the same position? Yeah, I'm trying to use those corners so that if you want to pop out this way or this way, you don't have to angle. I mean, this way and that way you want. Can't do much about it. Another guy down. Next advance.
I'm on the defense.
I'm gonna spend 1 CP from 8 down to 7 to put the Devil Gaunts in outflank. Cool. Though, as you know, I'm sure they can. They don't necessarily need to stay there.
Yep. Is Lictor going to be deep striking as well?
Yeah, Lictor will deep strike natively.
All right.
You know what? Actually, I am. Do I want the Magus? I'm gonna deep strike the Magus instead of a squad of acolytes. So all 3 acolytes on the board, Magus off the board.
Gotcha.
All right.
Four servitors.
Cool, cool. Throw down some Hormagaunts. Oh, man. Oh, I should probably measure out how far my DZ is. I just sort of assume. Oh, it's to the middle of the objectives, right? 10 inches?
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. So Hormy's down over here.
Okay. 5 bros you should be intimately familiar with.
Seems good. What, are they going to raise a banner over there or something?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Don't be ridiculous. Oh, wait. Shit. How do you play this game again? Pull back. Oh, man. Oh, I hate this. Hate this so much. Where is... Yeah, so the middle ones are back, right? They're not quite as far up? Something like that?
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Cool. Okay. Cool.
I'm going to liberate this.
Am I down a Hormagaunt? Oh, here he is. A stunning turn of events. Same thing on the other side. I don't like this at all. Can I hide somewhere? No. It's gonna go real well.
What's the AP in these guys' guns?
2.
Okay.
Everyone is AP 2.
Gotcha. Yeah, we'll go ahead and have these guys right there.
Cool, cool. I don't want to play anything right now. Put down a neuro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And those are pre-move dogs?
Yes.
Sounds good. How many CP are you starting with?
6.
Cool.
Not gonna worry
Do you
about
have a dice for that? Or you want a dice for that?
so you put a dice out there.
Cool.
If you want to keep track of it, that is fine by me.
Sounds good.
This is not actually a very purposefully. It is not a super CP hungry list.
Sure.
Though to be fair, you should be aware that because I have 2 of the Mystic Orders, it's technically 8 CP.
Mm-hmm.
Take it away, sir.
Dogs. Alrighty. Let's throw down some warriors.
What? I just like saying that. Cat is that way. I just like saying that. Judge Smales. None of these fucking 12-year-olds will understand that reference.
No idea what you're talking about.
I have made so many quality jokes this past few days that are just lost on the and like you're different. Yeah, no, there's lost, true.
But for different reasons.
Yeah.
Not for cognitive ones.
More pre-game move doggos?
Yep.
What? No way. All right. Cool.
So here we are playing Skirt Starter. Skirt Starter? So this is a really scary game. We've already played this game one time so far, and it's hilarious.
Cool. Warriors down over here.
We already have a lot of questions here about Black Structure, but we're getting about it.
And they are sacred ground. This is specific but that's a good one. I like to last a lot. Yeah, I'm designing my last round right now. Where I have scouters and stuff. I'm not that worried about Mark coming out and shooting. He does all the talk about it. Well, I also every once in a while.
Do you have a plan? You have a plan?
Nope.
I got a pretty good plan, I think.
Cool.
Step 1, go first.
Mm-hmm.
That's the plan.
Sure.
Those are the fire dogs that don't pregame move?
Correct.
Sounds good.
Bunch of characters.
Okay, cool. I'm not going to prolong the inevitable anymore. You know where the Hive Guard are going, I have a feeling. Where do you think the Hive Guard are going? I'm actually going to do it. And I'm actually going to do it. And it's going to be real fucking funny.
Sure. Yeah, I can
real
read
fucking
that.
funny.
We'll go ahead and have robots.
What's up, robots?
Over here.
Alrighty. You already played against Alex. You know how this works. Lip.
Yep. Yep. Mars boy.
Sorry, these guys are in the wrong place. I'll fix that. Just paying so close attention to how I'm doing this.
No worries.
All right. That's the idea. All right. Mars over there. Cool. Blip. Just to really keep you on your toes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, range spec correct. Holy within 7. Nice.
Is that all the blips?
That's all the blips.
Okay.
Hold up for a sec. Is it worth the CP to get a couple extras? I could put him here and here and keep your veil out a little bit further. That feels kind of good. Because you could veil robots turn 1, right?
Can.
Yeah, we're going to spend a CP for that. Okay. Do you find Alex McDougal and just go like steal 2 blips from him? Okay. Thanks. They're going to go here and here.
Yeah.
Or 3 blips, technically. So they'll go there, there, and somewhere else.
Sounds
in which
good.
case, I might as well shuffle this one over and put another one right here. It's just worth it.
That's what I assumed was going to happen, and I was really surprised. I was like, oh, is that not happening?
Yeah, I mean, I prefer to not have to, I very rarely have to spend that CP, but
Sure.
against you, there's just, there's no way,
What?
There's no way I'm going to get away with that.
What? It's almost like taking 18 pre-move 12-inch models and then also the threat of a top of 1 teleport deep strike and assault into your front line forces you to make suboptimal choices.
Yeah.
If anyone watched me yesterday,
yeah,
they will notice a change.
What's that?
If anyone watched me yesterday, they will notice a change in appearance.
Yeah, Adam's like,
You got it. Did you drop another unit?
I did. Big old 20-man unit of dudes.
Is that Vanguard?
Rangers.
Rangers. Who are the Vanguard? They have the shiny helmets?
Vanguard have the shiny helmets,
Which are
but
painted
also
black.
yeah,
Awesome.
painted
Cool.
black. Mostly Rangers have hoods and black guns. They have painted guns.
I'm just going to ask every time.
Yeah,
but
fine.
I appreciate the clarification. Okay. Alrighty. So they're chilling right there. Seems good. They're chilling over there. So I want to have shots on both of them. And they're chilling over there. And we said the wing is not obscuring just the base.
Yeah. That's how I've played it.
Sounds good. I would like to play it that way. I'll put a Dougal over here. I just put acolytes. That's fine. They're blips. I gotta make some more of these. I very rarely need more than 3, but I only made 3 so far. Or I could just bring my damn counters. That would have been an option. Sorry, this should really be backfielded.
The dudes, what are painted white, are the unit that have the warlord trait that lets me have a unit ignore move and shoot penalties.
Oh, that's fun. I clearly read your list very carefully because I knew that was going to happen.
It's literally the only change I made when I got a bunch more guys put down.
Gotcha. When the nerfs came out?
Yeah, when the nerfs came out. That's
Only
literally
change.
the only change that I made.
What stratagem could possibly have changed that would have made you want to have ignores movement
crazy.
penalties?
Am I missing? I'm missing 5 dudes.
That's awkward. Where were you just playing?
On this table.
Yeah,
On this table.
that's whack. MNC5 Scutarii chilling somewhere? If you have a movement tray for him, just put the tray down.
That's sure, but I do have movement. Okay, so I'm missing an entire movement tray for them. Is also. Oh no, they're right here. That's right.
Oh.
Aha! Got myself.
Very clever. Vanguard still off the table?
Yep.
Sounds good. I got a couple big bugs. He's got 30
I got a bunch of
dudes.
stuff left. We got a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
I got a bunch of stuff.
Cool. You got your squad down now?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you may be in this big, wide Warhammer world. This is me, Adam Camilleri, joined by my Art of War compatriot, Blake Law. Hello, brother.
Hello, it's great to be here. Did I have cool intro music, or was this just like a flat no music situation?
Nah, I think this was a pretty cold open. Straight in. The pickle sent us in. We're here to perform. We have Hank Adams versus Tyler Bortel. We could have had John Lennon versus Mark Perry, but we figure we're from Art of War, and you can see those guys play whenever the hell you want on YouTube or whatever. These two gentlemen playing for you on stream right now is a very unique pairing. Who knows when we'll be able to see it of their ilk pair up again at this level of an event. And on top of that, we have freaking Tyranids, guys. We have Tyranids deep into this event, and we wanted to give them the time of day, give them the spotlight. But my dude, when you look at these two lists, when you look at what's going on here, what does your gut tell you? What's going on?
And he just.
I think he's going to win. Probably not. But am I behind this man? Yes, I am. I think Tyler is the man of the people for the rest of this. May even be the people's champion for the remainder of this event. Because some of our GPS has been knocked off. We lost poor Chester along the way. He's just sleeping now in the lonely desert where the old men reside, and they go to put out to pasture the elephant graveyard. But we have some pretty interesting lists here. But first and foremost, we are playing Scorched Earth for this mission. If you do not know, guys, this is how many objectives in Scorched Earth? This is a 6 objective mission. This is the one where you can walk up and you can raise your opponent's objectives. Now, it's important to know, and not a lot of people know this. People think that you can't raise objectives if you don't take the secondary. People are like, I can't destroy your objectives if I don't take the secondary. That is incorrect. That is a special rule attached to this mission, and it might be a very good way for Tyler to disrupt and make all those big old bricks that Hank's got sitting on the back of his deployment zone meaningless and useless because they're not sitting on objectives. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some raising happening here. But apart from this one is a deployment that is Dawn of War, so 10 inches off the back line, off the long edge. It is a hold 1. It's interesting though that was in so far in this GT we haven't seen a hold 2. I would have liked to have seen a hold 2 come up, but I think Holland just rolled from it randomly and we got what we got. But dude, do you want to run through one of these lists if you have one of them up? And if you do, just jump right in. Tell us about what one of these guys is playing.
Yeah, so I have Hank's list pulled up right here in front of me. So this is an AdMech. He's running an Outrider detachment. His Forge World is Mars. In this detachment, he has a Secretary Marshal. He has 3 Iron Striders with the las cannons. He has, oh my gosh, I cannot say it, the Flying Boys with the little sterilizer thingies. He has 4 of those. He has 9 Cerebos Raiders, 2nd Detachment Battalion, Forge World Lucius, as you might expect. He has a Cybernetic Data Smith with the Solar Flare, the Secretary Marshal with the Programmed Retreat, a Tech Priest Manipulus with Luminescent Blessings, and a Magnarel, and then he has a couple blocks of Rangers. It looks like it has 2 blocks of 20 Rangers, a block of 20 Vanguard, 5 Rangers, and then he has some Servitors mixed in there, a big unit of Sulfur Hounds, actually, a unit of 9 there. You can see them lined up right there in the middle. And then he has the wild card of this list. He has 3 Castilian robots. You see them down at the bottom left there, I believe.
So this is a really unique list, and a lot of people look at this list and they think, "Oh, it doesn't make a lot of sense. There's no Sakarans. There is bricks, and there's not many chickens, whatnot. In fact, is there any chickens? There's no chickens.
Yeah, there's 3.
Sorry, there's 4. Sorry. There's two singles and a double, and even that's not that many. That's not like one single 3-man to pump all the buffs on and things like that. But what he does have those being Mars, so they do still get the best of the buffs they can get, e.g. the 1 reroll to hit, and then they get the canonical or whatever, so they can get 1 roll to hit, 1 roll to wound, one turn. So effectively for 2 turns of the game, or 1 turn of the game, whatever, they're going to be back to the same buffs they had before. They're not going to be ignoring a lot of the move penalties or hitting on 2s or whatnot. But they can do a lot of what they used to do. Now, what I really like about this is I like the Cerberus Raiders. I like the big units of Sulfur Hounds, and I believe the Sulfur Hounds are actually going to be a real big pain in Tyler's ass in this one, because those Flamer pistols are fantastic. The Ren 2 Flamers will actually go through just about anything he's got in his army, barring one of the Hero Jewels, one of the big boys. And the Raiders, man, the Service Raiders, like their sniper abilities with coupled with Wrath of Mars is actually ridiculous. I saw them do 8 mortal wounds in a round in the last game I called of Hanks. It was actually messed up. He played against the lovely Thomas Bird and was just looking at units being being like, the amount of models I need to kill you, here it is. See you later. It was actually really, really terrifying. And also, this is the little sneaky one. You pointed it out before. The unit of 3 Castellan robots. I think this is his special sauce. This is the unit that he has on his list that he's made his own. Now, a lot of people look at these guys and they're like, they're not that good. They're not that useful. In the game that we called, these guys were instrumental to flipping that and putting Thomas Bird in the ground. What he did with that, he solo fled them over. If you see, guys, he has the Cybernetica Data Smith. When you take that guy, he doesn't take up a 4-slot slot if you have the Castellan robots. And then in addition, if you have that guy, he makes one unit of Castellan robots core, e.g. getting them to the point where you can use a solar flare on them, because that's the T's and C's there. And so he solo flared those guys over and then gave them the extra... so he gave them the reroll charges, Doctrina thing, whatever the crap thing that you can put the Castellan robots in. They got those 3 different things, and gave them the roll 3d6 for their charge. So he soul fled them over with a 3d6 rerollable charge and put them straight into his opponent's back line, turned off priority orders, and started scoring 5 points per turn on it himself. It was actually terrifying. And so that kind of stuff can be dropped down here, there, everywhere on a lot of different things that he can nuke for the Tyranids. So I'm a little bit afraid of how they're going to be used there. But how do you think about that? Anything I missed there on Hank's list? Any other little bits of tech?
Well, I think that's what you really think about when you think about the Castellan robots. They're slow. You can dodge them on angles. But I think in combination with the solar flare, I think that is a sexy little piece of tech he's brought in with this. This unit's small enough to have a footprint where he can put it places. I think it's a brilliant move. I love it.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's cute. I think it actually, when you want to make it work, you can make it work. And yeah, it's quite potent. Now, going over Tyler Bortel's list. Now, this guy, he's my hero. He's doing it tough. He's playing Hive Mind. Starts off with a patrol attachment. This one is of Jormungandr. He has a Flyrant with the Resonance Barb and 2 Devourers, Blade Wing Twirl, blah, 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 what you expect. Also got Catalyst and Psychic Scream. He's got a Neurothrope. 29 Termagants with Devourers. 2 units of 3 Tyranid Warriors with Lash Whips and Bone Swords. Then he has 2 Barbed Hero Jewels in a heavy support slot. They come with what they come with. 275 points of pretty good by Tyranid standards. Then there's another patrol. This one is of High Fleet Chronos. It has a Neurothrope as well with Symbiostorm. 2 times 10 Hormigants. 1 unit of 6 Hive Guard, because of course that's his CP dump, and then he has a single Elictor to wrap that one out. Then lastly, he has a Creed, a Cult of the Four-Armed Emperor, Zinsteel Cult Patrol. So this is a triple patrol, so he's not starting with a hell of a lot of CP, but he has a Magus in there. Has mass hypnosis and mind control, e.g. he needs to have some form of fight left in here to really function as a melee army. And then he has 3 units of Acolyte hybrids, each one with blasting charges and hand flamers to boot. So I do like the addition of the Gene Stealer Cult portions here. I think having the fight last, or the 2 sources of fight last, when you take in what you can do with the Neurothropes as well, because isn't there a fight last? I think there's a fight last option. It's a paroxysm. For
I'm
Nids.
not sure. I don't think they have one. The Four-Armed Emperor definitely gives you that flex in, but
Yeah. So I do like his list quite a lot. It's about as good as you can make it. It's got the shooting elements being the hero jewels and the Hive Guard. It's got the little pinch hitting melee units here, there, and everywhere in the things like the Tyranid Warriors who can do a bit of heavy lifting. And of course the Barbed Hero Jewels are pretty legit in combat as well. But this is more of a methodical Tyranid army. It's more of a I'm gonna take you apart piece by piece. I'm not gonna try and swamp you, e.g. like we used to see with the Kraken Steelers. It has to be a little bit more tactical than they used to be, because the Steelers go in, yeah, cool, you killed 5 infiltrators, and then these 5 intercessors just wreck the unit. It's not quite where it was. But what are you seeing on the table so far? Where are you seeing these guys' deployment at disposition of forces?
So it looks like, is Tyler actually doing his first move here? It looks like he's moving forward his unit of Termagants, and he's actually pushing them up. Oh no, those are Hormagaunts he has there. He has a unit of Hormagaunts. Yeah, he's pushing them up there on that central objective on the left there. Looks like maybe the counter of that unit there. That's looks like a unit of Raiders from the AdMech player that he looks like he advanced deployed. So I think we're starting to see the early moves here, and looks like he's putting some screens out, which is what Tyler did last game, actually. He screened out so well this event so far, and I think that's what a lot of his units are there to do. Those 3 warrior squads, they are just deadly. I mean, there's 63 points, and they hit pretty hard in combat, so he's been camping them back. He's been screening out his backfield with them, preventing secondaries. I think it's been pretty brilliant.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Well, in this matchup especially, those 2 units of 3 Tyranid Warriors is really enough to do a lot of heavy lifting against AdMech when they don't have things like Sicarans. I mean, obviously they can go into anything in this army with the exception of probably the Sulphur Hounds and the Castellan robots and really mess them up. If they go into the Sulphur Hounds, chances are they die on the Overwatch, or if they don't, they kill half the unit, then die to the pistols when they get shot in combat in the next turn. But I do like what he's doing here. What he's doing here right now is he's just trying to tempo his opponent's aggression. He's just trying to say, hey man, you can control this table, you can run around and you got all this speed and all this redeploy shenanigans and stuff, but I'm going to control where you can go and what you can do. And it looks like you're right. We did have the scout moves come out from Hank. He's put up his 2 units of Cerberus Raiders, but it really looks like definitely that Tyler is going first. He's having a nice big move in advance. I love the concave he's got there on that left-hand middle objective. That unit of 10 Hormigans going out and just taking up literally as much board space as they can, pushing back anything from being able to run in quickly and I suppose tap, wrap, get in and stop his Hive Guard from shooting. What do you think the Hive Guard go for first? Do you think he tries to go for the Cerberus Raiders? They're a great profile into the Cerberus Raiders, but they're also a really good blast profile into just about everything here, with the exception of the Castellan robots. But he could hunt a lot of things. He could go for the Chicken Walkers. He could go for the Raiders. He could go for he could go for just Skitari models like Vanguard and Rangers if he wanted to. What do you think he's going for?
I think he goes for the Raiders. I think you got to get rid of that immediate threat. You got to at least whittle them down. You can't have them run around the board all game just causing havoc, because they can shoot into almost anything in his list and cause some serious problems for him. So I think that's where the target goes here.
Exactly, dude. Exactly right. Just looking at the chat. Some people are saying Chester is just staging the beginning of his redemption arc. Between now and LVO, he'll have a few jogging and training montages with an angry boxing trainer chasing him with a bike, calling him a bum. I would love that. I've been saying I want someone to do like a mockumentary LVO like lead up, like in the month before the LVO, just do like a mockumentary. Just imagining like any 40k player, any average 40k player trying to catch a chicken, it would just be hilarious. Like they'd probably throw up from the exertion in the first 20-30 minutes. It would be pretty sad. What did the Warriors do in the list from Mr. Lolast? So you think about the Warriors as like 5 intercessors. That's how I usually encapsulate them. They fight better than intercessors, but they haven't got any shooting weapons in this list. But what they do have, they have lash whips, so they can go in and they can trade quite well. So what you see with the lash whips is lash whips mean they still get to fight even though they die. So you can go in, you can use them to do trades. So let's say someone's got fight last and 5 incubi is a great example. You run to 5 incubi, the incubi make you fight last. You're like, oh well, don't care. Incubi kill the warriors kill the incubi back. And that's a nice little trade. That's probably a trade up in the schemes of things as well. Might not be for points wise, but it certainly is in table state. And so I see that is really what the Warriors provide.
And there's 63 points of this extremely annoying things to kill on the backboard. I mean, were they a 3+ save? You put them in cover, they're a 2+, and they're sitting back there.
Other way around. They start at the 4+ and go to a 3+ in cover. But it's fair, same diff.
Yeah, and so they're sitting back.
To call the disposition of forces in Hank's bottom left hand forward, we got a single chicken, and then we got looks like his Taraxi around the bottom. He's going to be spending a CP first turn to put the Taraxis 5 Taraxi into reserve. They're his scramblers enablers or rod enablers. They're his engage enablers, things of that ilk. But they've also got decent flamers in this matchup. They're actually quite good against Tyranids. Then he's got his unit of 3 Castellan robots, and right next to them, to the right of them, is his Data Smith. Up and to the right, diagonally from them, is his first blob of 20 guys. Could be Rangers, could be Vanguard. We're never going to know from this position. Directly above them, he's got a unit of Cerberus Raiders. In the middle, in this conglomeration in the middle, right at the back of his middle deployment, he has his Sulphur Hounds. I can tell you right now, if you see a black mount, that is a Cerberus Raider. If you see a silver mount, that is a Sulphur Hound. Directly above them, he has another blob of 20, and what I assume is a conglomeration of characters. All the way to the right, you can see what's already been invested upon. He's got some shots coming in. He's lost 1, 2, 3. He's lost 2 of his Cerberus Raiders in the top right-hand corner of his deployment zone unit, and then directly below them, diagonally, is another character. I don't know what the hell that character is doing there, because I expect that one to be picked up in pretty short order. If I had to assume what's happening now, I think we're seeing a Smite and a Psychic Scream coming from the Flyrant that's come down from the that's sitting up and next to that Fusilave. And then jumping over to Tyler's deployment, what can you see where? Do you have a good grasp of what Tyranid models look like from the top down?
I think I can kind of see it pretty well. I do want to know if Tyler is screaming, giving a good psychic scream every time he's shooting it in there, because I feel like as a Tyranid player, you got to have that deep guttural alien
Yeah.
scream. If you don't got it, you can't play it. That's just a fact.
It's the equivalent of calling a wa. You just got to kind of screech
Yeah.
and phone it. You're like, yeah.
It has to be. It has to screech. It has to hurt your ears. Yeah, if it doesn't hurt their ears, it's done. It looks like it has some hormagaunts up there, like we talked about in that art there in the left side of the board there. Up above that, you see kind of his first little hierogel sitting there, kind of taking. It's sitting out a little bit. It's going to take some shots, definitely, if he gets the angles on it. But it's blocked from that middle objective there, across from the right side of the board. I do not know what's still. It looks like there's something to the left of it. I don't got a good angle on it. And then back there in the back central, you see what looks like it's Hive Guard, which you'd expect them to be there because they can get a 36-inch angle on anything there. They're going to avoid getting shot back because of the obscuring of that terrain. You got to the right of that, it looks like you have your 3 warriors, which you just expect them to screen out, hold that back objective all game. Directly south of that, you have your Hierodol, the other one sitting over there, avoiding shots from getting hit from the left side of the board, it looks like. And then it looks like another unit of... those are the Gene Stealer Cult boys right there, directly south of that, on that far right objective. It looks like he has some things held out in reserve. It looks like his Devil Gaunts are held in reserve, and his Flyrant is actually directly to the right of that. You can see his Flyrant's in a good position to avoid getting shot by pretty much anything in the army, except for maybe those Raiders right there to the south.
Spot on. Now, we had the wonderful Pickles as our table boss for this game. I'm just going to get Pickles, if you can, type in the general chat for us, what does Tyler have in reserve? I am assuming it's a Devil Gaunts. I'm assuming it could also be 2 units of his Acolytes and his Magus, possibly. Or his Magus might be on the board as well, next to that Hero Jewel in the top right. They're in the middle of the shooting phase. So we'll take a step back and we'll listen to these guys dial up their shooting phase, and we'll join you guys again shortly.
4, 5.
Okay, let's roll the saves first. Okay. Son of a bitch. All right, cool.
Takes 4 damage.
What do I have in reserve? I have 3 squads of Acolytes, the Devil Gaunts, the Lictor, and the Magus. For sure.
Real quick.
I'm going to pause the clock.
Okay, guys, we have a beautiful announcement to go on here. We're still rocking out these beautiful donations. Thank you so much. Sorry, I seem frazzled. I fell asleep on a piece of concrete about 10 minutes ago and woke up with an industrial fan in my face. I'm windswept. I feel refreshed. Everything's great. 2 prizes to give away. These are limited edition novels that were donated. They're beautiful, pristine. The first one is going to go to, I believe, Matthew Bombard, who wins the Sword of Calth limited edition book. And the second prize goes to Nathan Henning, who has won the First Wall Horus Heresy Siege of Terra limited edition copy. Congratulations, guys. Keep up the good work. Let's get that up there. Let's see if we can hit that 40K. That would be so beautiful. We've already destroyed our targets. This is just money.
40K for 40K.
Michael Timpe shaves his beard. You don't understand what that's going to look like. I need to see that. I have never seen a baby that was almost 6 feet tall, and I know that that is what I will see. So please, folks, donate. Everyone needs to see this. We'll cover them in talcum powder. We'll throw them in the yard. It'll be beautiful. Thank you.
Alrighty. Good job, Bombard. All right. So both duels have fired now? That's what's happened? And that guy's down to 2 wounds?
Yes.
All right. It's range like on those duders.
Yeah, but you have range.
Yeah, tons of them. Cool. All right. We're going to go ahead and fire this dude into these dudes.
Rock it out.
12 shots. Oh, we got extra dice in here. I'm just going to move this over to here. All right. Hitting on 3s. Okay. Jesus. All the ones. Wounding on 3s. Okay. 3 wounds, no AP.
Ting.
Cool. Well, that was exciting. All right. First volley of Hive Guard time. I need to kill dogs. Dogs have to die. You got how many dogs left in your squad? 5 and 7? All right. 1 into the chickens, 5 into these guys. Okay. Here's the 1 into the chickens on 3s. 1 hit. Okay. On a 3. Son of a gun. So it goes.
Good. This is in the 7-man dogs?
Yep, in the 7-man dogs.
Rock it out.
3s. No 1s to reroll and 1 6. So I'll get 11 hits out of 10.
Wound on 2.
That's the way. Get him. Call that cocked. Fail 2. That'll be 9 wounds. AP 2, ignoring cover.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 5 ups.
Alrighty.
I'm going to stop 4, and 5 will die. So they got 2 left.
No, they got their D3 damage.
Oh,
so first one dies.
First one dies.
And then we've got 4 D3s, so we'll go kill.
Okay.
Not kill, and then kill, and then kill.
Okay. 3 left.
Cool. Alrighty. And then end of the shooting phase, we're going to double tap the Hive Guard down to 4, and we're going to put 5 of them over there.
Yep.
We're gonna do. Really want to kill that chicken. We're gonna do the same split, 1 and 5, but into the other dogs this time.
Okay.
Here's the 1. Gets 2 hits.
Okay. Oh, all right.
All right. I'm gonna CP one of those.
Okay.
Be the second one, so the order doesn't matter.
All right.
All right. Cool.
Right.
And then here's into the dogs. 3s, 2 2s, 2 6s, so all hits.
Okay.
And 2s. And that'll be 3, 6, 9 again.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 5 ups.
Let's see it.
I'm gonna stop 5 of them, so 4 will die.
Again, D3 apiece.
Oh well, that's right.
Dead. Dead. 3 die.
Okay.
Cool. Alrighty. So we got 2 dogs left over there, 3 dogs left over there. That's about all I got. I can't charge over terrain yet, so we're not going to even bother trying. That's fine. All right. I'll see some round checks.
Right here.
Yep.
Nope, they fail. So
Cool.
1 guy runs and 2 dudes left. They're fine.
Okay.
Right over here, anything but. Nope.
Okay.
So 1 guy, this guy runs and see if that guy stays.
And we're back, guys. What an interesting shooting phase. A lot of people underestimate just what Nids can do with a decent shooting phase. A lot of people have written off all their abilities, like, there's nothing good in those books. But man, double shooting, Hive Guard, 2 barbed hero jewels. What did they do, man?
So yeah, look at that. Look at what they've knocked off there. It's exactly what we said he needed to do this phase. I mean, he's left with 1 raider on the left side, 2 raiders on the right. There's really not a lot of punch from the Mars strats to really hit him with that. So I think that was the right call, honestly.
I think it was. If you couldn't kill all the chickens this turn, the next best thing he can do to ensure his big boys make it the next turn is take away any efficiencies he gets from Wrath of Mars. On top of that, another really good thing that he could have done from Hank's side, if he could just scout up, he just needs to pop like 1 prime, like. Okay, so I'll make it easy for you. You see, there's a neurothread right at the top. It's the one thing giving synapse right now to the Hive Guard. That thing would die in an instant to a 9-man Wrath of Mars Sirius Raider unit. Like, in an instant, that guy just explodes. Taking away synapse here, there, and everywhere is actually a really good way to start getting tuners to crumble. And it's also a really good way to start disrupting a lot of his psychic bubbles as well. Things like Symbiostorm, which is one of the things that makes Hive Guard really super and ultra efficient. So I think it's a really good job that he's diminished those units. On top of that, like, when you can just look at a unit and say, you there, 10 mortal wounds on you, sir. Half dead. It's really a thing you just need to get rid of. I do think that the chickens are still in a good place. One of the things that he regretfully had to do is expose both his hero jewels. He could still have one of them hidden right now from majority of the firing lanes, but as it is right now, pretty much both of them can be shot at whim by, rangers and chicken walkers. But we'll see. We'll see how that comes out. They do have some defensive stuff they could have put on. There could be a catalyst strategically placed. But as it stands, the only psychic power I can see on the table right now would be the Symbiostorm that I believe he cast on the Hive Guard, because I saw him getting extra hits on 6s and stuff. So definitely Symbiostorm's down. What does Hank's turn need to be from here? Because he did take a bit of a punch in the mouth there.
I think that he takes those raiders and he plays some secondaries with them. I think that he can definitely still use them to mess with the board. He can use them to screen. I still think they have some valuable purposes in this list because he had to leave those 1 or 2 on there. I think he needs to go mid board though and start taking down. I think he needs to take down the chaff. Definitely, he needs to get rid of the stuff that's screening him out from the good stuff.
Yeah,
that's where he has to go.
We were a little bit remiss. We haven't actually told you guys what the secondaries these gentlemen have taken. So Hank has taken Eradication of Flesh, Banners, and Stranglehold. Now, so that tells me a lot of what he needs to do. He's taken Banners, he's taken Stranglehold, he's taken Eradication of Flesh. To my mind, though, Hank didn't lose a single actual unit in his turn. So as long as he picks up, the 10 Hormigans sitting on an objective, he's going to get 3 points there, which is quite nice for him. And then banners. So at this turn, of course, he pops up 2 banners on the 2 objectives in the deployment zone. But as soon as he gets the 2 banners up in the middle of the table, that puts a lot of pressure on Tyler to keep putting resources out to try and contest those mid-board objectives, which could, and the way I like to describe it is starting to cause the bleed out of the small resources. And that's really what you want to do in this kind of a trade, because Hank's resources are in big blocks of 20, big blocks of raiders, big blocks of things, whereas the opposite's true for Tyler. He's got these 5, 6, 7-man acolyte units, these 10 10-man Termagant and Hormagant units. He wants to kind of bleed those away because then all of a sudden all the primary battle starts going his way. You want to make him start having to pull out those big stuff, the big hitters, the warriors, and especially the barbed hero jewels, and make him start having to commit those, because then things like the Castellan robots get activated and start having something to go in and punch. But in saying that, Tyler's secondaries are Stranglehold, Rod, and No Prisoners. Now, I think No Prisoners is a bold statement saying, I plan to wipe you out. And I think that's a very brave thing to say to a mostly Lucius army here. We know how resilient this stuff can be. But what do you think of Tyler's secondaries? And do you think he's setting himself up well here?
I watched Tyler's game round 1, and I absolutely shit on his secondaries. I said, Tyler, there is no way in hell you are going to do anything right with these secondaries. Yeah. And he proved me so wrong. So I have no doubt Tyler knows what he's doing here. I think he's on the right track. And
well, so when I look at what he's already done, so he started off with, was it 18 Cerberus Raiders, and he's down to 3, so he's killed 16 of them. That's already like 2 points there, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I think he has the potential to score huge. He has a huge potential to score on the taking no prisoners. I think there's so much on the board for him to kill, and he does have the power to do it. I mean, think about the big guns he has sitting back there, the Hive Guard double firing. Like he has power to wipe things off the board for sure.
Yeah, I do like what he's doing right now. Hank's setting up for a strong right flank here. The left flank has a lot of his assets, but those assets you'd think that, the Castellan robots would be pushing up, but that's not how Hank likes to use them. Hank likes to use them with the redeploy, e.g. essentially like a Veil of Darkness kind of unit. And so they usually sit pretty static and just kind of zone off and be a deterrent. But what he's going to do, there's much smaller firing lanes on the right side of the table for Hank. So Hank can just line up shooting down that one walkway. He won't take a hell of a lot of hellacious amount of fire in return. And in doing so, he can zone himself off on a smaller frontage against all the acolytes that might come in, the things like the lictors to do Rod, and essentially to say, hey mate, this table quarter for Rod, you can't have it. Not for you. See you later. I don't mind that play. And on the other side of the board, he has these 4 chicken walkers that can just strafe along the back, just getting angles wherever he may need. I'll be interested to see if he pushes up much from this position. I don't think he should. I think he should stay pretty static on the left-hand side, push up on the right-hand side, dominate and control the right-hand middle objective, and make that the one where his opponent needs to bleed out. I can see his Taraxi are going to go up. They're going to go up. They're going to shoot. They're going to use their flamers to scorch down and absolutely destroy those 10 Hormagants. But I don't know how he puts up a banner on that objective this turn. In fact, I don't know how he puts up a banner on either of the middle objectives this turn. So it's going to be interesting to see if he does commit to that. The last thing I want to know what his plan is for. It's for the 9 Sulphur Hounds. They are possibly the equal most deadly or second most deadly unit in his army against this Tyrannid menace, and the last thing that he has that can make decent usage out of Wrath of Mars. So what do you think he does? Did he sit him static and just wait for later in the game?
I think he's saving them. I think they're a resource he needs later in the game because he saw the Raiders. He saw the Raiders go down, and so he doesn't have that punch. He's pushing up now with his second wave, kind of, and I think we see them coming in turn 3 or so. Kind of once Tyler gives any kind of sign of where things are going, I think he commits then and makes a trade out of it because he doesn't want to lose them without them punching something in the face.
Yeah, exactly right. So people in the chat, Owen Bangles, those hero jewels can't hide anyway since they're 18 wounds. Exactly right. Exactly right, my dude. But you certainly are just making your life, making so you can be seen, yeah, but the Ballistari might not necessarily be able to see you as long as they're shooting through obscuring terrain themselves. They still need to have true line of sight, and there are some good ways for you to just be like, well, you actually just can't. You can't see me. You can't look at me, mate. And so while if they're on terrain, they can be seen straight through it. The opposite can be true for just making your life easy for the chicken walkers. But the chicken walkers, so in my mind, there's 2 things that are probably going on for Hank. Hank's like, how do I stop the Hive Guard? As soon as if the Hive Guard go away, this is an easy game for Hank. It's actually really straightforward. Dominate the 2 middle objectives, and the game is over. The problem is though, the Hive Guard are okay, we're about to go into shooting phase, guys. The Hive Guard are so good at killing anything you want to put on an objective for Hank. And so if he can neutralize them in some way, he probably wins. If they shoot for 3 or 4 turns, it's really rough for him. Anyway, let's go into shooting phase, guys. We're going to take a step back. We'll see you soon.
That's the right number. We're live.
6,
well,
8,
10 hits with the
10
flamers.
flamer hits from the Taraxi onto them Hormagaunts. That is going to be 9 at AP -1.
Sounds good. You got tons of other stuff with guns. I just did like that.
Okay.
Do you have line of sight to him with anybody?
These guys.
Oh yeah, that seems good.
All right. Over here, these guys are just going to fire a bucket of bullets at those guys.
Okay.
Mind if I move these guys real quick? I'm just going to adjust them in the back real quick.
Oh, they're gonna stay back. They're just gonna adjust.
Yeah, they're going to stay back.
I
and
guess.
adjust.
For
They
sure.
aren't going in on anything.
Mhm.
They got stuff they got to wait for.
What could they possibly be planning on killing? What unit could I possibly have that 10 dudes with flamers would like to have some to say about?
Only 9 dudes with flamers.
Oh, only 9 dudes with flamers. Oh, whew, we're fine. Yeah.
All right, yeah, bucket of bullets.
Cool. Let's see a bucket. I think we got some leftover KFC buckets over there if you want.
12,
We'll get it for you.
14, 16,
What's up?
18.
He's shooting the big old blob of Rangers into the Acolytes over here?
Correct.
Make the Acolytes go
I'm going to do 20 first and see if I have to roll the second 20.
Sounds good.
We're going to hit on 4s. Reroll them 1s to hit.
Good conversion.
We're
As
gonna
we know,
wound
this
on
is all about margins here. It's a very tight shooting.
Definitely.
You really got to make sure you get everyone.
3s, reroll 1s.
What's the AP on these?
1. So 1, 2,
Why
3,
are they
4,
rolling-
5, 6,
where's
7,
the,
8,
isn't the
9,
Lucius
10.
guy? Where's
Lucius
the
guy's right here.
Oh, he's. Oh, hey, buddy.
He's right here.
They got buddies on both sides.
Yeah.
Cute. All right, how many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
AP?
-1, ignore cover.
Show me 6s.
All right. We are going to go ahead and have the Symphony of Las Cannon start.
Sounds good.
We're shooting at that guy.
Shooting at this guy. All right.
All right, so we'll go ahead and do the big 4-man unit first. We'll
Cool.
roll them 2 at a time.
Sounds good.
2 hits, followed by 2 hits.
All right.
Wounded on 3s.
Indeed.
2 at a time. 2 wounds, followed by. I'll CP reroll one of these. 3 wounds.
All right.
AP -3. 4 ups, I assume?
Yeah, indeedly do. All right, we'll do these one at a time.
Okay.
We're going to pass.
Okay.
We're going to fail. And we're going to let that 1 through.
Okay.
And we are going to pass.
Okay. Take 4 damage.
All right, he's down to 14.
Okay. The next one, we'll shoot him.
Sounds good.
I'm going to use a reroll to hit.
Sure.
Because on Mars, both will hit.
All right.
Going to wound on 3s. 1 more.
All right. 4 up save. Get him. Fails. I'll CP that.
Okay.
2. Fails anyway.
Take 4.
All right. Down to 10.
And the last one.
All righty.
Reroll to hit. Okay. 3s. I'm out of CP, so.
Cool.
Or I can't CP.
Show me a 4. Come on. That's what's up.
Okay. Is he bracketed yet?
Perfectly 1 above.
Perfectly 1 above.
How many wounds do you have left?
10 wounds remaining. Thinking table him in 2. I'm thinking I'll table him in 2. Yeah. Seems, I think I'm going pretty well. Yeah.
True.
It's not as big as I would like it to be, but I'm kind of okay with it how it is.
True.
I say that a lot.
Let's do these guys. I'll put 2 guys into that Hormigaunt and pretty much everybody else into the big guy.
Sounds good.
2, 4, 6, 3s. 5 at AP -1 on the Hormigaunt.
5 out of 5 6s. You ready for this, Hank?
Okay. They have 5 plus save?
Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It was just going to be cool. Do it anyway. Yahtzee. No, I didn't get it. All right. I'm paying such close attention. All right.
22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34. Into your big boy. 3s and 6s.
Sounds good. God, that one dog is such a pain.
Forcing a 3+ save this time. That one's cocked.
He's shooting the other big blobber rangers into the hero duel.
Yeah.
Who has 10 wounds left.
Trying to bracket him.
Yeah. Let's see some sixes.
One, two, three,
Oh, was
four,
that buff
five,
data tether range? Is that what's going on here?
Am I not within 6? I'm probably not within 6. So if so, 2, 4, 6. It was 7 down to 6 because I rolled 1 out of the box.
Sounds good. 6 3-up saves. Get him. He's good.
Okay.
That's what's up. Couldn't those have been the last? All right, we'll survive. You will bracket nobody. Thank you very much.
I don't think I actually have anything else to do to you.
Seems legit.
So, I think I'm going to spend a CP and send these guys into the sky.
Yeah, seems like a good idea.
And then I'm going to get 3 for Dominate, 3 for Eradication of Flesh.
Yippity do that. 3 for Stranglehold, 3 for Eradication of Flesh, and you got 2 banners up. All right, he's going to pick up 6 secondaries. Top of turn will pick up 10 primaries. Yep, 6 secondaries. All right. I've got 10 primary. Okay. Interesting. All right, so I think this is the turn that the Hive Tyrant's going to grab that, and then running out of dudes over here. This guy is so annoying. If that guy dies, this game is so much easier.
It's true.
But he's here, and he's just like, hey, Deep Strikers, heck off.
It's true.
Very mad. Very mad at you. Bad boy. Dog should be ashamed of himself. All right, you got a single chicken over there. Could shoot that. Could shoot that chicken. Could shoot not much else. So he has to go away. They have to go away, obviously. And then who's got defensive buffs?
These guys are ignoring AP -1 and AP -2. These guys are only being wounded. They're transhuman.
They're transhuman?
They're transhuman.
Okie dokie. And these guys have no buffs on them?
No buffs.
Alrighty. So maybe we do that.
And we are back again. Blake, what's Hank lined up as his modus operandi for this game? We were discussing it off screen. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing him go after those Hydrils, or Hero Drills, however you want to say it. And I think that might be the right decision, because once they're gone, you don't have much of a counter punch from this list, honestly. You have to worry about the Hive Guard, but you lose a turn or two a turn, and I mean, then you're probably fine. You know, there's nothing to counter Stranglehold, basically.
Exactly right. As soon as he gets like 20-man blobs on these objectives, what takes him back when the heroes are gone? Like, he just has to sit there and just pray that the Hive Guard shooting is enough to kill his entire army by itself. Because that's the reality, guys. Apart from like some pinch hitting smites and some hand flamers and the Hive Guard, there's nothing else that's going to do damage outside those hero duels. Now, like, Tyler has done the right thing. He's taken some stuff in order to make the hero duels more durable. He's got Jormungandr that's going to be giving them cover. So sitting there spouting a 1-up save apiece, toughness 8 with a 1-up save and a bucket of wounds. But he still managed to do what? Was it 10 wounds, 11 wounds to one of them?
Yeah, he put a lot into it.
It's got 10 wounds left on that one to the left of center. So that one's probably almost definitely dead next turn. Even just the chickens by themselves, that's 2 shots from a chicken goes through. And that guy's popped. So, man, it's real rough at the opposite for things like the hero duels. But, you know, Tyler's gotten this far for a reason. If you look at that score, he's up right now on the scoreboard. So I think he's doing quite well. I'm a huge fan of this Flyrant, by the way. Have you had much experience with what these single Flyrants do?
And they go in and they really do a lot for you. They just they make a lot of board control for you. You know, they can play different phases. They can shoot. Yeah. They have punch in combat. They play the psychic phase pretty well with the targeted smite. I think that they do a lot, man. They really do control tempo on the game. Like, as if you can get them on a board, they can hide.
They're literally not amazing at anything, and therefore when opponents look at them, they're like, I'm going to get good saves against his shooting. He's only got like 4 or 5 attacks in melee, so who gives a crap? Can't even kill 5 intercessors on the charge, you know? And so, you know, I don't need to shoot at this guy. I don't need to care about it. But what he does, he runs around and he pinch hits in every phase. He's like, here's 2 D3 mortal wounds in the psychic phase. Here's 12, you know, strength 6 no range shots in the shooting phase. Here's 5, you know, decent attacks in combat. And when you add all those together, you get a unit that's actually quite good at a couple of different things. But it's not like a thing you look at across the board like an Ice Dire Ballistari that's just going to look at you in a shooting phase and pick you up. This is a guy that's just going to be like, I'm going to take 2 here, 2 here, 2 here. I'm going to kill 6 guys over 1 turn, but in 3 different phases. And so it doesn't make it an intimidating unit, but it's a really good pinch hitter, little finisher, little problem solver unit. I like him a lot.
And he can move around and get those angles so perfectly too. And I think that's what makes him invaluable. He has fly, he has pretty big move, and I think all around this is a good addition to most Tyranid list. Before we go any farther, Adam, we have to talk about what we're here for. We're here for the Charity Hammer, and what does that entail for us?
So Charity Hammer is an incredible event. Run most of them is the instigator of this one. He had one of his children be quite sick for quite a little bit of time, unfortunately, and they had to spend some time in hospital. And what he learned there is that time in hospital for kids, time away from family, time away from home, and their a comfortable environment is pretty harrowing, at times traumatic for him. And so there was and he looked into that. There was a charity called Trials Play, which is designed time of their lives, and they provide entertainment needs, they provide gaming needs, they provide things and material to make kids more comfortable while they're undergoing medical care. And we are here doing this 72-hour extravaganza in support of them. Players from all over North America and Canada, and usually all over the world, if we were in different times, come to Charity Hammer and support to raise money for sick kids. So please come over, donate. We've already raised over $30,000, absolutely smashing our goals for this year. We've been blown away by the generosity and the charitable nature of our community. So please, let's not stop here. Let's keep pushing, get some more dollars in the bank for sick kids. Every single cent, and will be taken out of the money. The Falcon personally donated a legit Forge World Majera that was pro-painted. You can't go to Forge World and get a Forge World Majera. They're been out of stock ever since the last Forge World FAQ came out, last Imperial Armor. But the Falcon, with his love for Charity Hammer, with his love for what Colin and the team do, with his love for Child's Play, put that up, gave it away. It's going to be one of the raffle prizes. There's also I think about a 3,000 point Necron army that's going to be going up, fully painted, pro-painted. There's a bunch of other incredible prizes. So jump over, please donate, please give what you can. Anything else to mention? Anything else I missed there, Blake?
The goal is 40,000 or 40K. We are currently at $32,234. And remember, if we only hit 30K, Horus wins.
It does. That is exactly right. He will win. He will, finish off the Emperor. He'll double strangle Sanguinius. Do you want him to strangle Sanguinius again, guys?
I think some people are going to say yes. I think we have some chaos junkies out there saying let's strangle him. But you know what?
I'll walk right into that
guys,
one.
no.
I'll walk right into that one. All right. So calling of this game, someone's asked in the chat, why would you lose 2 CP? So who asked this? Marie Sevenda. Can someone please explain to me why take 2 CP hit for the Cult of the Four-Armed Emperor detachment? Why would you just do that for just a couple of bits and pieces? The first one for me is it gives you access to blips, and you can see this is not an aggressive Tyranid army. This is a methodical, plotting, tempo Tyranid army. It doesn't have a lot of things he wants to sling across against things like White Scars, Raven Guard, Drukhari. They stop you from just auto losing the game turn 1. I'd pay 2 CP to know I'm not going to lose the game turn 1. And so that's what I see there first and foremost. Secondly, it gives him access to the strat. It gives him access to Vect. Like the true OG old school Vect. Very, very, very important in a lot of different matchups now. Especially like when I think about things that would terrify this army, I think about things that would make me really, really horrifically worried if I was playing as Tyler. I'd think about units of 20 Noise Marines double shooting and stuff. The ability to Vect that double shoot and then pick up that unit with Hive Guard, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. The ability to Vect a double move to win or lose the game. The ability to Vect a double fight or an ignore Overwatch. Let's say one single succubus is going to cult a strife into you. She's going to ignore Overwatch. And too bad, so sad. Overwatching with 6 Hive Guard, you are dead, my lady. You did not make that because you're yeah. So that Vect option is a really big deal. And then in addition, it brings all the Hand Flamers. He's got a bunch of Hand Flamers. Acolytes are actually a very well-rounded unit for their points. They can do a lot of different things. The same ilk for the same reasons that I said the Hive Type was a unit that I actually like. I actually quite like an Acolyte. When you're willing to give it bombs, when you're willing to give it Hand Flamers, they actually do quite a bit of a lot of things. Now, he hasn't doubled and tripled down to give them made them into melee bombs or whatever, because they're just harassing units. They're there to pop up 3 inches away from you with waiting in ambush, whatever the crap the strat is, and take away your primary score, take away your banners, go and guarantee you're going to get stuff like Rod, guarantee you're going to get stuff like Engage. So I think they're a great secondary activator. They're some of the best action monkeys in the game, to my mind, because of the abilities of the GST occult stratagems. And then they just bring a swathe of tech, including that Fight Last strat, which I pointed out before. So
I 100% agree. Yeah, because you look at the way his army plays, right, and it really doesn't divert a whole lot from it. You know, you have 3 units that kind of play the tempo screening game he's looking to do with this list, and then you also get that Vect. I think that Vect is just invaluable in this list, and I think that's probably what started his idea for this whole concept was the Vect being brought in with it.
The whole detachment's probably like, well, Vector's good for my army, so I guess I'm bringing on some of this stuff, and then it probably just snowballed from there. Looks like he's brought out another unit of 6 of them. Looks like they're to the left of his home objective, left of his left home objective, just to make it easy for you. There's another 6 men. I'm wondering if he's going to push those up and get on the objective. I think we might be close to a shooting phase though. He's just repositioning the left hero jewel right now, poking its tail through. Man, those models are so big. They're so big. Looks like he's moving out with one of them. I was wondering if he was going to have to, like, because of the amount of fire it took, it's obvious that he can't keep it safe, so he might as well use it. Is my theory there? Is that something you prescribe to, Blake?
Yeah, either you got to go one way or the other. You either have to protect it for a later turn, or you have to go in and make it be a major target for you and make them deal with it. So I think you got to kind of lean one way or the other. You can't just sit back there and take shots in the half cover.
Well, it's obvious it's got a huge target paint on it now. It's got 10 wounds left. So what I would do is catalyst it up and push it in.
Oh, 100%. I agree with that.
You know he's going to shoot it. You know he's going to target it. So why not make it as hard to kill as possible and then get the most mileage out of it? We're going to the shooting phase, Pickles? Psychic phase, easy. Well, psychic phase is pretty short. So what I'm assuming is we're going to have that Hive Tyrant's going to put the yep. We saw Catalyst on that Hydra Jewel. Calling it again, baby. We're going to see a Psychic Scream and a Smite come from the Hive Tyrant, and then we'll go into looks like we're seeing it right now. We're going to have those unit of 2 Service Raiders to the right of that. Yep, they've just been picked up. That's the Smite and the Psychic Scream from the Hive Tyrant. That's why I like that unit. And so now the midboard is controlled by Tyler in effects and purposes. He has control over 3 objectives to his opponent's 2. And yeah, we'll see what happens from here. We're going to the shooting phase, guys. Blake, anything I missed there before we take a step back?
I think it's brilliant. I think it comes right back to what you said about the Hive Tyrant. You see, he just picked up the last 2 Raiders there. That's something that's very annoying to deal with. And he picked up in the Psychic phase. That's just an easy money for you.
Exactly. He's great at picking up the spare. Anyway, we'll take a step back. We'll hear these boys do their shooting phase. We'll see Tyler dial it up.
Not exactly the unit I wanted that rolling. I'm on mic. Awesome. Cool. So the hand flamers just rolled super hot, killed the dog, smote off the dogs over there. So we're down to 1 squad of dogs.
Yep.
Finally. We're getting there. I wasn't even thinking about line of sight, but I totally got it if I want to shoot those dogs like that, which is super tempting. I didn't even think this far ahead. What am I even going to shoot at? This is my problem. I don't think about how to kill stuff. Okay, so that looks good, that looks good, that looks good. What needs to die? The dogs need to die, and these guys have no buffs on them right now, so they can really take some heat. We'll go Hive Tyrant into those guys. Okay. 12 shots on 3s. Yep. Naturally, they can take some heat, so I'll just miss with all of them. And then 2s, yeah, T3. 3 wounds, no AP. So you got 3 3-up saves.
2 guys.
2 of them go through. All right. Is there a question? Pickles? Pickles? I guess. Oh, okay. All right. They should not be overlapping bases. Cool, cool. So that's him. Like I said, this duel. Okay, we're gonna put this duel into those guys.
Rock it out.
Yeah, because I don't have. Oh no, I didn't move this guy. That was really smart of me. So he's still got a beat on the chicken who has 4 wounds remaining. Yeah, who's kind of up. That's fine. Killing the chicken is nice. Killing the infantry is probably better. I don't know. Oh, if he's got line of sight to the chicken, he's now got line of sight to the dogs.
It's true.
I don't like dogs. Dogs have no defense on them right now?
Nope.
Cool. We're going to the dogs.
Okay.
2, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12. And yeah, where everyone's top bracket. 3s. Ooh. And 2s. 3 wounds.
Okay. Off top 1.
Cool. 2 dogs go down. And then the other guy will also go into the dogs.
Rock it out.
6, 9, 12 on 3s. Jesus Christ. Alrighty, that's fine. Get less than half. And 2s. 4 wounds.
Okay. I got 4 dogs.
Okay, that's good at least. Yeah, I think math is probably 4 or 5. So if all fail to wound, you can fail your saves. Seems like a fair trade. So you have how many dogs left in there now?
I think it's 3.
3 dogs left, and their leadership not a lot. Are they within 6 of an objective?
They are within 6 of an objective.
Cool. Because you got that guy within 6 there? Okay, cool. And I'm going to do damage to this squad as well. Interesting. All right, cool. 3 CP still in the tank. We're going to put the full weight of the Hive Guard into these guys.
Rock it out.
3, 6, 9, 12. You have any way to bring dogs back?
No.
Okay.
I should bring models back. What is that?
All right, full Chronos coming in on 3s. Re-rolling 1s. Oh, I like that a lot. 2 2s, but 5 6s.
Cool.
Wounding on 2s. That's what's up. 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. More wounds than hitting shots. You like that?
6, 8, 10, 12, 13.
See some 6s.
Let's stop 2.
All right, 11 skittles down. Yep.
5, 6, 7.
Figure that out.
8, 9, 10, 11.
Cool. So how many skills left in the squad?
7.
7 in the squad. All right. Cool. And I really don't like your darn chickens over there. Chickens have no defensive buffs up right now. So
they can't get defensive buffs.
So I'll be pushing them to 5 up saves right now with Hive Guard? Interesting. All right. Skittles down to 7 feels pretty good. We're going to dump the full Hive Guard into the two-man squad of chickens.
Rock it out.
For 2 CP, obviously. Okay. Down to 1, not 8. As much as I would like that to be the case. 6, 3, 6, 9, 12. All right. Let me just. No one forgot to tell me they brought guns, right? No. That's everybody. All right. So going into the chickens, hitting on 3s. Re-rolling 1s. Not quite as hot that time. 2 2s, 2 6s, so only all of them.
Okay.
And 3s doing the chickens. All right. 5 fail, so it'll be 7 wounds. That was a wound a second ago.
2, 4, 6, 7. 5 ups.
See it.
So that's going to be 6.
6 of them? All right, sweet. How many wounds on the guy that's left?
4.
4. All right, so the first 2, or I'll do one at a time, so it'll be 3, and then kill him. And I got 4 D3 on the last guy. I'll do the first 2.
Sure.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
He's gone. Sweet.
See if they explode. 1, yes. 2, no.
Okay.
So it's just going to be this guy. He's only with 3 explosions.
Sounds good.
He takes a mortal.
Alrighty, that's all the shooting I got. I'm not charging anybody, so that's kind of the turn.
Okay.
At the end of that, I'm going to pick up 3 more on Stranglehold. Second rod is down.
I'm going to go ahead and just auto-pass all this morale right
Yeah, I figured you would. Okay, and that's off the table now. All right, so at the end of that, Pickles, I'm sitting at 10 secondaries, and Hank, and that's not counting no prisoners in case the commentators are curious, and Hank will pick up 10 on primary?
Yeah.
All right. I'm at 10 on secondary, and then Hank is going to pick up a 10 on primary.
All right.
Clock to you.
Cool.
Bottom of 2.
I think all the buffs are going to stay in the same spots. Seems fine.
I'm at 10 and 10, yeah. Yep. 16 total. He got 6 secondaries last turn. Yeah. That was counting the 10 that he just got for primary. So he's only at 6 secondary after turn 1. Yeah. So up to you how you want to score that. All right. I like this. 2 chickens down. You okay, Danny? Okay. you walk up here. It looked like you were going to tell me that someone died. I'll tell you who died. Chickens. That's who.
It's true.
You like it when I shoot in skills and get more hits, more wounds than shots? It makes me pretty happy. Yeah. Not too shabby. And there's no one in reserve, which is really the tracks are going to do their thing. Okay. Dogs. So I killed 3 units total and then really put a hurting on some Scutarii and some dogs. That was a really good turn for damage output.
Bada bing, bada boom, we are back. That was a nice turn. That is a very, very, very good turn for Tyler. What happened, man? What did you see go down?
I just don't even know. You look at what he lost there. He lost a big chunk of those Sulfur Hounds. He lost a bunch of dudes there on the right flank. Yeah, that's wild, man. He took out a big chunk with that shooting phase, and I think that puts him in a pretty good place there because he's going to get counter hit, but the counter punch is not going to be what it would have been.
Yeah, exactly right. He neutered one squad of 20 down to about, it looks like about 7 left. So he killed 13 there. He killed the Sulfur Hounds in the back, so he didn't take the bait in the fact that Hank was just hoping, his vision is based on movement, like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park, and if I don't move this unit, you'll forget it exists. And Tyler's like, I ain't falling for that. My shit might look like dinosaurs, but I'm still going to shoot that unit. And he had decimated the Stealther Hounds down to 3 guys remaining. On top of that, he also killed, I think he killed a unit of 2 chickens as well. So one thing that Barb's Hero Jewels are actually quite good at is killing things like your chickens. They've got 6 attacks each. So they've got 12. So 12 shots each from each one. They hit on 3s at strength 8 -2, 2 damage. They're actually quite good with those 12 shots at taking out things like your Iron Strider, Ballistari. And with only the small units that Hank's got, the Hero Jewels are actually quite good at picking them up. I'm interested to see now if Hank has enough DACA to win this game. I think he does. I think Admech DACA is just that OP and that ridiculous that if he decides to, he can still kill that Hero Jewel and he can still kill that Flyer, clear off those middle objectives again. Because that's literally all this fight is over. It's about the middle objectives. And Hank's got the bottom of turn, so Hank has the most ability to get to 15 at the end of the game. Because right now I see them trading 10s back and forward. And whoever gets the first 15 is probably the one who's going to be in the driver's seat for sure.
Where do you see the firepower coming from to kill the Hydral's dead for sure with 10 wounds on him? What do you see going into the Flyer over there?
Well, so I want to know if it's Rangers or Vanguard that he's got over there, because if the Vanguard are willing to pop their always wound on 5s and he dumps enough re-rolls and stuff onto them, enough of the buffs, they can hit on 2s, re-rolling and then re-roll everything for the 5s. And so hitting on 2s, re-rolling 5s, auto wound, and then you can wound him on 6s on the other end. But that's enough to do a lot of DACA. That's enough to do a lot of DACA to that Flyer, even through maybe a -1 to hit or whatever he might have on him. So yeah, I think that is enough. I think the small arms should be enough to kill the Flyer if he wants to go for it. But I don't know if he cares. I don't know if he cares enough. It looks like he's just teed one unit of so one guy from that 7-man unit onto the objective, which, takes it back in all intents and purposes. But the issue is he can't put up any banners. And I think that's the good call there by the Flyer. And get on there, stop him from putting up banners, and deny one of his secondaries almost entirely. But this is a really good mission for banners, guys, because it's a safe 10 in this matchup. The mid player isn't going to be slinging obsec across the board that's going to pull down your banners. That's just not going to be a thing unless you let him get a 3-inch deep strike with the acolytes, which is very easy to screen off for this army. So your banners is a pretty safe 10 points. It's actually a very safe 10 points. In addition to that, the Stranglehold he's got is pretty easy too, because he's got the obsec in the middle of the board. So Hank's ability to get obsec and obsec and banners every turn is pretty good. But I do like what Tyler's doing, just stopping and putting up banners in the middle, because as soon as they go up, Tyler just is going to run out of assets trying to pull them down every turn.
Yeah, I agree. I think that he's playing it well. He has some counter punch left back there too. He still has some small units, warriors back there. He has his Hive Guard. I think he has a couple of little units still. Have his Devil Gaunts come down yet?
No Devil Gaunts yet, and I think that's one of the things he's waiting for. He's waiting for one of these 20-man blocks to hit one of the middle objectives. Because that's what the Devil Gaunts will do. They will just come down and they'll pick up the vast majority of a 20-man. Now, he's also has to wait for Shroud Psalm to not be up as well, because between Lucius with the +1 going to a 3+, and Shroud Psalm for a 2+, those Devil Gaunts come in and actually don't do much. So he needs to dodge the Shroud Psalm for those Devil Gaunts to come in and actually be able to pick up most of the 20-man. But you're right, that is still a very good tool in this matchup.
Because that's something that we haven't really talked about. He still has some punch to come out. I think the Lictor's still out, so he still has the ability to play that backboard edge. He still has some of his acolytes out too as well. And you look back there at the bottom right. I think he might not. Does he have that screened out to where on that objective on the bottom right there?
No, he does not, to my mind. Looks like he's got 1 or 2, maybe even characters, or the stringing from that unit back onto it. But that looks like that'd be the key position that I'd go for. And it is all dependent on whether on what Canonical and what Doctrina is active. But Lucius is still pretty resilient. I mean, so is it 4 shots each from a Devourer, or is it 3? I think it's 3. Yeah.
I'm not sure actually.
I'm pretty sure it's 3 shots from a Devourer. In which case, that unit of the 29 comes in and gets
It's 3. It's 3. I'm looking at it right now. Yep.
Yeah. So
It's been a minute since I've thought about it.
Yeah, they come in and they get 87 shots essentially, because there's 29 of them. 87 shots into 20 guys. Someone in the chat, here's your job. Here's your job for the game. 87 shots hitting on 4s, wounding on 3s into a 3+ armor save. How many go down? Give us it. Someone give us a breakdown. I can't be bothered. I'm lazy.
My brain can't do math right now. Yeah,
I'm going to engage. All right, we're into the shooting phase for the AdMech, so we'll take another back seat, guys, and we'll see you soon.
Both hit. Cool. I'm going to re-roll both of these for a CP. 2 saves. 2 saves.
4 up. Maybe I got 160 in the tank if I need it. 4 up. He's good.
Okay.
4 up. Fails.
We CPing?
The other guy also has line of sight range?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Take 6.
Cool. And 12.
I'll shoot him again.
With the other guy, right?
Yeah, the other guy.
You don't shoot twice?
No, I don't shoot twice. Both will hit. Both will wound.
Alrighty. 4 up saves. Come on, buddy. Fails. Yeah, I gotta CP that.
Okay.
Oh, I really don't want to, though. It's gonna be. Yeah, no, we just gotta let it go.
Okay.
Gotta let it go. Unless we fail the second one, which we pass. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead and take. I'm gonna CP. Not CP roll. I'm gonna from mechanical reroll.
Oh, you get a hit, a wound,
Oh, and a damage. Yes. Take 6. Take 6.
That hurts.
Take 6.
All right.
Take 6. All right, Tarax, you're gonna shoot those boys. 46 flamer hits. That'll be 11, 15. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 AP -1, and then I got 5 more shots from the sergeant if they don't die to this.
AP -1. So
Yeah.
There's 2 5-ups from the guys in cover. Fail them both. They're dead.
Cool. All right. This guy will go ahead and, I mean, they'll just shoot that thing because they got no other targets. 3d6 flamer hits. That is 10. Yeah, 15-inch range. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 6s. 1 save -2.
-2. 3 up.
Okay. Then 2. The blast pistol technically has to be rolled separately because it's strength 5. They both hit. I need that's wound. Yep. Okay. Two saves and -1.
-1.
-1.
2 ups. 3 up.
Okay. And then other dude's pistols. Nothing. All right. The rest of stuff. We're going to go ahead and put Magno Rail Lance into the TIE Tyrant.
Let's see it.
It'll hit. T7?
Yep.
I'll reroll that because Mars. Or not because Mars, because he's a Canticle guy. Nope.
Like I said, he's nice. There's your turn, baby.
All right, now we're going to go ahead and do the important one, enriched rounds into that boy.
Sure.
1 CP.
Because you use your thing.
Use my reduction. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20.
And you're all in range, it's like 36, right?
Yeah. It's 27.
27?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This 3 times.
All right, I don't see too much.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 auto wounds.
Okay. I'll keep track over here. You can use this one dice.
Okay.
Point.
That's fine. 6 is to wound. Nope, nothing more there. Then we do that again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 more.
11 so far.
Nothing.
Okay.
And then these ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, that was pretty sweet.
I mean, considering that none of the other ones had any.
So
Yeah.
that's going to be 22?
-1. Ignore cover.
Yep. 8, 12, or 11, do this twice.
Mhm.
We're going to do 3 up saves and then 5 up normal things.
Yep.
3 ups. Okay, that's not bad. There's a lot of 3s.
Okay.
4 fails out of that. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's basically math.
Sure.
And then 5 ups.
Mhm.
And all of them, so he's down to 6.
Okay.
Then we'll do it again.
Mhm.
All right, come on. Come on now. 3s. That's much better. 2 fails, 5 ups. 2 fails. He's down to 4.
Okay.
So this one's down to 4. This one's down to 6.
What is their bottom bracket?
4.
Okay. So he's at bottom bracket?
I believe so. I
Okay.
won't be 100% sure, but double check. But I'm pretty confident. Yep, that's bottom bracket.
Okay, cool. These guys are all going to shoot the High Tyrant.
They all have line of sight to him?
To the wing, I would assume.
Without crossing the base of this?
I think so. I mean, there are guys who are on the base of it as well.
For sure. So like these 3 guys totally have it, and then, but like, that's...
I mean, I can see under it, right? I can see.
Well, because the line is like here. Yeah, sure. You got it. Go for it.
Under.
We're glad I did not take to the last.
Do I want? Yeah, I want that guy dead. So I'm gonna spend 2 CP, go down to 2. Yeah. We're gonna make them 60 shots.
Yeah, we just do to the base because this gets real wonky.
12, 14,
Trust me, I would like it to be wonky.
18, 20. 2s, reroll 1s.
And there you slapping the heavy thing.
Yeah.
And you spent the 2 CP to be.
I did. I'm on 2 CP.
So 60 shots.
60 shots. So everything hits. I'll go ahead and do these wounds real quick.
Cool.
5s, reroll 1s. That's a 1. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. AP minus 1. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more.
Cool. So that'll be 19 total.
It's a third volley. This is 20. This is 20. This is 20. Oh, there's a 1. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more.
Cool. So 12, 18, 25.
Okay.
4, 8, 13. Minus 1, right?
Yep. So 4 ups.
Either way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got 5 left.
Okay. And all that again.
Minus 1.
Minus 1. Okay. Minus 1. Okay. Minus 1. Okay. Okay.
Come on.
That doesn't look like it to me. It doesn't look like it to me.
Bye, buddy.
These guys have put their shots into him.
Sure.
14, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 3s and 6s. Eat that wound. Just 1. AP minus 1, you can recover.
3 up.
Okay. I believe that is going to be it for me. I don't actually score Eradication of Flesh this turn because I only kill 1 infantry unit.
That is true.
Yep.
Do you want to bounce your Taraxi?
I can't. They arrive this turn.
Oh.
They arrive this turn.
Oh, that's pretty sweet. Okay. Cool. Yes, you'll pick up no Eradication. You got your 2 banners.
And I got Dominate.
Cool. Yeah. So Hank is going to grab 5 more secondaries for a total of 11, and he's at 10 primary. Cool. My turn. He'll grab 10 primary. Alrighty, and then this is where things get haggard. 2 CPs, not as many as I wanted to have. Don't see a way to do that. What's up? Oh yeah, haggard. Yeah. Yeah, let me just do that literally right now. My thing is dead.
I'm going to pause your clock real quick.
Oh, awesome. All right. Looks good. Okay. Okay, after 2 CP.
Unpausing your clock.
Spells go away. Much appreciated. Okay. So who has what defensive buffs right now?
These guys, minus 2 AP ignoring and transhuman.
Transhuman? Okay. Transhuman is annoying. That was rude. So scooch over, grab line of sight, take him down. You got a character back there. All right. What's my zone like? Oh, I really don't want to spend a CP on pheromone trails, but I don't know.
And we are back, guys. Man, Hank. You can never count AdMac out. Even losing like even losing in like a third of his army, like in the 3 units of hounds and the raiders and stuff. Doesn't matter. This is why people have got issues with AdMech. You can kill all their toys, all their special units, and you just get slapped and destroyed by their troops. To my mind, that was a flyer that had taken 1 wound. It had 11 wounds left. 1 single unit of Vanguard with 1 stratagem iced him. 11 wounds from a unit of literally of just like lampshades. So just lampshades with guns walked up, killed a flyrant. Just toast. Blake, how are you feeling about this game?
I don't feel good about that. That feels bad to me. I don't like that they toasted him like that. But I think that everyone's still in this. I mean, I think either side could win this game still. I think that Tyler has positioned himself perfectly. I think Hank has played a very good, slow trickle game. He's fed him the resources he wants to feed him, and I think that he's kind of in a position now to where he can score strangleholds. He's forcing him to take him off these objectives now, and Tyler really has some dwindling resources back there.
Yeah.
But bear in mind, he still has some good, strong punch to come off the board. He still has a Devil Gaunts back there. He has a Lictor somewhere to be had, and
he's still got 1 unit of Acolytes, I believe, and he's lining up now. He's just turned 3. He has to drop those Devil Gaunts. We're about to see what this plan for them is. They've got this nice little bracket into the bottom right-hand corner, but to my mind, that's not kind of where I'd put them, because right there, what they're going to do is they're going to come down, they're going to pick up the unit of like 7 Rangers. Yeah, sure, they're dead, cool. But then they have to shoot through dense cover in order to get to the other unit, and they're going to kill 3 or 4 from that unit, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think the guy said on average that unit does to a Lucius not in cover unit of Vanguard or Rangers, and then that unit will just turn around and pick up the whole damn Devil Gaunt squad. So I
think I use the middle.
Sorry?
I like the middle. Because you're going to be able to pick. You're going to be able to pick a side, and you're going to be able to use it to give you cover, and then you're going to be able to take down one.
So we talked about this before off camera. So what I think Hank wants to do is next turn is when the Castellan robots get activated. Next turn. So if you look to the left, we have a 4 wound barbed hero jewel and 3 Tyranid warriors holding down the left objective. The right objective still has a bunch of termagants there, still has a much more healthy barbed hero jewel and a neurothrope and the unit of warriors. The left hand side is the weak side for Tyler. So what Hank's going to do next turn is going to pick up his Castellan robots. He's going to dump them over that side. They're going to charge on into those 3 Tyranid warriors. They're going to kill them. He's going to hold down that objective really comfortably, really easy. And then next turn, he threatens the Hive Guard. The Hive Guard can't be there next turn. They actually have to run away. They have to move, e.g. denying him the Cronus buffs, denying him a bunch of other things as well. If they stay there, they're dead as hell. So next turn, I think what I would do this is with full foresight of me looking down on the table, seeing all these plays unfold, and having watched Hank play with that unit already, I'd put the Devil Gaunts in front of those unit of Tyranid warriors. I'd pick up the Taraxi, and I'd actually go for a charge on the Chicken Walker. So what you do when you charge that Chicken Walker is you wrap that boy, put 29 termagants, wrapping a Chicken Walker on that middle left objective, and you force exoskeleton robots to come up into them and start trying to trade. Because even on the charge, when they've got 4 attacks, 5 attacks each hitting on 2s, chances are they don't kill half a termagant unit. They don't kill half those 30 boys. So get that charge up with a reroll if you need. It's a time for a little bit of desperation from Tyler, because he's losing stuff. Next turn, he could very easily lose both hero jewels, and then it's going to be a real rough day. Sorry, brother, I've talked far too much.
No. You rapid fire, man. I love it. I think that you could consider putting those warriors back there to screen that corner out, even though, right? Because they still have to be an X amount of distance off of you. So you could screen them off there. You could put that barbed herald, or I can't say it. You could put big boy. You could keep him right there on that corner of that objective that's sitting off, and you just let him die. But you're not gonna get that deep strike next turn, because he won't be able to do it.
Yeah, exactly right. So it is 8 points per model for the Vanguard, so that's 160. And yeah, I think it's 210-ish for a Flyrant, or is it 180? I don't know. They're pretty.
Depends on what you load them out.
Yeah, exactly. It just seems rough, It just seems like a rough thing when you envision it. So these 2 units, these 2 barbed hero jewels are a little bit compromised. The one on the right hand side for your viewing pleasure is like 6, 8 wounds left, and the one in the middle of the screen, the one moving up to get the charge into the Sulphur Hounds, I believe only has 4 wounds left. But that Catalyst made all the difference, because he put Catalyst on that guy, and he had 10 wounds left. He only lost 6. So you think about what Catalyst does. Catalyst saves about a third of the wounds coming in. So technically, that guy would be on 1 wound left or dead without that psychic power. And that's exactly what we thought he'd do. Put Catalyst on him, push him up, make him shoot him, and see if Catalyst makes a difference. And he has a big Gribbly when he may not have.
Yeah, that's a huge difference. That guy being on the board versus not on the board this turn is the game changer. I mean,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Devil Gaunt's is going to be the big play this turn. Also, he does have another unit of Hormigans. They are coming out. They're going to be contesting the middle right objective. And he also has a couple of more units of Termagants, I believe. I'm just going to quickly look at his list again. Or was it just the Hormigans that I'm thinking
It
of?
was just Homer Guns in the
10
bottom.
Hormers,
The
10
bottom.
Hormers. Yeah, yeah. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, yeah, it's just the Hormers. So that's his second unit of Hormers coming up. They're going to contest the middle right objective. And we just heard from Pickles that they did advance. So most likely they were just coming out in order to pull down a banner if it got put up. What I do like here for in games like this, you got that 7-man unit of Rangers. This is always something to consider, guys. The 7-man unit Rangers come up and declare they're putting up a banner. And then the Vanguard pop their strats and see if they kill the Hive Tyrant. If the Hive Tyrant's got 1 or 2 wounds left, you shoot the Vanguard. You shoot the 7-man unit of Rangers into him. Yes, you don't pull down the banner. The banner action stops, but you shoot and then you kill the Hive Tyrant and you didn't risk anything. You know, if the Vanguard do kill the Flyrant, the banner goes up. But I'm not even sure you can declare you're putting up a banner while there's a unit on the objective. So it's a moot point. But those kind of interactions can give you a swathe of other options later in the game.
Absolutely, I think that's and I think that's why I put it down there. You know, you have that versatility down there. You're guaranteed to get your stranglehold there because you do control that at that point. So I think it was a smart move because then you're just saving your resources, which is valuable, which is what he probably values one of the most things in this game right now.
Yeah, spot on. Looks like the Devil Guns are going down in the bottom right-hand corner. They're going to be picking on that 7-man unit. I suppose I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. I think it's 18-inch range on Devourers as well. So I'm not sure they've got range to that the healthy unit of Vanguard in the middle of the board. Which case, yeah, I don't know about that deployment. I don't think. Is it worth it? Because they're going to come down. They're just going to, yeah, cool. They're going to pick up. Maybe it's a character on that bottom right objective. Yeah, cool. They pick that guy up. They pick up the unit of 7 Rangers, but then that whole unit of 30 just goes kaput. Just goes pop. If you want to see what 20 Vanguard do to a Hive Tyrant, you wait and you see what 20 Vanguard do to 30 Termagants.
But you have to if he doesn't kill him, then you have that threatened backboard. So you basically trading an objective for an objective. I think I like the top left a little more too. I think I like that protection up there a little bit.
Well, so that's with the knowledge of forethought of what Hank is maybe going to do. You know, that's with me predicting what Hank might do. And I suppose they don't have the luxury. Like Tyler doesn't have the luxury. He's like, I need to solve problems now, not prevent problems that are going to happen later. I've got more than enough on my plate without trying to predict what he's going to do. And so that's the gift that we have looking down and having seen a couple of games play out. But as it sits right now, I think this might go from bad to worse for Tyler. I predict that he's going to lose that middle barbed hero duel the next turn. And yeah, he actually has a good chance to dominate the right flank, but I think he's going to completely give up his left in such a way that he'll never be able to get it back. But I think the AdMech can still take back the right flank. I don't think the Nids could take back his left flank if the Kastan robots get up on that left hand objective. But it's a 3d6 charge with the reroll. Hey, it still need to roll a 9. These things cannot, that can just not be a thing.
Is what do you think he's gonna do with this left Hydra roll here? Do you think he's gonna charge it in somewhere? Where's he firing it?
He's going to try and pick up, in my mind, if he's able to pick up the 2 remaining chicken walkers, which is what I'd be targeting, pick up the chicken walkers, charge in, kill the sulfur hounds, get really deep into your opponent's lines, and just once again force the issue. I still think he puts catalyst on that one because I think the other one has good is safe from the chicken walkers. It's really far away. It's on the other side of the table. That huge piece of terrain is between them all, so maybe he's just out of sight, out of mind. And so yeah, I'd be trying to keep that 4-wound one alive for another turn, and you do that by committing it to the middle of the board, forcing the issue, and then taking out those chicken walkers. Mind you, he might just want to dunk on the big unit of Rangers and the Vanguard now that we've seen that they're actually the most deadly thing in the AdMech army.
Do you think he can get to him here?
I don't think he can charge him, no, but he can still put the shooting. He's still got 12 shots between them and between the hero duel and the and the Hive Guard. He has good odds of decimating one or both of those units. That's what I try.
Oh, he has range on both of them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I probably try and do. Try and kill 10 to 15 from each of the squads, each of those remaining intact 20-mans, and then I'd feel pretty good if I was Tyler.
100%. Yeah, it looks like the acolytes moving up on the left side of the board there. I guess they were back there behind that that piece of terrain over there.
So.
So they were deep strike. Okay, that's one of the reserves there.
They're cult ambushed, yeah, for sure. I'm trying to figure out what the breakpoints are for the hero duels degeneration. because it could be hitting, it's at 4 wounds left. So I'm actually going to assume because it starts with 18 wounds, it's on its bottom bracket. And yeah, it's 1 to 4. 1 to 4 left is its bottom bracket. And so it's movement 4, web skill, ballistic skill 5+. So it's actually not that threatening. So it's actually probably not going to kill much of anything in its turn. And the other one has got 6 left, so it's hitting on 4s. That being the one on the far right.
You know, I forgot about that unit of acolytes he still had back there, so that makes a little bit more sense why he went to bottom right there. He had the screen tool back there. That makes a lot of sense. You put less of a resource up there to waste.
Yeah, it apparently killed 5 Gaunts with the Auspex as they landed, and the Lictor is coming in behind the Gaunts. So Lictor's going to be doing the rod for him. I'm getting those points in the bank. Yeah, and I'm assuming he's already rodded his deployment zone. So that should be, is that 8 points? It's 8 points in the bank for Tyler. That's not too bad. And as the carry sits right now, Tyler is in the lead, but Tyler's had an additional turn of primary score, 10 more points in the bank. So in all reality, this is 30 to 31 to Hank, because I can't see Hank not getting... I don't think there's any real way to stop Hank from getting 10 points, unless, of course, the Devil Gaunts do not shoot into those ranges and charge and make a 9 instead, which is... That's some big cojones play right there.
That would be that'd be the mega play for sure.
So KR Queen has asked, any concessions are reining in AdMech a bit, not neutering them, but adjustments, some points increases, maybe change the CP cost or a few strats. So they already did. Already did an FAQ. Of course, you may actually not be aware. They did an FAQ, changed some of these strats. That strat that killed the Hive, the Flyrant, got nerfed. It used to be 4s. Yeah.
It was absolutely brutal before the nerf. Like I feel like that was just so unfair. So
it was 4s and 1 CP. Now it's 5s and 2 CP. Still kill the Flyrant from like near max health. Doesn't matter. It's still good. So they're trying. It's just not enough at this point.
At least it's not killing Morty now. I think previously there were stats to say you could kill Morty with just like firing a unit into it, which is pretty wild.
Yeah. You can just chuck enough buffs on it that would just get it done. But I do think now they just changed a couple of points. Like I think 1 more point per model on the Rangers and the Vanguard. 2 more points I think is too much, but 1 more point would probably not go awry. We're about to go into the shooting phase, guys, so we will take a step back and you guys can hear what's going to unfold.
Onto him regardless.
9 onto who?
Onto this guy.
Oh, that guy. Okay,
yeah,
that's
for
fair.
sure.
That's fair.
We're live, cool. So that's 2 track, XC down, and one of them takes a wound from my lovely hand flamers over here. What is this charge like? Looks like within 6, question mark? Could you measure that for me maybe more accurately from your side? Half an hour, that's fine.
Looks like, yeah.
Cool. So within 6, so a 5-inch charge. Let me just literally put that over here so I don't forget about it. They've got an 8. We'll see how it goes. I'm probably not going to have command points for either of those things, but here we are. All right, so we've got 6 Skitarii over here. They have no buffs.
No buffs.
And we got 5 dudes just chilling over here.
Yep.
Alrighty. And we got Hive Guard to pick up some spares. Cool. So we're going to put... Oh, man, I hate this. Okay, I have the objective regardless, so killing these isn't actually that high of a priority target. Oh, that's money. Oh, I hope I hit that charge. All right, so we're going to go... got to kill 2, 5, and a 6. So this one's your... Here's the 10 first. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
30.
30. Okay. Hitting on 4s with Chapter Master.
Yep.
Good thing. I mean, actually, that was a very good roll. I don't know what I'm talking about. Ready? And the rerolls. Tell me Lurking Maws is bad again, John. I dare you. All right, and then wounding on 3s, you're rolling 1s.
1.
Oh, thank you.
How many we got?
A lot. 3, 6, 9, 12 fail, so 18.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. They're dead.
Cool. And then we got this 1.5 times, but without the rerolls, into the other squad. So here we are coming in on 4s. Oh, he's at 4 wounds, not 2. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 more. 4s. And then 3s, you're rolling 1s. Lots of ones to reroll. Get out of here, all you dang twos. Cool.
How many we got?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Fuck you. I just have 4 up saves, right?
4.
Cool.
3 ups.
3 up saves.
2, 4, 6,
Okay,
8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Yeah, they're dead.
Cool.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly.
Okay. I need you off of that objective. I need you, or I'd like it off of that objective. So if I hit a 9 here, it's kind of like uber money. It's so good. How much do I want to bet on that happening? Similarly here with this charge. Like I'd like it to go off, but it's not a big deal if it doesn't. And we also got a full, what's this guy got? What's the brick back there have on it defensively? Transhuman? That's harsh. And that comes off of, that guy, what comes off of this guy?
Fall back and shoot.
He gives fall back and shoot, he gives?
Nothing.
Nothing. Alrighty. Full squad of Vanguard is scary. I'd like it to go away. And they have Ignore AP too?
Yes.
Alright, well, it was a very intelligent decision to split those up like that.
Okay, you're not even within 12 here.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to charge him. I'm going to charge this guy. I've got a 9 on. Yeah,
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, sorry. If I said 9ers on both, I just meant 9 just to make a charge.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right, so we still got a beat on that chicken if we wanted it, or we could go into something else. I don't want to go into that guy, that's for sure. We could go into these guys who are transhuman, which feels real bad. We're just gonna go into the chicken.
Okay. Hitting on 4s?
Hitting on 5s on bottom bracket.
Oh, okay.
It just seems better. Oh wait, unless he can cross court. I don't think so. Nope. Okay. So going into that chicken over there, hitting on 4s.
Okay.
Or 5s rather.
5s, yeah.
That's a 5. That's not. So that'll be a full 3 hits.
Okay.
And then wounding on 3s.
Yep.
A full 3 wounds. Fail all 3 saves, please.
5 ups?
Yep.
Nope.
Close. All right. Walk back to me. He's down to 2, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. This guy is going to shoot the Traxi.
Rock it out. Also 5s?
4s. Oh. No, with this guy down to 4? Wasn't he at 6?
I don't remember.
I had one at 6 and one at 4. Sorry, I need to re-roll this.
Okay.
3, 6, 9. Yeah, this is the whole thing into him. Sorry about that. He hits on 4s, not 5s.
All right.
I knew that dice got bodged. I just didn't realize what it got bodged from.
Okay.
All right. That's what I thought, yeah. So 6 hits,
Okay.
and then 3s, and that'll be 5 wounds this time.
Okay. 2, 4, 5.
Still literally exact same result.
Still
Cool.
gonna win.
All right. Can't change the past.
Yeah.
All right, so now I will do this guy into the Traxi.
Okay. Which guy? Oh, that guy.
This
Okay.
guy, yeah.
He's hitting on 5s.
Yeah. He is at bottom. He's hitting on 5s. And he gets only 2 hits.
Okay.
That's
2s?
not enough to kill 3 dudes.
Nope.
2s, only 1 wound.
Okay.
Save. Very nice. All right. Okie dokie. So that's an 8 that I really like to hit. What needs to die? The dogs need to die, but I'd also just like to kind of charge them. And a 5 is pretty reliable. I might not just. I'm a bottom bracket. I might not kill him in melee. I'm hitting on 5s. Yeah. And you got fall back and do stuff, dudes. All right, Hive Guard. What are we thinking? You're out of Hive Guard range with the robots, right?
Yeah.
That was very intentional. Awesome.
Unequivocally.
Okay, so I think the Hive Guard have to try to split and kill both of these guys, because that charge gets no harder, and if I don't have a charge to make here, that's fine with me. Yeah. All right, cool. So Hive Guard.
3 and 3?
Yeah, 3 and 3.
Okay.
Easy enough, because they're defensively identical for me. They got a 5-up invuln?
Yes. They both have 5-up invulns.
Perfect. It's exactly the same. Dogs first. 3s. No 1s, no 6s.
Okay.
5 hits.
2s.
3 wounds.
They're all dead?
Nope.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
1's dead. Oh, and 6 a wound.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Actually, I'll make that.
I say, you want to make the charge a little harder? 6 shots into the Traxi then. 3s. Oh, crushing. Rerolling 1s. 5 hits again because the 6 and a 2 cancel.
Okay.
And 2s into the Traxi. Jesus Christ. 3 of them. 5-up saves. Cool. Kills the wounded guy. All right. Well, that feels real bad. I need to take you off of that because I need Stranglehold. I really don't want to double tap, but I can't make a realistic charge there. I don't see. What?
You already have Stranglehold.
No, I need to hold more. Stranglehold is 3
Oh,
and
that's true.
more.
And more. That's right. That's right.
So we got to double tap. Got no choice in the matter unless someone forgets to tell me they brought a gun. Oh, I could double tap over there instead and just kill that guy. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. What's he defensively?
4. He's 4 Skatari.
4 Skatari? No one else on the objective. So I kill him, that's automatically it. I kill them, that's also automatically it, and I lose my chance at a double wrap. So I think I go after them instead. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go. We're gonna go Hive Guard, and is there any, like that's nice, but it's not that big of a deal. We're gonna dump all the Hive Guard into the tracks.
Okay. Sounds good.
8, 12, full Chronos, 3s, re-rolling 1s. No kill like overkill, mother clucker.
Sure.
14 hits.
Cool.
2s to wound.
Pick some dice up real quick. I'm gonna guess this is this many dice?
12.
Cool. I'm gonna roll
Get
how
off
many
my
dice.
table.
They're dead.
Cool. That's what I thought. All right. Cool. So that's excellent. Makes me very happy. And we'll move on into the charge phase.
Okay. No rerolls on charges though.
I got nothing.
All right. Who's going first?
He's gonna hit an 8 into them, or they're gonna hit an 8 into him.
Oh,
He's an 8. That's what's up, boys. That's what's up. Woo! 10-inch charge urge over here. Yeah, you're gonna let robots in here. That's totally fine. 11 inches because I'm formed emperor. Send a guy up to here. Send a guy up to here. Send a guy up to here. Send a guy up to here.
Cool.
Guy up to here. Neat guy up to here. Guy up to here. Dope. Cool. All right.
And we're back. Oh, me oh my. Tyler is going for it. He's doing what he's got to do, man. Those Akos came down into the left of screen and just made their charge into the Chicken Walker. After the Hive Guard with their second shooting phase killed the last two of the Taraxi. The issue there is he couldn't charge the Taraxi because the Taraxi with their flamers, it's only 6 Akos, you know? The Taraxi technically kill those guys. They get 7 hits, they get 5 wounds, and then they rend 2 on there. So they just kill 5 of them. The last one dies to morale. The hero duel's gone into those 2 surfer hands, which I thought he was pretty sure he was going to do. The issue there, though, hitting on 5s into a 5-up invuln, I don't think it kills both. Putting it out there right now, I don't think that large hero duel kills both of those dogs. Which is
How many
hilarious.
attacks they got flat? They got 5 attacks?
Nah, 4, man. So hit
4,
on 5s.
oh wow.
The man gets 1 hit most likely, and then goes into a 5-up invuln. So there's a chance he doesn't kill any of them, but I think he kills 1. So it's pretty rough. I think he did go for a charge on the Devil Gaunts in the bottom right. So they did come in down there. They did shoot into that unit of 6 or 7 rangers that were there and picked them all up. Looks like there's a character still left. We're guessing that's one of the Skitarii marshals, but we could be wrong there. Could be a servitor. Could be. I don't believe it's his Manipulus. I think his Manipulus is the only thing in his army that's on a 50 mil base, and I can see that directly below his unit of 20 Vanguard.
Yeah, that's right there mid board. Right there mid board at the bottom.
I see. Remember what I said before? I said he should put the Devil Gaunts up in the top left-hand corner and charge them down. Just go for the charge onto the chicken and give it a wrap. He's done that with the Acolytes. Obviously a smarter man than me. That does the job of that might not do the job though of screening off, because what he's done now by charging the Habab Hero Duel and the Acolytes, he's left that top left hand corner open for the solar flare play. It's still there. I would assume though that that's not ideal for Hank anymore. I think Hank wanted to solar flare onto the middle objective and then charge up, and therefore if he failed to charge, he was still on a middle objective. You know, it's a much less to risk the 3d6 charge. Because let's say he does go up in the top left-hand corner. If he fails that charge, the Warriors are just like, oh, see you, bro. They walk down, they go into the left middle objective, and then the Castellan robots never see combat, never see play. So it's a bit of a big bet now. It's a Skitarii Marshal we've just been told, just been informed by Pickles. So that's the single soul model to the right, all the way to the right of Hank's deployment line. Man, Tyler's doing what he got to do, man. He is doing exactly what he's got to do. And you were right at the start of this one. You said, Adam, you're going to be impressed by this guy. He knows what he's doing. Absolutely right, he does, man.
I've watched 2 games now, and I've yet to be not shocked by the way this guy plays. This guy has impressed me every time I watch him. He knows how to play these models. And he has proved me wrong at every single turn when I have said that I don't think he knows the right play here. The right play is what he does, and he has just really done well.
Yeah, absolutely right. I would. So he did. He killed 1. I called that he killed 1 of the sulfur hounds. He didn't kill both.
Oh yeah, spot on. I do want to take a moment, Adam, to talk about the charity here. We are here at Charity Hammer up in Seattle, and all the proceeds go out and donate. All the proceeds go to Child's Play, which is an international charity. It's a network of over 185 hospitals worldwide. They do amazing things. They provide kids with toys, video games, entertainment while they are undergoing treatments for sicknesses in the hospital. Every bit of your donation, everything you send goes directly to this organization. 100% of the donations go there, not a dime less. And for every donation, for every $30 you send in, you get a raffle ticket. And that raffle ticket goes to amazing prizes that we are drawing throughout the event. So stay tuned for your chance to win and give whatever you're able to give.
Man, we have still got about 24 hours left in Charity Hammer, guys. So plenty of time to donate, plenty of time to win. Jump in through slow. Donate some dollars, please, if you can. All goes to an incredible cause. And thank you so much to those who have donated already. You guys are champions. All right. What does Hank need to do here, brother? What is on his agenda? What does he need to accomplish?
He's got to kill that bottom right corner. So if he doesn't windle them down, they're just going to keep doing their thing, and that's a big chunk of his firepower left. Because up top, that Hierodul's not really going to deliver as hard as it should. It's on 4+ still.
My God, you see what I'm saying? You see what he's doing?
He's turning it.
No, yeah, he has solar flared, guys. Now he's not solar flared aggressively like I thought. He's solar flared aggressively. He's taken his other unit of 20 guys. No idea if they're Vanguard or Rangers, and he's put them across onto his bottom right-hand objective, across from directly looking down the barrels of their guns into those Tyranid termagants onto the bottom right. So he has solar flared into his own deployment zone from one side to the other side. I think this could be quite clever, especially if he's just banking on a nice big control play going for the middle Vanguard in to pick up those Hormagaunts, which they should do very easily. The Castellan robots do seem in a bit of a lurch now. If he was going to go for that play, I would have liked to have seen the Castellan robots move up a little bit more, actually be on the front line at least, because they would have really have checked the advance of that barbed hero duel earlier. But you know what? So much the better. Hank probably didn't know that he was going to get 30 Devilgons into his backline at that point in the game. So working with what he's got, Hank, I think he's still got he's got a plentiful amount of resources. He's actually got a plentiful amount. But I think by doing that play, I think he's conceded to the fact that he doesn't have enough turns left to go and shut down things like his opponent's backfield. I don't think there's any real way from here on in we see any of Hank's models get onto any of Tyler's home objectives or disrupt the shooting from the Hive Guard. I think we're going to see another 3 turns of shooting from the Hive Guard. Although, no, this is turn 3. So we're going to see 2 more turns of shooting from Hive Guard. Unabated, unmolested, nothing you can do about it. The Cerberus Sulfur Hound in base with the barbed hero duel should probably fall back. I'm thinking, just a sneaky feeling you should fall back.
Oh, definitely.
But in saying what he did with the solar flare, he did that because he knows he has a charge for the Castellan robots. The Castellan robots charge into the acolytes, wrapping the Dragoon, the Ballistari, and they get into the game that way. And if he's lucky, he gets a big old charge. He still goes to the 3d6, gets a big old charge, slingshots them right up, uses that unit, and then piles and consolidates, and can still get them quite deep into his opponent's lines. But we will see. We'll see how much and how big he rolls. What are you seeing here, man? Do you think this is pivoted and the pendulum has swung firmly in Tyler's hands, or do you think Hank can still bring it back pretty comfortably from here?
I think Hank can still bring it back. I mean, Hank's doing exactly what we said before he made that play. I mean, I think it's the right play. I think you have to have the tools to deal with the 2 things that are the big threat left on the board you can deal with, and that's the barbed Hierodul and the big unit of Devilgons down there in the bottom. So you got to have your 2 units that are delivering, your 2 big OBSEC units you have on that top and left objective if he needs to.
Exactly right, my dude. Looks like we have an update from the stream host, who I think is Peter the Falcon, hosting the Mark Perry John Lennon game. And so that is Orcs versus Sisters. That would actually be a really cool game to call. But we didn't put that one on. You know why? Because you can go to the Art of War 40K, into the War Room onto YouTube, and just watch those 2 guys play like any other week. These 2 gents, who the hell knows when these 2 guys are going to play again? And the update from the stream 2 table, Mike is trying to hold the John back and hang on to his primary lead as he punishes him on secondaries. John is confident about the late game if he can kill his way forward. This is what Mark Perry's list is really good at. It is like ultra MSU. It's very good at keeping you contained and bottled up, with just layers and waves of OBSEC bodies and lots of speed. And so, but this is what John does though. I've called like 10 of John's Sisters games. I called every game he played at LSO, essentially, in the finals, especially. And he doesn't do anything for like 3 turns of the game. Turn 1, turn 2 does nothing. He just pinch hits with the Dominions and the Retributors. And then turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, you see this explosion start slinging Seraphim, Zephyrim, Repentia up into your face, up into your grill. And so I'm assuming that Mark's had the better of it for the first 3 turns, and then John's playing this big old swing in the last 3 turns. But if Mark is up enough and can keep him bottled up, hasn't thrown away enough resources early, 100% Mark could win that game, which could be very exciting. I was really interested from this event. Let me see if this is correct by you, mate. Have you seen Orcs taken at a top level at a top event yet?
I have not. I think a lot of that goes back to the fact that a lot of events haven't really allowed it yet. You look at like Orlando Games Workshop, they said we're not allowing the book yet, which is crazy in my mind because the book's been out for a while.
Dude, it's fun. I've been giving. I try not to give G-Dub too much flack because their motivations are beyond me, because it's obvious, because I don't understand them what they do, their actions. So I just assume they're like operating on different parameters to what I am. But I'm giving them a lot of flack for their release of the York Codex. Dude, they have a G-Dub event, a G-Dub tournament where they can't let a G-Dub book be played because the release has been so wonky. How ridiculous is that to me? Anyway.
I don't get it, but yeah, it's I think we'll see some top level players winning with them. I think they have some tools in the book. I don't think they're by any means like AdMech or Drukhari broken, but I think they're going to come out and they're going to place in top 8 in some big events for sure.
For sure. Now, what I do really like about this event is that we had 6 Orc players in this players pool, and so we got to see how Orcs hang up against some of the big dogs, some of the best players in North America, some of the best players in the world, and Canada, of course, playing in this event. A lot of them taking Orcs, and we got to see how they hung against Sisters, how they hung against Drukhari and AdMech and all the other armies out there in this kind of stacked Shark Tank. And it was really kind of the first pressure test for the Orc book, and I'm impressed to say they're doing all right. I don't think the Orc players have quite narrowed in on the best Orc builds yet. I mean, just from the 6 lists we have here, most of them are completely different. The only real things that correlate is, War Bosses on Squigs and Ruckatok Squig Buggies. They're kind of the only correlations across all 6 armies. Apart from that, they're all built on very different parameters. Pickles, were you saying we're into a shooting phase? So we're gonna take a step back, guys. We're well into the shooting phase now. The Gaunts and the Lictor in the bottom right hand have already been picked up, and we'll see if he's able to pick up or deal any damage to these hero jewels, which I think is the next public enemy number 1. We'll talk to you guys soon.
And then I got a crazy pistol. Oh, cool. 2 shots from my crazy pistol.
Into what?
Into the thing that I'm in combat with. This is the duel between. It doesn't matter. I miss. You miss all the shots. Is there any other shooting to do? I don't think there is. I think I just have 2 buffed squads of Skitarii and Shenanigans over here, and that's going to give me the game. I slam these guys into Supercharge Doctrine, and we're in the Supercharged Canticle, so we're going to charge those guys.
What do those 2 things do together?
Weapon skill 2+, reroll failed charges. Cool. And the Canticle is roll an extra d6. Yeah.
Yep. I think you might be in.
7, yeah, easily. Do they have an invuln or anything crazy?
No.
Okay, cool.
They will die.
All right, then we'll fight here.
Cool.
And 15 attacks hitting on 2s.
Cool.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Deuces. 14 hits. Kill on 2s. They dead, Jim.
Sounds good.
They did. It's my turn, so you get to fight there first.
Yep. 4 attacks, bottom bracket, 5s rolling 1s, 2 hits, make it 3 hits.
Okay.
Where's this last turn? Give me 2 invulns.
Nope.
Bye-bye.
Nope.
Gonna console. Is there anyone on that?
Yeah, I got servitors.
Servitors back up. Gotcha. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's okay. That is it for me. I score Domination and Eradication of Flesh.
Indeed.
And I am done. Clock to you.
All right. Cool. All right.
Actually,
well,
1 second.
Nope.
Mind if I shoot that guy? He didn't shoot yet.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's fine.
Nope. Never mind.
what you
Oh
get.
no, I got 1 hit.
You got one?
Nope. Okay. Cool.
All right.
Nope.
Alrighty. So that guy's flailing out up here. So we'll go up. So does 4 get us on the objective? 4 does not. You love to see it. All right. Does it get us off the back of the crater? Also not. You love to see it. So we'll just move up like this. But he is closest, so that'll help. Yeah, closest visible for both of them. All right, and we're going to. He's got 6 wounds. We're going to this. This is fine, but it's top 4. All right. Well, we're gonna do what we can anyway. Do they have any way to heroic?
No.
Cool. No. We're gonna move that guy.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
they're still
he's
alive.
stuck in combat with it. Fired some pistols, didn't do anything, and then I munched him. 3.
Oh, 3. Yeah, 3.
3. He took
3.
1
Took
in,
one
in the
when-
in the
in
shooting.
phase.
Yeah, acolytes are very dead. Cool. So I'm just gonna scooch.
Yeah.
Back 4 inches.
And we're back. Wowee. That's a decent turn for Hank, but really interesting in his choices. I think he's just been like, the hierarchies are degraded, and they're going to be ignored now. Like, stuff them. The Castellan robots did make their charge. Looks like they didn't get a huge slingshot off of that. They're still going to be close enough next turn that they can charge onto that back objective, though. So that is definitely a threat that Tyler needs to worry about. It is funny that I think he's going to be pushing that hero jewel deep into Hank's lines in the hopes of making him turn those Castellan robots around to come back and account for it. The Warriors in the top right hand corner are coming out. They're going to be threatening a charge. They want to gum up those 20-man blobs and just stop them from just coming right down that right flank and dominating it. And we're
Do you
going
think
into
they can
this-
churn?
They can't. They can't churn. They don't have enough attacks. They can kill stuff. Like they'll go in and maybe they'll kill half the squad. Like maybe if they're very lucky. But in all reality, they probably kill like 5, 6 dudes. It's only 3 of them. I think they've only got 3. They'll have 3, maybe 4 attacks each, depending on the paired weapons that they've got. And they'll be hitting on 3s. Sorry, hitting on 4, winning in 3s. So what's that? 16 attacks at best, 8 hits, 5 wounds. Then they're going to have a couple of minuses, so maybe they're a 5 up or a 6 up save. So yeah, it kills like 6 dudes at best, I think, and then horribly he could actually die in return. So a lot of attacks coming from like 15, 16 ranges can actually just do a little bit of work there. But yeah,
Where do
what
you
he wants
see those Vanguard going in? Where do you see them going in this turn? Look, I think I'd go still into the middle guys there. That's that 20-man blob. If he can reach him, I think he can.
Yeah, I'd be still trying to. Well, it's really up to him. Does he want to try and get the Castellan robots down? Is he worried about the Castellan robots really getting in and churning him up? If he is, he has to go into him. He almost has to. Looks like we've had an advance here from the Tuned Warriors. Looks like they're gonna come in.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're gonna wall him off. They're gonna wall him off, the Castellan robots. They're just gonna try and check his advance there, and it looks like he's probably got a character. I know he's got a neuro throw back here. Yeah, back on that objective. He's probably just gonna try and hold it down.
He
there.
has a Magus back there too, I believe.
Yeah, I'm interested that he try. Yeah, oh yeah, good pick. I'm interested he'd move in that configuration. I would just make a wall. Why is he trying to string across 2 objectives? That just makes Hank's life easier, because then he just charges towards the rear one with his movement and gets the slingshot anyway. It actually gives him more opportunities to lap onto stuff like the Hive Guard next turn. Yeah, that seems like a weird configuration to do for me. But anyway, maybe so far he's made nothing but good moves, so he probably knows more than I do.
So what you plan on, what you would do here is you would take him the other direction, make it to where when he charges, you take him in the opposite way, and you're not giving him a slingshot up to the middle back objective.
I would literally just make a wall. Depending on what he got for his advance, I'd just make a wall in front of him. Like 3 guys lined off, can't move past him. Deny him a movement phase. This way he can still move past him. He can still move past and get an actual movement phase to move down towards the length of those 3 guys, and then with the charge, could charge in and then string back towards the Hive Guard. And be on the objectives. Like have 2 Castellan robots on that back objective, like denying the Magus efficiency. But I think what he's trying to do, he's just trying to turn off the primary score for Hank. And I think he's got good odds to do that. I don't see anything on the back left-hand corner for Hank. I don't see anything on that back bottom left objective that I can see. There probably is something like the servitors are back there, beautiful. So that's what the barbed hero jewel's hunting. I didn't see where the last sulfur hand went as well, but I'm assuming it's sitting under the overhang of this big middle ruin. He killed it. He didn't fall back. He didn't fall back with the sulfur hound. That's hilarious. That is actually hilarious. I would have kept that guy if I could. I would have fallen him back because he's a good thing. Just shoot up the middle of the table and just see if you can tap the Hive Guard with him. With the
And it's an
fallback.
annoying thing. It's just the annoying factor of that thing just sitting around doing stuff.
Yeah, make him like risk a smite or have to shoot a Hive Guard into it. Like, make him have to kill it in some other way. Because right now his shooting is like at an absolute prim. He has 1 alpha shooting unit left, and it can shoot twice. Sure, cool, but it's only got a certain amount of activations. It's only got like 2 more turns to shoot. It needs to do a lot of work still for 2 turns. This is the top of 4. Yeah, Pickles. Yeah, top of 4. Cool. These guys are playing at a nice clip. I like it. We've still got an hour left in the round, and this should be coming to a close in probably the next half hour, 40 minutes. Yeah, look, the Tunic Warriors being committed now, I think makes sense. He does really needs to take away and destroy another primary score um, for Hank. And what's a good option here? If this Hero Jewel does pop off, the thing is, like, I wouldn't chance shooting this Hero Jewel into the Servitors. You need this Hero Jewel to charge, kill two of
Yeah.
them, and make the other one pop. The last one pop to morale, and that'll pull down a banner for you. And on top of that, it'll deny a lot of primary score also. If you just shoot those guys dead, like, I think Hank could be happy because then the banner stays up.
What happened back there with we have the top left? The Warriors went back to their original location for some reason there.
Yeah, he
Is
decided
there
it
a,
wasn't. He must have decided it wasn't a good play, and I agree, it wasn't a good play the way he was doing it. So if you
Yeah.
can't do it like that, back him up, make the charge as hard as possible. I think we're into the psychic phase. I think he's failed Symbiostorm. Yep.
Oh,
he
no.
Failed Symbiostorm.
Oh.
And whatever he rolled next, he rolled the 3 on, which is no bueno. But luckily they do get to reroll 1s on the Neurothropes.
So looks like you got it back on there with the 6.
Yeah, and now he's rolling for I think he rolled for the damage, and it was 2 or 3 wounds. Let's go on for the next one. I think he shot Catalyst onto the right hand. No, he's just smiting. There's a Skitarii Marshal that moved up onto the right hand middle objective, and looks like he's just been smiting into that. Which makes me believe that the Neurothrope in the middle is the one that has Catalyst, because I haven't seen Catalyst being placed since the Hero Jewel's moved away from the middle position. So he's probably token Catalyst and Symbiostorm.
Yep.
But yeah,
That's
not
what I
having
was saying there.
Symbiostorm this turn is actually a big deal. Actually, quite a big deal. We're
Yeah, it's
into
gonna be a
shooting
huge
phase, guys.
one.
Yeah, we'll take a step back. What's your prediction? How much stuff dies here for Hank in the shooting phase?
I think he loses one of those big units. Not in the shooting phase. I think he loses one of those big units by the end of the turn. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to make him be able to contain the counter charge that we're going to see here.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. All right, we're going to take a step back, guys, and hear from the players.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Dead.
Cool. All right, so 3 go down. What's their leadership?
Leadership's 8.
Leadership 8. Okay. So I do really have to kill that last guy, and I don't have a double tap switch to do it, and I hate it so much. Okay. Over to here. Other duel into character.
Okay.
9, 12, 4s because he's mid tier. That's what's up.
Wait, no, two guys get to stay, right? Because I made 1 save, and then he died.
No, you. So
3 wounds, made 1 of the saves. That guy died.
But it has to be the first one in cover, so you need a 1 and 3 for
Oh,
that to be
sure,
the first
sure,
one.
sure. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. That makes
2s.
sense.
You see what's up. Give me 6, whatever, -2 on the character.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, he's dead.
Cool.
This is from that thing, right?
Yeah, from the big guy.
He's dead. He's dead.
Cool. So that's nice, and then it's Hive Guard time. All right. I need to kill a single servitor with Hive Guard without Symbiostorm. Wow, I hate this. Other than, I guess kind of like Eradication of Flesh. Oh, you've only got 1 infantry unit that you can realistically go after right now. That's interesting. That guy's got 2 wounds left.
He's taken 2 wounds.
Taken 2 wounds. Alrighty. Damn it. Servitor has to die. There's no game if the servitor survives. Eradication of Flesh feels real good. That's 3 points. I don't think I have a game even if the servitor does die. So I'm going to go 301s. He's just got a 4-up save.
He's technically Lucius, so but yeah.
They're D3 damage, but 4-up
Yeah.
save. Okay, so he needs
and a 6-up invul.
All right, we're gonna split. Half and half.
Okay. So what's the other half going into?
The chicken with he's taking 2.
ahead.
All right, so here we are into the servitor. 3s and 2s.
Is it just 1?
Make a 6-up save.
You wanna?
Oh, I. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't you dare. Okay.
No, he's dead.
Okay, we're okay.
Bluff successful.
Yeah. Should not have. Whatever. All right, here we go. 6 into the chicken, then 3s.
He rolled 4 1s to wound on the. He rolled 4
rolling
1s to wound on the servitor, and he re-rolled into another one, but I didn't make the 6 up, and he died.
Heck yeah. 5 wounds on the chicken.
It died.
It died. Yeah. 5 wounds on the chicken.
Okay. 4. So he's dead. No
Yeah.
matter what.
Cool. Bye.
He explodes. This guy takes a wound, and he'll fix himself again next turn anyway.
Cool. That's all I got. At the end of that, pick up Stranglehold for 3.
You.
Oh,
You
that
don't
was why I
actually-
had to do that.
Yeah, you don't
because
actually.
Fucker. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to my own rules. All right. That's totally my mistake. You've done nothing wrong, Hank. I am very mad at myself.
Sure.
Okay. That had to happen. That had to happen. We're not paying attention, Tyler. All right. No stranglehold, no rod. We'll see about no prisoners. I scored 10 at the top of that turn.
They're all dead.
All dead. There's
They're all
nothing
dead.
on that
They're all
objective
dead.
anymore.
There's a banner, but no dude's holding it.
Yeah. All right. So your turn.
I'm added to this game. The beautiful long hair of Tyler was not enough to let him have clairvoyant sight into the future, because he did forget he needed to charge that hero jewel onto those servitors to pick it up in order to get stranglehold, deny a banner, and to guarantee the shift in the primary. And he forgot. He shot and killed that servitor in a different phase, and then picked up the chicken walker as well. So, and right now, what I believe is going to happen is we're most likely just going to see some rangers just shoot down that hero jewel to the left of center. Maybe the chicken walker, I assume the dragoon, the Ballistar is going to drop onto the bottom left-hand objective, keep that banner up, and then
I think it's what we're
he's in the
seeing.
bottom right, because he had to go with the unit of rangers when they solo flared over. So, but that was a bit of a big miss for Tyler. That I think he lost out on a couple of secondaries there, in addition to pulling. And yeah, so I think yeah. Look, the Castellans are going to go. They're going to go for the hero jewel. Look, honestly, I would have ignored the bugger. I would have gone straight up and gone for the warriors, if it was me. But I'm more of an aggressive player, and I think Hank's going to just want to consolidate his backline, because I think he thinks he's in the lead now, and I think he's as well. Once the rangers and the vanguards pop off, kill the warriors, I think Hank is now very secure in the middle of the table. He is going for the aggressive play. He is doing what I would do. And so yeah, go for the aggression, disrupt. So this is the thing, yeah. Tyler has spent a lot of time disrupting Hank's play, disrupting Hank's score, and it's time for Hank to do the same to Tyler. And I think that's what he's decided as well. What are you seeing here, Blake? What do you think is going to happen here, and what would be your moves in Hank's position?
I would like to say that Tyler has really made a statement with the hat he's wearing, and I think that we need to get some Art of War hat. I want to get that same hat, Art of War logo straight on the front, and that is our team hat. I love that thing, man. It looks great on stream. I think we all need that. I don't even know what it's called, that style of hat. But
what I love though is that any class that hat would bring to you would be destroyed by an Art of War logo, like very easily. And so I love it. I think it's a great idea.
yeah, you keep it classy, a little trashy at the same time. You know, you can't come in with both. You can't don the Art of War jersey and come in with that much class. You got to bring it down a bit.
Yeah, that's so good, so good.
Yeah. So I do see he's gonna have some trouble here though, because not denying those points down there, and he's gonna lose that bottom left in turn. So he's never getting those banners now. Those banners are there to stay.
Exactly.
And then I don't know if he has enough punch left on the board otherwise.
We're straight into the shooting phase for the bottom of turn 4. We want to tune in and see this one, so we're going to jump out, guys, because the Barb Hero Duel just got picked up. The one to the left, I think the Dragoon just popped in. We're going to step out. We'll let you guys hear.
Cool. What was someone saying about my hat? What did you say?
Magna Real Land.
They want to hire me? Happy to put it there.
We'll go ahead and put. I got 1 CP. We'll go ahead and put half of this unit into her, half of it into him.
Sure.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. This will hit on 3s, auto wounding on 6s, 18 -1 ignoring cover.
This is into
1,
the
2,
gal in the back?
3, 4, 5, 6 auto wounds.
AP 1 ignoring cover?
-1.
6 is correct. She's dead.
Okay. And then 30 into the higher duel.
Yep.
Higher duel. One, 2, 3 auto wounds so far.
3 up saves. He's good.
Okay. 1 more auto wound.
Takes it. It's down to 5.
Okay.
Seven, 8-point charge? How many points?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5 more AP -1. Ignore cover.
3s. Takes 1 more. Down to 3. Or down to 4, rather. Bottom bracket.
That's what I was looking for.
That's what.
All right. Everyone else right here is firing into the warriors.
Yep.
20.
Because Nutty Tacos just arrived.
90?
That's probably too many tacos.
Not if Mark's here.
That's fair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. -1 AP. Ignore cover.
You kill 1, do 2 wounds to the next.
Next half.
No.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more AP -1.
5s. Fail 4, you kill him exactly.
Cool. Cool, cool, cool. And I believe that is my turn. I score domination, or stranglehold, and eradication of flesh.
Yep, cool. At the end of Hank's turn there, he has 30 points on primary, and what is that? 3 times 7 is 21, plus 6 is 27 secondaries.
We are back. That was a quick turn 4. We're going to go straight into the top of turn 5. The hero duel went down, the warriors on the right went down, and one warrior from the top left-hand squad went down as well. What do you think? Is that the death knell for Tyler? Does he have enough in the tank now, or is he gassed out?
I'm gonna give Tyler the boost and say that's a death. Count him out. He does something to surprise us. Has played a fantastic event. I want to reiterate that again. I love the way he played this list the first 2 games. I love the way he played this game. I think he's a great player, but I'm not sure he has enough in the tank to win this one.
Yeah, I think he's gassed out at this point. Remember what I said? If he tries to contest the middle, he needs to do it with the right amount of tempo. And I do like the fact that he's got a real tempo-based list here, but if he over or under commits too often to the middle objectives, he can just get out-positioned, outscored by Hank. And so right now, Hank is down by 10 points. Right now, the scores are accurate, guys. Tyler is up by 10, but Tyler did just do his last primary score. And what's the difference is here, I don't think there's any way he can stop Hank from getting a 15 at the end of
He's
turn
15
5.
then. Yeah,
Which
there's a
means
15 coming.
At the bare minimum, I think Hank wins by a minimum of 5 points. I think he's going to win by a little bit more because I think the last turn of scoring for the banners, I think he's going to put up a banner on the middle right objective. Once the hero duel goes down, the middle right objective gets a banner. That's 1, 2, 3 more at the end, plus whatever secondaries come in. So I'm predicting Hank wins by somewhere in the region of like 6 to 10 points, probably around about 8, almost exactly. And yeah, well done to Tyler. Super impressed, guys. Super impressed. If there's one thing I think his list needs, I don't know what it is, but they need something.
It's the all Trigons all day. He's got 3 of them in there. They're popping up. They're eating stuff. Have they ever been good? I think
No.
they came out and they were awful. They've never had their day in the sun.
Before we got just outflank, before you could just put something in outflank for CP, Trigons was how you use Devil Gaunts. You took a Trigon, generate a lot of mortal wounds when you couldn't generate many. The best that most armies could do was just a handful of smites for mortals, and then you had the Morlock that would pop up and it would do, one to each of the squads around it within like a 12-inch radius or something, and then up to like 3 if you rolled a 6. And so that was a really cool way of doing a lot of things when you were playing into the MSU battles. But yeah, since then, they've just never been unheard of.
I would run 3 of them if I could. Those are sweet models, man. I've always liked them.
They are sick, dude. I remember when that was a Forge World model. That's showing my age.
That was before 5th, because I remember they dropped in 5th. I think is when they.
Yeah, 3rd and 4th they were a Forge World only model. Looks like we're into the top of 5. There's not many moves that can really be made for Tyler. I think he's pulled back the warriors that were on the middle left-hand objective. I think holy crap, how does that happen? Oh, I see what he's done. So, see in the bottom left-hand corner. What's in the bottom left-hand corner now? There was a single Bellastari.
Oh, some warriors there?
2 warriors. Do you know how he does that? Move abilities. They have the Swarm Lord for a double move. They have the Hyperbolic Metabolism for a double move. And they have the Kraken Overrun for another double move. So that's still one of the most. Such a disparity. Halsey, my boy, has joined us in the chat. Yo, are there GT's round pairings? I've just chucked up the challenge bracket, and that's where you can track how the event is going so far. So right now in the semi-finals, we also have the John Lennon Mark Perry game. We have an update from that table. You want to read that out for?
Oh, where is this update? Warboss tanked 8 multi-meltas. Celestine just flipped the charge, and the gaps are beginning to deepen going into turn 4.
That means Mark's up and he's still up going into turn 4, which is definitely not what Lennon wants. But Lennon did pull out a game against Bridger Hahn by 7 points in the last turn. And if there's any game anybody here is going to go back and watch, go watch that game. That was one of the closest, best games of 40k I've seen in a very long time. And Bridger certainly showed he's not just a pretty face on Tabletop Titans. He's a bit of a killer himself.
If Mark wins that game, that's going to be like a double whammy there, because
everybody's bracket is dead. Everybody's. It's just gone.
Everyone's brackets is dead, and then also you got Mark Perry is going to prove that orcs are better than John thought, because John was talking some smack before the event on how orcs may not be as.
Well, that's the classic blunder. Don't talk smack about an army until you've beaten it. Like, talk smack afterwards. But this one looks like it's going to be Hank progressing. If I was going to make a prediction, Hank's going to make it into the next one, and he faces either John Lennon or Mark Perry in the semi-finals. And then we know Nick. Sorry. They just called the game, guys. Looks like in the bottom of 5, it was just going to be a matter of tallying up the points for Hank. His primary by itself was enough for him to win the game. So I think they're just going to tally up the points, just what needed to happen. I think the Barbed Hero may have even failed his charge, and they were just, Tyler threw his hands up in the air because he just don't care. He forgot to declare the charge because it didn't matter. I mean, he's got 4 attacks hitting on 4s. He goes in and best case scenario kills 4 rangers, and who gives an absolute crap about that? He's still got 40 left.
Well, tell Tyler that we were cheering him on. I give him all the commendation.
If you don't build appropriately or if you don't try.
Are these recorded? Can people go back and watch these?
Absolutely.
So I'll tell you that anyone out there, prospective player wanting to get into the forces of the hive mind right now, I think go back and watch this game that he just played, because he played it very well. Go back and watch that first game that he played against, who do you have? He had the Chaos player. Who do you have first round? I'm blanking now. It was a very...
Jim Vessel.
Yes, Jim Vessel. Go back. The Jim Vessel game was beautiful. He just screened him out so well. I think if you're a hive mind player, that's who you look for.
Tyler beat Jim Vessel and Anthony
Vanilla.
Vanilla. Dude, Vanilla's number 10 in the world.
Exactly. We're about to boost it and shoot you to death. All of our guns profile perfectly for you. I didn't get to watch that one, but I imagine it was a good game.
Colin's come over to join us. Anybody at home, if you do not know why this is called Charity Hammer for some reason, we're here in support of child play. And they're at a phenomenal charity. Some gentlemen here, especially at this event, have had some personal experience with some of their children, unfortunately being unwell at points in their life. Peter the Falcon in particular, and of course Colin Sherman, who's been pretty much the primogenitor of Charity Hammer, the biggest force getting this thing off the ground. This 72-hour extravaganza of 40k, showcasing some of their best and brightest, is all here for the purpose of raising funds for a charity called Child's Play, which supports sick kids while they're in medical treatment, gaming aids, entertainment needs, making them more comfortable and making their stay in hospital more enjoyable. It's a wonderful cause. Every single dollar donated to Charity Hammer goes directly to that charity. Not a cent is spent elsewhere. And yeah, thank you so very, very much for what they do. Looks like we're seeing the last updated scores come through now. Mr. Pickles was just putting it there. Tyler got 80 points out of this loss, guys. Tyler got 80 points. Just putting it out there. It's supposed to be the other way. It's supposed to be the other way around. Pickles just told me. So Hank got 80 points out of this one. Tyler still has probably gotten to around 65, probably close to 70. I was about to ask how the hell did he get to 80 points, but look, all the props to Tyler. This is a man whose stock is on the rise, one to watch, especially in the Pacific Northwest. And I believe he's the top ranked Tyranny player in the world.
Number 1. No, he's number 1 hive mind. Forces of the hive mind, number 1. So yeah.
And for damn good reason. Watch out for this guy. He's definitely going to be a guy who you can see on top tables pretty much anywhere that he goes. But well done to Tyler. Well done to Hank. Hank progressing into the next round to play the winner of Mark Perry and John Lennon. We'll see if Pickles can give us a quick one last update on that game before we sign out and rest up. But you guys can join us. Yeah, Pickles? Yeah, we're done. Night and God bless.
So just the sheer donation from this group, so I'm very happy, very impressed. Just keep donating. Let's hit that 40K.
Beautiful. Take care and good night, guys.
Okay. Well, hello, Colin here. currently having a tiny mental breakdown, but other than that, Charity Hammer's going absolutely fantastic. Really appreciate everybody for viewing and the ridiculous amount of money we've raised. I did want to let you know that we are going to do the hot sauce and chips eating contest, which has no breaks for to like drink milk and stuff between the rounds, and has a ridiculous number of increasingly ridiculous things to happen. We are going to do that. We are going to delay it 1 hour. We have a logistical issue on our end that we need to resolve. In the meantime, there will be all of the wonderful videos that John from Grim After Dark and other people have created for us. All that content will be cycling, and there will absolutely be games on the other streams. So join us back here at 7 o'clock Pacific, which is 1 hour and 25 minutes from now or so. But before that, we're going to let Hank and Tyler talk about their amazing game. But I want to let you guys know what's happening. Join us for that hot contest. It's going to be amazing. Falcon's going to cry.
Fantastic. All right. People have questions or just wants to talk?
You're good. So, yeah, just I want you guys to kind of talk about just recap the game.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, the early game went about as well as I could have hoped for. I went first, which was mandatory. There's no playing this game if I go second.
Yep.
I went up, took the ground that I needed to take. That went reasonably well. I kept the hive guard safe the entire game, which was great. Very scared of bots or tracks or something getting to them, so I felt like that was executed well. Not moving this guy for that turn was a huge mistake, just an oversight on my part, not getting him to the objective that he needed to be on in time. If he walks over there, and then I just DACA this off, and I don't have to send the Hormagaunts up here, that's an extra turn of that I get, which is great. Obviously, would have been excellent to hit that 9, but it's a 9. I'm not going to expect that to happen. It's just one of the things that has to happen to beat AdMech. You need good dice. I got some good dice early on. Killed a lot of dogs. The dogs were priority number 1. I think that was probably the right decision. As long as you're going to keep putting those buffs on those Skitarii, there's just not a lot I can do about it. Killing the unbuffed squad happened. Was good. Over here. So let me just recap how bad of a misplay this is over here. I make that correctly. I pick up 3 points on Stranglehold. Then I have these guys to get 3 more points on Stranglehold. So I get the full. That's 6 points there. I'm not getting a rod out of that. That's fine. And then you lose out on 2 more. I take the banner down anyway. So you actually get the same number of banner points. So it's a 6-point swing, and then also. There's not an also, yeah. So it's really just a 6-point swing. So it doesn't actually affect the outcome of the game, but it kind of is what it is.
Sure.
The unfortunate reality here is that you just have better secondary options than I do. Eradication of flesh is something that I just am going to give up. I'm glad that I stopped it once. That was awesome. But there's not a ton I can do.
You almost stopped it a second time. I rolled my
you rolled
my butt off
hot over there. So if that goes well, that's nice. Banners is usually not that good against me, and I mean, you only got 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 off of it in the first place, which is fine, because that makes our banners and rods go parity. Not being able to get the 4th quadrant rod feels real bad. There wasn't a lot of ways to do that, realistically.
You had to use your drop stuff to stop my stuff from coming in.
Exactly. There was too much screening and too much flaming.
And that is one of the design points of my list, is force people to do defensive bad things against AdMech that they don't have to do against other AdMech players.
Yeah, if you're playing against AdMech that don't have dogs, generally the way to beat AdMech, if you're out there like, oh man, how do you beat AdMech? You don't let them take objectives, because AdMech are very slow. They have 2 ways realistically to get places, which are the Veil and Deep Strike. And if you don't let them Veil and you don't let them Deep Strike, they can't hold midfield objectives. Let's we'll take some chats.
So the first one is, Tyler, why are you so beautiful? Answer that however you like. The next one is, anything you would change in the NID list?
In the NID list. I really like this list right now. I really want a Scout Sentinel, specifically for this matchup. McDougal was like, hey, take a Scout Sentinel. And I was like, oh, that's a great idea. I need to buy one of those. The Scout Sentinel does exactly what I was just talking about. It doesn't let AdMech get onto stuff. Because I start the Scout Sentinel here, its Scout moves there, he can't Deep Strike onto the objective. Which, especially in something like a Hammer and Anvil, where I can really put the Hive Guard in one place, that means they're not getting first turn charged. It's fantastic. I don't know what exactly gets cut to fit that in, but something or other. It's also great for early engage. But generally, this list is very tuned, and I'm very happy with my performance this weekend.
So the next one is for both of you guys. It's in Deathwatch improvement fashion. What unit did your opponent fear most?
Did my
I
opponent?
think in your opinion, what did he fear most?
He just wanted all the dogs dead. Like, to the point where I thought he made a few. Now, they didn't. I thought they were errors. They didn't end up being errors because my chickens continued their streak of being not quite good enough shooting because I literally didn't kill either of them until like the last turn of the game. So like I was like, he's gonna blow up the chickens. He's going to target the robots. Like I had to keep the robots back the entire time because generally what happens in the list is if they don't have Hive Guard, the robots generally bully a flank a little bit and are just like, we're super annoying to shoot at. Also, there's other stuff happening over here. And then when the opportune moment emerges, they strike over there. So removing all of my mobility options was his key, and it was in his head was in the right spot strategically. I just have a better book than he does. And like it was just like, okay, cool. He was playing me perfectly. I mean, what's the Futurama quote? You were doing really well until everyone died. Like, literally my non-stream game against Alex McDougall, the exact same thing happened, where it was just like he was running rings around me, Gene Stealer was going a million miles an hour, and then just turn 3, everything was dead. And I just walk on these objectives. Objectives is easy. I don't know what everyone's talking about how objectives are hard. Yeah. So that's it.
And then Tyler, what do you think he was feared while streaming?
Yeah, Hank did a pretty good job of knowing what to respect and what to not respect with the Hive Guard. When I win games against AdMech, it's usually because they over-respect the Hive Guard. They're like, oh snap, I can't let the Hive Guard shoot me. I mean, you saw what they did when they got to shoot an unbuffed Squatus Qatari. They picked it up. But even if I get that kind of 36-inch bubble of you don't want to come near me, you're in deep trouble. So that was appropriate. The bots, obviously, keeping those out, probably the right move. My thoughts on the chickens, though, like, as you saw, I've got a 4-up save. You're wounding me on 3s. No, sir. I don't mind 4. I really don't mind 2. Picking up those 2 early on was fantastic.
Yeah, totally.
I really liked that going well. And yeah, the dogs had to die. Dogs had to die. So yeah, I think you respected the Hive Guard appropriately. Dealing with Devil Guns. Oh, there's one thing to think about if you want to run this list. I'm really tempted to spend 30 more points to give the Devil Gaunts adrenal glands so they have an 8-inch charge off the Deep Strike, because so many games are, hey, did the Devil Gaunts make their really big charge to bail you out of the game? No. Well, an 8 would have helped. So that's worth considering.
Yeah.
The one last question I have is, what tech do Nids have against AdMech?
So the anti-AdMech tech, there's not a ton. The big thing is this guy, my Jormungandr Warlord Neurothrope, who takes a Warlord trait of a 3-inch aura of ignores, makes them fantastic at slaughtering the guys. Yeah. Especially if you can get... that's the thing that I think that Hank made a bit of a mistake on. I don't recommend taking +1 save turn 1 at all. You want to save that for Devil Gaunts as much as you can. Yep. So that was a... The
Devil Gaunts actually ended up
they didn't kill a brick, yeah.
They killed 7 dudes and they killed 5 dudes and then they died.
Yeah. It's Lennon versus Perry.
I would probably... I mean, they're both way better than me. So I guess I would prefer to face Lennon only because I have a vaguer idea.
I mean, it is vital, which is going to go real bad. It is not what...
Over here, mixing some serious poo-poo shit. I don't know what's going on fully over there. Deathwatch is scary. There's a lot of on the line. Their armies are like this on the front lines. Okay. Jamie went first against Ultramarines, and I don't know fully what's going on. The aim state looks funky as hell. I haven't looked in there. I haven't looked in the pool house. I'm here. Goodbye. Take care. Be brutal cutting.
I'll try not to swear as much as I usually do.
He didn't have the stomach to stay on this video. He had
then
to
I'm just going to sit like Jay and Silent Bob like I usually do with
Yeah, but I mean, like sometimes, like if I will sometimes like treat myself to a stream, you know, like my kid's playing quietly, he's like reading a book or something like that, you know. I'm not even like beer or something like that, and I'll just watch it. But usually it's like I got stuff to do, and I do that.
I'm lazier than that because if I want to find out when something happens, I'll actually call.
Okay,
you like, did anything cool happen that I want to see? And then they're like,
okay. Right now, I feel like unless it's like John and I talking to sisters, I feel like
I don't know what
if I call one of them, a lot of times it just feels like
then the shaman gives us
so. When John and I, it's a little more two-way, but then also having gone over to up to their house, I went to their house last weekend, and they just like ragdolled me for 2 days straight.
Fuck nice.
It's cool. I brought my dog up, you know, we had fun.
Okay,
months.
not bad.
But they loved it, but it was just like right now. I've seen how busy they are.
There's so much.
So
I just
want to
don't call
play.
because I feel like
so
at
I'm
that
going to
point,
start
it's like
with
coaching calls. You know?
MSU rubric.
I do like rubric is nobody
pressuring
wants to
forward
lose,
either
but
through
man,
jumping
you
or
learn so much
rhinos
more
with
from
flamers,
getting
and then
from
rubric just
Well,
sitting back.
the reason
or
why I
scare
went up there
is
is
and then cleaning up.
because I feel like
we
when
didn't look
we're
at
generally
chaplain
like
prayers.
secondaries, my stretch feels fine.
We still have a little bit to go.
Micro feels fine.
And then I need to figure out how to play hero.
My technical combat phase and charge phase maneuvers
There's a
have gotten
30-inch
so much better than they were a
prayer
year ago.
that's
And
-2
I've
to
clutched a
advantage.
lot of games.
Yeah, you
just
pick a
for that.
unit, you're like, pull up those demonettes.
And it does one
And
more.
it feels like now I think I'm hitting that
Because
that
then you can
glass ceiling
hit
forward.
Is that Curse from Sigmar?
Yes. No, Curse from Sigmar is
Ruben, Parker,
-1
Reggie, and everything. I'm like, hey.
no.
What
Every
do you think
six,
my
every
strengths,
6 to
my
hit is
weaknesses,
more than
what
one.
is my
yeah.
play style?
Doombolt? Can you stop?
Because I don't trust myself. to
Doombolt just
self-analyze
sucks now.
Well, hold on. There might be
So
another
if I
spell
ask other
not
people,
called
it gets a lot of
Doombolt,
speed back,
right?
and I know like what I
The
can stop
spell
working
now
on,
called
what I can start
Doombolt
working
is
on. And I can
cast
also
on
know like,
6,
what factions
flat
are
creation in yours.
jive with how I like to
Oh,
play.
it's 100% please.
But there might be
So
another one.
all of them are like you're a very defensive, cagey player. Your head math is excellent. It's super rare that when you commit to shooting something, it doesn't die. They said, however, it seems like for the most part, you come out of turn.
There's this one called Baleful Devotion, which is one of the higher cast ones, and
And I
it
was kinda
seems
like,
really
okay,
good.
well,
You
let's
have to
work
pick a
on
visible unit
how do I
with
work
6
on
or more
tempo?
models, but then
And so I went up there, I got ragdolled for 2
equal
days
to
straight.
the
We also
result
tested like
of,
GWGT.
sorry, roll a
We
number
did
of
some
dice
workshop
equal to the
classes,
result
there
of
was
the
a value
psychic
game down
test,
to
which
those
is
sides.
minimum
You know,
8.
Nick was testing New York.
Though you can modify it.
John was testing
And
New York. Plus telling us
and then
like, I
on a
think this
6
might be
you
a
do
spoiler for the
D3. So it's like
Rose list.
Sigmar, Zinch's
I don't
Fire
haven't figured out.
Storm.
I played this match
And
like
then
9
there's
times.
also
I can't crack it.
So say you cast on
We did. We're like, well, it is actually a hard spoiler,
then you pick up
but
8
you go to
dice.
a super major event. What are the odds?
D3 models. But
MSU
if
by
you,
Templar and they're good.
it's not unmodified.
So that was an interesting find.
It's the result of the psychic
that
test.
list
So
is
if you
super
roll
good
like
at GWGT.
a 9 with Armon as a
And it
plus
turns
3
out what we
caster,
were doing
and then you bump
essentially,
it up
I
to
was
a 12,
it turns out that when
roll
I
12
play,
d6, and your 6 is
I'm
your
afraid
d3
of taking
mortals.
damage by material early. I'm like hyper afraid of it. I think I've just been
And then,
touched
yeah,
by what's
then you can do a bunch of cool stuff. You can be like, oh, my rubrics they just, or my rubrics they just jumped over here. They almost see now behind here. And just
so now my positioning is bad.
You can like
And then what ends
spell
up
portal
happening
with
is I get to
rubrics.
full wildly.
How does the
because I sit there, I'm a great target.
D3 damage does 3? Is that only on a smite?
And I basically just tread water and wait for
Oh,
my
I don't know. I
mistake.
haven't looked at that.
And then I
Then
explode out and
actual
immediately.
Zinch's Firestorm is just on
If you do that
5.
too late, you're down.
No, it's on 5 if you.
John, have you heard of the saddest movie of all time?
I have not.
Okay. Picture this. 1991. You were negative 17 years old. This movie comes out, okay? And they tricked us, people of my age. I'm talking about the movie My Girl. So, Macaulay Culkin, big star, just did Home Alone, smashed Joe Pesci in the face with an iron, probably killed him in real life. We've never seen him since. He's in this movie. The trailer, Dan Aykroyd, fresh off SNL, Ghostbusters, champion. Little Tubby, yeah, Coneheads, little Tubby now, very dad. He was always very dad, really. Anyway, he's playing the father, this really cute girl, and there's this boy who's her best friend, and it seems like a coming-of-age story, right? And the movie looks like it's about two friends just running around, but there's like this omen of like death because the father is like a funeral director. But you know what? It seems fine. Macaulay Culkin. Then they betrayed us. Like half an hour into this movie, people, Macaulay Culkin's running in a forest with his friend. They're having a great time. He trips on a log. Bees. Just a log full of bees. They sting him all over. John, he was allergic. He died. Okay? So picture this. 10-year-old Peter. Yep. Get hit with an iron in the face. Okay? Macaulay Culkin dies in front of me. Then, next scene. There's a bunch of stuff happening. Wait, they're trying to pretend that he didn't die for the daughter because she's so sad, right? She doesn't understand death because she's young. They have the funeral because the dad's the director. She walks in. sees her dead friend on the plinth, runs up to him. Where are his glasses? He can't see without his glasses. Possibly the worst experience of my life. So I'm saying all this so you understand. Bees are the worst. Bees are terrible. Anybody, like, they're not helping us. They killed Macaulay Culkin. Jerry Seinfeld made a terrible movie with them. They're all liars because you think they're gentle little creatures, but they sting you inside your anus when you least expect it. Then you have a hard time
number
walking
one attack zone is
for
the
2 to
AIDS.
3 weeks. Screw bees.
Peter,
hello.
Tell me about Ruben's hands.
Ruben Fernandez has hands that are softer than anything you've ever touched in your entire life. Let me tell you something. Like, I don't know how I could, like, have you ever held a baby in your arms? A baby that has just been filled with talcum powder, like covered in talcum powder, not filled, that's gross. But you know, covered in talcum powder, and you're like, wow, this is a soft thing. The baby could be ugly, but you're like, this is so soft and tender. And now imagine that, and then smother that baby in margarine, and then like how slippery that would be. That is Ruben Fernandez's hands. You cannot experience something like that without being changed in your soul.
Can you show me where Ruben touched you with his soft hands?
Well, like, he just grazed my fingers the first time. And then after that, after I started calling him Butterfingers, because that is his true name, like, every time we meet, he makes sure to shake my hand in the limpest way possible so that I know who among us is the alpha.
Why'd you heal so fast? He was like, no idea. Anyway, don't look.
But you're learning. I'm learning.
That's right.
We're here to learn. This is
We're here to have
Learning
fun.
Hammer.
Yeah.
Learning Hammer. This is the weekend. That's what it's called.
Yes.
Our director says yes. It's called Learning Hammer. How do you like being the director?
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah.
Oh, you hate it?
The hell is
You want to
Val?
join us? Join us on the
What the heck
couch.
does Val think he's doing?
Join us on the couch.
I don't
Tell
know
us how
what it
your
is.
weekend's going.
Oh man, I'm very tired.
Yeah? You
Yeah.
could take a nap out here if you want.
Oh, I might just. Yeah, no, I've just been going around, filming people after games, during games. It's doing some in-game footage of some of the tables that aren't being streamed. So even though you might only get to see 3 or 4 minutes of a deployment zone, it's 2 different players, 2 different armies, some pictures of the armies, kind of stuff like that. So it was. That's been super fun.
You get
and
the
nice to do.
feel of the event.
I get the feel of the event. I get to walk around. So yeah, it's been super good. So far, it could still be ruined.
It could be. We've got 2 days left.
Oh god, there's 2 days left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's intense, man. This is a lot of games.
It is. So you guys, obviously, single elimination tournament, decided to draw. So good job on that. And then high five.
Yeah.
Good job.
Which then forced Colin to be like, oh, no, we need to figure out a different result here, boys.
Which forced, Daddy Collins come in and just try and figure out some tiebreaker that sounded fair.
Yeah, 'cause he was just like, what the?
Which I think you did pretty good on, to be honest. Like, I think it would have been really unsatisfying for you both if let's add up what you killed and do all this kind of things. Like, I don't think that would have been like super satisfying for either of you.
I mean, I definitely didn't kill as much as Danny. I was hanging on with scraps.
So at least you had some chances for 6s to make it all the way through.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I feel like Danny being like relatively newer with AdMech and me new to this new Orc Codex, like there's definitely room for growth for both of us. I still say AdMech's probably stronger than Orcs as a codex, but
yeah, I agree. No question.
I will say the chat was really alive during the game about like your performance with the Orcs and like how well you did in general, especially because everyone knows AdMech. They're like the boogeyman of 40k right now. But you were like obviously the way it ended, but you right up until the end, you were super close that entire time. What tools in the Orc book do you think it is that allows your list to stay toe-to-toe with like such a meta list like AdMech?
I mean, the vibe I'm getting from Orcs so far is they're fragile, but they're monsters in combat. So I was able to trade pieces. I was able to throw out like, okay, I'm gonna like turn one. It was like truck boys go up and kill, half a Vanguard squad. And then the war boss chips in a few more. Squig Hogs go in and kill, a squad. Like being able to just throw one thing away, and on this terrain, I at least had a chance to like hide my other assets. So at least I'm sitting there going, okay, I'm throwing crap into him, and yes, he's gonna turn around and with the rest of his army pick up whatever I threw out there, but I'm just keeping him knocked back is what's working, and that was kind of the game plan. I debated whether I should take Stranglehold, but it was like, okay, then I've got to keep putting assets out in the open, looking at the table, versus easier to hide things for engage. So the characters are beastly. Like
They are.
They just eat things.
They're very good. War bosses are gross.
Yeah, they are. They walk into armies and.
Which is good. They should be. There's points towards the end of the game where you decided to charge your Storm Boys over and into the Chicken Walkers.
Yeah.
Instead of the OPSEC unit on that objective, which led Daddy get like a 15-point. What made you make that choice?
Well, so the Rangers were with 2 attacks apiece, and they were no longer -1 weapon skill, I believe, at that point. So
Yeah,
they were
not.
There was a decent chance that if I charged into the Rangers, they just picked up those 5 Storm Boys. And there was more of them on the objective than me, so I wasn't going to be able to steal the objective from him. But those Chicken Walkers were at an angle where they could try to shoot one of my While We Stand units of rocket trucks. That was already down to 1 truck, so I wanted to keep that alive. And if I tagged them, then he had no way to get to those rocket trucks. And I really was just trying to preserve my While We Stand points.
Yep.
So, Danny, I think this is your first game into New Orcs, right?
Yeah, it was.
So what is your take? Because, again, Seth is, as we've said before, like a really great Orc player. He's played Orcs for a long time and kind of has a really great handle on this book now. What is your take on Orcs as a competitive army in the current scene?
I think they're very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Perfect. Cool. Yeah.
I mean,
He likes it.
They,
Mikey, he likes it.
They have a lot of really interesting tools. I mean, obviously, I don't think that they're to the same level as AdMech, but I do think they're probably I think they're probably close to sisters, like as far as power level goes. So maybe like not as good as Drukhari or AdMech, but like kind of right at that next tier down, which is still great, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's where we all long to be.
The issue, The issue is with Orcs, I think, is like limited command points due to because they have to take multiple detachments to get more of the fighty characters.
Yeah.
So
and then you want relics and warlord traits on them. So then that's costing you CP.
Yep, absolutely. So I think it's tough to make a list that can actually use some of their cool stratagems, but their stratagems are okay. They're not great though, right?
There's some good ones. There's some that are situational. I didn't think about it at the time, but the Storm Boys being they could have. I think they have tank buster bombs. I don't know. I have to go back and look if they have the keyword. Lucas says no.
No, sir.
No.
Well, then never mind. I couldn't tank buster bomb the Chicken Walkers.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad for that.
If you cheated, you could.
Yeah.
You need to try harder.
Cheating always wins.
It sure does. What was something you did during the game, Seth, that you're like, man, I should not have done that?
So Danny and I were talking about it. When the turn 1 when I charged up my truck boys with the truck and the the war boss and the boys, I made 2 mistakes there. One, I charged the truck in, and then in doing that, got it outside of 3 of the war boss. And then ultimately what ended up happening is I had trapped the Cerberus Raiders, and had 1-on-1 wound, which was the trapped one. And of course the truck manages to get 2 hits, 2 wounds. Danny fails to save, so then that unit's not trapped anymore. And then okay, cool, because if they kept that trapped, then those guys protect the war boss.
Yep.
Or even if I did make the charge and kill that unit, if I move the truck correctly, that protects the war boss.
And the truck wasn't on the objective. It was just the truck placement was probably pretty bad.
Yeah,
but
and that's a thing I got to learn.
Those little micro things like that have really big implications.
Yeah.
So and those are the kinds of things that you really get down when you the next time you play, you're not going to make those same kind of mistakes again.
I'm gonna not do that anymore.
Right.
Danny, what was your trademarked wrinkle brain move of the day?
Ooh, I didn't really have one, honestly. It was all pretty obvious, my moves. I feel like
bang bang.
Yeah.
Put buffs.
Oh,
shoot
you know what it was actually? My wrinkle brain play, and I've thought about it for a while for melee screening. Was the Vanguard when I left the one guy out of coherency close to the truck boys, so they had to consolidate.
Yeah, you
into him.
did.
Oh, nice.
And then he died to coherency. And
yeah,
then,
he did. That was a good trick because I had used the 6-inch pile in and consolidate.
Yeah.
That would have been.
Man, Danny, you and using morale to get out of being trapped places is like a key McDivitt move. Well, I'm gonna go edit this, put it up, so hopefully it'll be up on a stream in
Heck
3
yeah.
hours or 3 hours from ago, whatever. There's a link in this bottom corner or this bottom corner.
One of them.
tinyurl.com/charityhammer, because I got sick of trying to remember the official one. And then also scan the QR code in the corner, and that'll take you right to the donation site as well. Every $30 you donate gets you an entry into a raffle.
Hell yeah.
With literally still thousands of dollars of prizes and a luxury blanket.
One luxury blanket, which will be signed by John and I. Well, by John.
Well,
you know what? He's gonna forge my signature. So
it'll be signed by me and me pretending to be Danny.
Yep.
So until next time, ta-da.
I can't advance. You make one card, man. No, because that's the white card's threaded. No, that's Jeff.
I want to. I want to.
You can advance the fire.
Without penalty, you get signed for training those songs. Correct.
So it's like a team thing.
I always forget that I run in sectors or I have actually.
What's the range on these guys?
I have done that.
Oh, sorry, these guys? No.
You pick it up a little bit, you get like 15 inches.
How'd that go?
They wouldn't see it going.
Like starting the game, I was like, I'm
These
going
guys
to
are
lose
like 48 or
this
30.
unless you
Oh,
come
they're
at
still
me,
30s.
and you have no reason.
Do they ignore heavy penalties from
So
me?
I have to go to you.
Them?
run
No,
hammer.
I don't have anything that naturally
This
ignores
game
cover.
is basically
Not cover, but ignore
unless
minus
I,
one for
do
movement.
this thing that I just didn't do.
Yes, they're like it's some sort of like platform
anyway.
on them that they're.
But afterwards, I was like, I'm so tired. I'm gonna go lay down. And Anthony was on my couch.
Okay.
Sure, just left it. Well, go sleep on Anthony's couch. I don't care if it's smaller. Oh, it's on Anthony's couch. Well, but.
My friends.
Right, gets up and plays game. I would sleep on the chair.
Can you put me on the most
fell asleep,
extreme
woke up like
point?
45
Because
minutes
this is
later,
most,
Brad was already
that
mad.
way they're the
Like,
most extreme angle, right?
Oh, you can
1, 2.
Just killing you.
Yeah, I came across this.
So you did not play.
Oh, I got 2 hours.
So I'm way safer.
Okay.
These guys are trying.
Would you like me to take over the things that you're doing and let you go sleep?
You normally got snipes, right?
I'll tell you when I hit the wall.
We need to figure out at some point. We need to have somebody doing the spreadsheet and stuff when Nathan's leaving. Oh, you know what we should have? We should have me do that.
Yeah,
I bet because he'll be.
So it's the front unit, the back unit? There's only one guy on the back unit on it. It's easy. Oh, it's just... I don't really score tournaments, it doesn't matter at all. Which one's the nitrous, please? The one I will never see. A little bit back so there's less shooting. He doesn't need to be on the line. Can you put this one in effectively the same position? Yeah, I'm trying to use those corners so that if you want to pop out this way or this way, you don't have to angle. I mean, this way and that way you always can't do much about it. Another guy down.
I could be thinking about the decision.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. I tried to pick it up by the sail. The sail came off. And I was like, oh no.
When I was playing Lucas last night, it was great because I had both of my teammates score on the first yard, and then it did all of the surrounding yard, and then all we're just hitting the
Can you guys make sure your mic's on? Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, that's me. And scroll down and see what Danny does.
No, it's the same one. Which one is it? There's not separate.
Oh, it's shared. It's a shared feed. Okay, but am I showing up on there?
Yeah.
All right, we good. Good chat here. That's the final question.
Is Danny moist already?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Okay, Bridger, talk to me. Hello. How's it going? Didn't see any over there.
Turn it into admin?
So now you
Andy, 1 second.
And you go second, that's about it.
There's a chance the player still pulls out as long as Alex goes first. So if Alex has a 80% win rate going second, he still has still has a 100% loss.
I really like all the work he did to still lose like entire squads because of MX bullshit. That's my favorite part. The rest of these 6 guys, what are you gonna do? I'm just gonna spend CP and
Well, so far our losers are the 4, 5, and 7 seed.
Yeah.
Oh, because Alex got by Hank?
Yeah. Alex, Rich, and Vessel, all down.
Oh, Vessel. No, he's there.
Oh, well, Rich lost?
Yeah, Luke's got him.
Oh, Lucas got Rich? Mm-hmm. Oh, you fucked my bracket up.
That's what Lucas is here to do.
I mean, it's not that I don't have faith in you, it's just I know Rich is really good. So I was like,
As
that's
long as
alright.
you look at the list, you're like, oh, Rich, it looks like Rich read the New Orcs Codex. And Lucas didn't.
Going into not.
Oh, I don't care. You got mustard all over your like all over it.
What are your questions?
What's the next one?
Because I measured from here.
Prize.
That's
Priority target.
Right, deployment zone. That would not actually be the table we're playing on. But if you would like to deploy your army back there, I would go ahead and win. That'd be
oh
fine.
my god. You know what? I'm supposed to be the one that went to bed early last night. But now my old age is showing.
I actually.
Kilton, when's your birthday?
Colin, you said the bikes aren't very good. Why aren't they very good? I have to play against them.
What's up, John?
Oh, it's so much easier.
No, the jet bikes.
I'm so much farther
Oh,
forward.
were you really like, how am I going to win this game?
I'm like, God, it's so far.
And the gears are turning your head like, he's going to be all over this, all the way up there. Why'd I pick that side? But
I mean, they're crazy fast.
So
they're witches in combat.
It's not smart.
They can reroll wounds because they're witches. And they have 3 lances that will miss.
your bikes go 20 if they lose the boost, right? Oh, they lose the bike, they lose that. Okay.
They just went up and were like,
So they would go at most like, probably like 18.
I'll put some looser clothing if I'm not going to be Steve. I got this.
If I get the latest +1,
If I'm not going to be Steve, Steve is just
would matter.
like, it's a massive joke.
That makes sense.
They were funny.
They're inside.
turned around and confused, and that's happened. So double flamer here. Sure. For 5 shots. How many are there? 6. Fuck you. Fuck me. I deserved that. 2s. God.
How many ones?
2.
Naturally.
Enough. They have morale, right?
Leadership 8.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so I guess we'll shoot. Just start dunking dark lances at stuff. Sure. We'll shoot across into him.
Into the big guy?
Yeah, so 4. Oh, try again. Nice. 4. Nice.
5? Nope.
Damage. 2. Well, that works. 4. Yep. Cool. Thank you for being smarter than me. As discussed before, we'll put the Dark Lance and 2 blasters into Big Homie. So, lance, wounds.
Cool.
Have it.
Again.
5.
9.
Blasters. 3. No. I don't think they're poison. Oh, that poison has to be moved, so.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that many shots. Just pull. 4s, and then you're gonna save on 2s. Nice.
That's shot. Cherubs are gone. They shot. Doesn't have a gun. Doesn't have a gun. Not doing that. Okay, I'm gonna finish my shooting phase by getting a Gemini back.
You got it.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, look at that charge extender.
Charge extender, indeed. Charge extendo, and then she's full out now. Which is awesome. All right. End of my shooting phase. Look at a miracle dice. So I want one. It's a 6. That's much better. So 1, 6, 6 are my current showing miracle dice. You have a Telemon. The Telemon can Overwatch. It's a really adorable thing. It's the beginning of the charge phase.
Yep.
Anything you have in mind? No? Not gonna do it? No. Not gonna do it?
I need my CP.
Okay. See, at that point, that makes me want to do it.
Go for it.
I think I am. We're gonna drop CP. I have not gained back. Let's try it on a 5.
Oh, 5 up.
Hey.
It's free.
Alright, so those are Pancha right there. Fall back in charge. You got it. We're within 6 of the Dogmata as we discussed. And we're gonna do some fun stuff now. Alright, Celestine is going to charge the Telemon.
Okay.
And these got bumped a little bit, but I'm trying to leave room. Sure, don't want that to suck.
Yeah, you
So we're just charging the Telemon. And that's, I think I passed, but it's like the worst pass I've ever seen in my life. Am I within 3 with the Gemini?
No idea.
General Lena tell me, I think I am, but it's kind of close, and you know, it's a bad thing to be wrong about, right?
Do we have that one of those 3 entry things?
I don't. Yeah, that's me.
Oh, you're in. You're in.
Men? All right.
Yeah, you're in. It's very tight, but you're in.
It sucks, but we're gonna roll it.
It was basically exactly
what I needed. Okay. And the Repentia are gonna discharge both.
5. Then let's get the party going. Energy's getting out the Kraken Moss.
They're basically gonna spin all the way
There's the
around.
killer. Gets a 1 for his neutral.
These ones are gonna go to
Happy Then the Mega Knobs. Okay. Quick buggies, just adjusting, get those better protection levels. This is turn free for me. All the reserves are go down. This turn. There is no breaks on the train anymore.
No, you gotta go. If you don't go now, you're in trouble.
Oh yeah, all my stuff dies off board.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta go. That's why I kind of did what I did. I'm like, well, it's either gonna be what it is or it isn't.
So
more than the 6.
We go right there.
I have 6, 6, 1 showing.
So we don't want Forrest is a little awkward, which is one of the reasons why we said that so much.
Yep, I specifically said I want him to outflank. If he is, he's gonna end up in a forest over there.
Yep.
That was the intent.
So really, I think I'm just going to put these guys here. Because honestly, I'm just going to accept the Forest Love. And they get a charge. They're rolling 11 on their charge. They're rolling 11 on their charge. Not much I can do about that.
No, that's smart.
I record this dumb game. Don't tell the viewers about my Fire and Fate turn 1 and 2 is the close.
It's all cool. Or you pull away from a free heroic, kill 2 buggers. Sorry, I'm gonna command phase some stuff. So, let's just buff everybody, dude. It's a good time.
You forgot to use Mortarian's Chapter Master.
He Chapter Master himself every turn.
He didn't say that.
No, he didn't. Can I kill? So is turning off rerolls once more.
I have 0 rules.
No, all my tip buffs in your armies are like totally irrelevant.
I don't have any of them. Look at all these ones. Oh wait, I have 1 Decibel reroll.
Well, not anymore, dude.
No, he's back here. Yeah, one more time. That was great, dude. I took like half the moves I took damage. I think I did 11 mortals to myself.
2 wounds.
Double 6. Sounds great. That queen on which card?
Okay.
Okay. T5. Oh wow. 2 AP1s and 1 AP. Beautiful. Then the keeper. There's relic, sword gives reduction swing. 8 swords and 4 claws. 7 sword hits. 3 sword, only once. 7 and normal 6.
How much damage piece? 3?
Okay. Back and forth. Wait, I'm alive? Why am I alive? Why is this camera in the middle here? Because I decided to start dancing in front of John. John said, I'm going to get a minute of content out of you. So I'm going to be here for probably not quite a minute because I can't count. Anyway, flipping this update right over here. Mixing some serious poo-poo shit. I don't know what's going on fully over there. Deathwatch is scary. There's a lot of on the line. Their armies are like this on the front lines. Okay. Jamie went first against Ultramarines, and I don't know fully what's going on. The aim state looks funky as hell. I haven't looked in there. I haven't looked in the pool house. I'm here. Goodbye. Take care. Be brutal but cutting.
I'll try not to swear as much as I usually do.
He didn't have the stomach to stay on this video. He had
Then
to
I'm
run
just
out.
going to sit like Jay and Silent Bob like I usually do with fuck, come to the fucking.
Yeah, but I mean, like sometimes, like if I will sometimes like treat myself to a stream, you know, like my kid's playing quietly, he's like reading a book or something like that, you know.
I'm not even
like beer or something like that, and I'll just watch it. But usually it's like I got stuff to do, and I do that.
I'm lazier than that because if I want to find out when something happens, I'll actually call.
Okay,
I'll be like,
fingers
did anything cool happen that I want to see? And then they're like,
Right now, I feel like unless it's like John and I talking to sisters, I feel like
they can get. I don't know what.
if I call one of them, a lot of times it just feels like the
And then the shaman gives us
so when John and I it's a little more two-way, but then also having gone over to like up to their house, I went to their house last weekend, and they just like ragdolled me for 2 days straight.
Fuck no.
It's cool. I brought my dog up. You know, they had fun.
Okay,
He
so
had
it's
lots
not
of
all
pets.
bad.
But they loved it, but it was just like right now. I've seen how busy they are.
There's so much.
So
I just
want
don't
to
call
play.
because I feel like at
I'm
that
going to
point
start
it's
with
like a coaching call. You know?
MSU rubric.
I do like moving is nobody wants to lose,
either
but
through
man,
jumping
you
or
learn so much
rhinos with flamers, and then rubric's just
Well, the
sitting
thing, the reason why I went
scared
up there
is
is
and then cleaning up.
because I feel like
No, we
when
didn't look
we're
at
generally
chaplain
like
prayers.
secondaries, my stretch feels fine.
We still have a little bit to go.
Micro feels fine.
And then I need to figure out how to play hero.
My technical combat phase and charge phase maneuvers
There's a
have gotten
30-inch
so much better than they were a year
range
ago.
that's
And
-2
I've
to
clutched a
advantage.
lot of games.
Yeah, you
just
pick a unit, you're like, pull up those demonettes.
And it does one
And
more.
it feels like now I think I'm hitting that
Because
that
then you can
glass ceiling
hit
forward.
Is that Curse from Sigmar?
Yes. No, Kirsten Sigmar is
Ruben, Parker, Reggie, and everything. I'm like, hey,
no.
what
Every
do you think
six
my
is
strengths,
every 6
my
to hit is
weaknesses,
more than
or just
Oh,
like my
yeah.
play style? Because I don't trust myself to
Doombolt just
self-analyze.
sucks now.
Well, hold on. There might be
So
another
if I
spell
ask other
not
people,
called
it gets a lot of
Doombolt.
speed back,
Right?
and I know like what I
The
can stop
spell
working
now
on,
called
what I can start
Doombolt
working
is
on. And I can
cast
also
on
know like
6,
what factions
flat
are
creation in your
jive with how I like to
Oh,
play.
it's 100% please.
But there might
So all of them are like you're a very defensive, cagey player. Your head math is excellent. It's super rare that when you commit to shooting something, it doesn't die. They said, however, it seems like for the most part, you come out of turns.
There's this one
late,
called Baleful
so you feel like you're
Devotion, which is one of the
basically
higher cast ones, and
And
it
it's kinda
seems
like,
really
okay,
good.
well,
You
let's
have to
work
pick a
on
visible unit
how do I
with
work
6
on
or more
tempo?
models, but
Okay,
then
and so
roll
I went
a
up there, I got
d6
ragdolled for 2
equal
days
to
straight.
the
We also
result
tested like
of,
GWGT.
sorry, roll a
We
number
did
of
some
dice
workshop
equal to the
events,
result
there
of
was
the
a
psychic
Viking guy
test,
that
which
was
is minimum 8.
Nick was testing New York. Orcs.
Though you can modify it.
John was testing.
And,
And
then on a
this
6
might be
you
a
do
spoiler for that.
D3. So it's like Sigmar, Zinch's
I haven't figured out.
Firestorm.
I played this match
And
like
then
9
there's
times.
also-
I can't crack it.
So say you cast on it.
We did. We're like, well, it is actually a hard spoiler.
Then you pick up 8 dice.
You go to super major event. What are the odds?
D3 rolls. But if you, it's not unmodified.
So that was an interesting find.
It's the result of the psychic.
That
So
was
if you
super
roll
good
like
GWGT.
a 9 with Armon as a
And it
plus
turns
3
out
caster, and then you bump it
essentially
up
I
to
was
a 12,
it turns out that when
roll
I
12
play,
d6, and your 6 is
I'm
your
afraid
d3
of
mortals.
taking damage by some material early. I'm like hyper afraid of it. I think I've just been
And
bad
then,
touched
yeah,
by what's
then you can do a bunch of cool stuff. You can be like, oh, my Rubik's thing, or my Rubik's thing just jumped over here. They almost see back behind here. And just
so now I'm minding is bad.
You can like
And then what ends
spell
up
portal
happening
with
is I get to
Rubik's.
full one wildly.
How does the
because I sit there, I'm great target.
D3 damage does 3? Is that only on a smite?
And I basically just tread water and wait for
Oh,
my
I don't know. I
mistake.
haven't looked at that.
And then I
Then
explode out and
actual
game
Zinch's Firestorm is just on 5.
Too late. You're down.
No, it's on 5 if you.
John, have you heard of the saddest movie of all time?
I have not.
Okay. Picture this. 1991. We were negative 17 years old. This movie comes out, okay? And they tricked us, people of my age. I'm talking about the movie My Girl. So, Macaulay Culkin, big star, just did Home Alone, smashed Joe Pesci in the face with an iron, probably killed him in real life. We've never seen him since. He's in this movie. The trailer, Dan Aykroyd, fresh off SNL, Ghostbusters, champion. Little Tubby, yeah, Coneheads, little Tubby now, very dad. He was always very dad, really. Anyway, he's playing the father, this really cute girl, and there's this boy who's her best friend, and it seems like a coming-of-age story, right? And the movie looks like it's about two friends just running around, but there's like this omen of like death because the father is like a funeral director. But you know what? It seems fine. Macaulay Culkin. Then they betrayed us. Like half an hour into this movie, people, Macaulay Culkin's running in a forest with his friend. They're having a great time. He trips on a log. Bees. Just a log full of bees. They sting him all over. John, he was allergic. He died. Okay? So picture this. 10-year-old Peter. Watching this movie with Macaulay Culkin. I'm waiting for Joe Pesci to get hit with an iron in the face. Okay? Macaulay Culkin dies in front of me. Then, next scene. There's a bunch of stuff happening. Wait, they're trying to pretend that he didn't die for the daughter because she's so sad, right? She doesn't understand death because she's young. They have the funeral because the dad's the director. She walks in, sees her dead friend on the plinth, runs up to him. Where are his glasses? He can't see without his glasses. Possibly the worst experience of my life. So I'm saying all this so you understand. Bees are the worst. Bees are terrible. Anybody, like, they're not helping us. They killed Macaulay Culkin. Jerry Seinfeld made a terrible movie with them. They're all liars because you think they're gentle little creatures, but they sting you inside your anus when you least expect it. Then you have a hard time walking
number one attack zone
for 2 to
AIDS.
3 weeks. Screw bees.
Peter.
Hello.
Tell me about Ruben's hands.
Ruben Fernandez has hands that are softer than anything you've ever touched in your entire life. Let me tell you something. Like, I don't know how I could, like, have you ever held a baby in your arms? A baby that has just been filled with talcum powder, like covered in talcum powder, not filled, that's gross. But you know, covered in talcum powder, and you're like, wow, this is a soft thing. The baby could be ugly, but you're like, this is so soft and tender. And now imagine that, and then smother that baby in margarine, and then like how slippery that would be. That is Ruben Fernandez's hands. You cannot experience something like that without being changed in your soul.
Can you show me where Ruben touched you with his soft hands?
Well, like, he just grazed my fingers the first time. And then after that, after I started calling him Butterfingers, because that is his true name, like every time we meet, he makes sure to shake my hand in the limpest way possible so that I know who among us is the alpha.
Why'd you heal so fast? He was like, no idea. Anyway, don't look.
But you're learning. I'm learning.
That's right.
We're here to learn. This is Learning Hammer.
Yeah.
Learning Hammer. This is the weekend. That's what it's called.
Yes.
Our director says yes. It's called Learning Hammer. How do you like being the director?
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah.
Oh, you hate it?
You
want to join us? Join us on the
What the heck
couch.
does Val think he's doing?
Join us on the couch. Tell us how your weekend's going.
Oh man, I'm very tired.
Yeah? You
Yeah.
can take a nap out here if you
Oh,
want.
I might just. Yeah, no, I've just been going around, filming people after games, during games. It's doing some in-game footage of some of the tables that aren't being streamed. So even though you might only get to see 3 or 4 minutes of a deployment zone, it's 2 different players, 2 different armies, some pictures of the armies, kind of stuff like that. So it was. That's been super fun.
You're getting
and
the feel of the event.
I get the feel of the event. I get to walk around. So yeah, it's been super good. So far, it could still be ruined.
It could be. We've got 2 days left.
Oh god, there's 2 days left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's intense, man. This is a lot of games.
It is. So you guys, obviously, single elimination tournament decided to draw. So good job on that. And then high five.
Yeah.
Good job.
Which then forced Colin to be like, oh, no, we need to figure out a different result here, boys.
Which forced, Daddy Collins come in and just try and figure out some tiebreaker that sounded fair.
Yeah, 'cause he was just like, what the?
Which I think you did pretty good on, to be honest. Like,
Yeah.
I think it would have been really unsatisfying for you both if after like that intense game, you were like, well, let's add up what you killed and do all this kind of things. Like, I don't think that would have been like super satisfying for either of you.
I mean, I definitely didn't kill as much as Danny. I was hanging on with scraps.
So at least you had some chances for 6s to make it all the way through.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like Danny being like relatively newer with AdMech and me new to this new Orc Codex, like there's definitely room for growth for both of us. I still say AdMech's probably stronger than Orcs as a codex, but
yeah, I agree. No question.
I will say the chat was really alive during the game about like your performance with the Orcs and like how well you did in general, especially because everyone knows AdMech. They're like the boogeyman of 40k right now. But you were like obviously the way it ended, but you right up until the end, you were super close that entire time. What tools in the Orc book do you think it is that allows your list to stay toe-to-toe with like such a meta list like AdMech?
I mean, the vibe I'm getting from Orcs so far is they're fragile, but they're monsters in combat. So I was able to trade pieces. I was able to throw out like, okay, I'm gonna like turn one. It was like truck boys go up and kill, half a Vanguard squad. And then the war boss chips in a few more. Squig Hogs go in and kill, a squad. Like being able to just throw one thing away, and on this terrain, I at least had a chance to like hide my other assets. So at least I'm sitting there going, okay, I'm throwing crap into him, and yes, he's gonna turn around and with the rest of his army pick up whatever I threw out there, but I'm just keeping him knocked back is what's working, and that was kind of the game plan. I debated whether I should take Stranglehold, but it was like, okay, then I've got to keep putting assets out in the open, looking at the table, versus easier to hide things for engage. So the characters are beastly. Like
they are.
They just eat things.
They're very good. War bosses are gross.
Yeah, they are. They walk into armies and there was more of them on the objective than me, so I wasn't going to be able to steal the objective from him. But those chicken walkers were at an angle where they could try to shoot one of my while we stand units of rocket trucks. It was already down to 1 truck, so I wanted to keep that alive. And if I tagged them, then he had no way to get to those rocket trucks. And I really was just trying to preserve my while we stand points.
Yep.
So Danny, I think this is your first game into New Orcs, right?
Yeah, it was.
So what is your take? Because again, Seth is, as we've said before, like a really great Orc player. He's played Orcs for a long time and kind of has a really great handle on this book now. What is your take on Orcs as a competitive army in the current scene?
I think they're very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
cool. Yeah.
I mean,
he likes it. Mikey, he likes it.
They have a lot of really interesting tools. I mean, obviously, I don't think that they're to the same level as AdMech, but I do think they're probably just Drukhari or AdMech due to because they have to take multiple detachments to get more of the fighty characters.
Yeah.
So
and then you want relics and warlord traits on them. So then that's costing you CP.
Yep, absolutely. So like I think it's tough to make a list that can actually use some of their cool stratagems, but their stratagems are like okay. They're not great though, right?
There's some good ones. There's some that are situational. Like I didn't think about it at the time, but you know the Storm Boys being like they could have. I think they have tank buster bombs. I don't know. I have to go back and look if they have the keyword. Lucas says no.
No, sir.
No.
Well then never mind. I couldn't tank buster bomb the chicken walkers.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad for that.
If you cheated, you could.
Yeah.
You need to try harder.
Cheating always wins.
It sure does. What was something you did during the game set that you're like, man, I should not have done that?
So Danny and I were talking about it. There when the turn one when I charged up my truck boys with the truck and the the war boss and the boys, I made two mistakes there. One, I charged the truck in, and then in doing that, got it outside of 3 of the war boss. And then ultimately what ended up happening is I had trapped the Cerberus Raiders and had 1-on-1 wound, which was the trapped one. And of course the truck manages to get 2 hits, 2 wounds. Danny fails to save. So then that unit's not trapped anymore. And then, okay, cool. You know, because if they kept that trapped, then those guys protect the war boss.
Yep.
Or even if I did make the charge and kill that unit, if I move the truck correctly, that protects the war boss.
And the truck wasn't on the objective. It was just like the truck placement was probably pretty bad.
Yeah,
but
and
like,
that's the thing I got to learn.
Those little micro things like that have really big like implications.
Yeah.
So and like those are the kinds of things that you really get down when you like. The next time you play, you're not going to make those same kind of mistakes again.
I'm gonna not do that anymore.
Right.
Danny, what was your trademarked wrinkle brain move of the day?
Ooh. I didn't really have one, honestly. It was all pretty obvious, like my moves, I feel like.
Bang, bang.
Yeah.
Put buffs.
Oh, you know what it was, actually? My wrinkle brain play, and I've thought about it for a while for melee screening, was the Vanguard. When I left the one guy out of coherency close to the truck boys, so they had to consolidate into him.
Did. Oh, nice.
And then he died to coherency. And
yeah,
then,
he did. That was a good trick.
Yeah.
Because I had used the 6-inch pile in and consolidate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been...
Man, Danny, you and using morale to get out of being trapped places is like a key McDivitt move. Well, I'm going to go edit this, put it up, so hopefully it'll be up on a stream in 3 hours. Or 3 hours from ago, whatever. There's a link in this bottom corner, or this bottom corner.
One of them.
tinyurl.com/charityhammer, because I got sick of trying to remember the official one. And then also scan the QR code in the corner, and that'll take you right to the donation site as well. Every $30 you donate gets you an entry into a raffle.
Hell yeah.
With literally still thousands of dollars of prizes. And a luxury blanket.
One luxury blanket, which will be signed by John and I. Well, by John.
Well,
you know what? He's going to forge my signature.
So it'll be signed by me and me pretending to be Danny.
Yep.
So until next time, ta-da.
I can't
You make one card, man.
No, because that's white card strategy.
No, that's Jeff.
I won two. I won two.
Without penalty, you get strategy and training those all. Correct.
So it's like a team thing.
I always forget that I run in sectors, or I have actually.
What's the range on these guys?
I have done that.
No, sorry, these guys.
No, you did like 15 inches. They wouldn't see it coming.
Like starting the game, I was like, I'm going
These
to
guys are
lose
like 48 or
this
30.
unless you
Oh,
come
they're
at
still
me,
36.
and you have no reason.
Do they ignore heavy penalties from
So
me?
I have to go to you.
Them?
Run him
No, I
down.
don't have anything that naturally
This
ignores
game
cover.
is basically
Not cover, but ignore
I
minus one
like
for
do
movement.
this thing that I just didn't do.
Yes, they're like it's some sort of like platform
anyway.
on them that they're.
But afterwards, I was like, I'm so tired. I'm gonna go lay down. And Anthony was on my couch.
Sure, just left.
Okay, well, I'll go sleep on Anthony's couch. Sounds good. Well, but Brad gets up and plays game. I was asleep on the chair.
Can you put me on the most
Fell asleep,
extreme
woke up like
point?
45
Because this
minutes
is
later.
the
It's already bad.
that way there's the most extreme angle, right?
Oh, you can
1, 2.
I'm just kidding on you.
Yeah, I came across this.
So you did not play.
Right there is more. So I'm way safer.
Okay.
These guys are trying.
Would you like me to take over the things that you're doing and let you go sleep?
You normally have snipes, right?
I'll tell you when I hit the wall.
We need to figure out at some point. We need to have somebody doing the spreadsheet and stuff when Nate comes over. Oh, you know what we should have? We should have Nish do that.
Yeah,
I bet because he'll be.
So it's the front unit, the back unit? There's only one guy on the back unit on it, so it's easy. Oh, it's just... I'm not really scorching on this, doesn't matter at all. Which one's the nitrous, please? The one I will never see.
A little bit back so there's less shooting. He doesn't need to be on the line. Can you put this one in effectively the same position? Yeah, I'm trying to use those corners so that if you want to pop out this way or this way, you don't have to angle. I mean, this way and that way you can't do much about it. Another guy down.
Nice little advance.
I'm on the defense.
I could be thinking about that decision.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. I tried to pick it up by the sail. The sail came off, and I was like, what the
Can you guys make sure your mic's on?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, that's me.
And scroll down and see what Danny does.
No, it's the same one.
Which one is it?
There's not separate.
Oh, it's shared. It's a shared feed. Okay, but am I showing up on there?
Yeah.
All right. We good. Good shot here. That's the final question.
Is Danny moist already?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Okay, Bridget, talk to me. Hello. How's it going? Didn't see anything over there.
Karen is into admin?
Andy,
1 second.
Hey, you go second. That's about it.
There's a chance the players still pulls out as long as Alex goes first. So if Alex has a 80% win rate going second, he still has going still has 100% win loss.
I really like all the work he did to still lose like entire squads because of AdMax bullshit. That's my favorite part. The rest of these 6 guys, what are you gonna do? I'm just gonna spend this being.
Well, so far our losers are the 4, 5, and 7 seed.
Yeah.
Oh, because Alex got by Hank?
Yeah. Alex, Rich, and Vessel, all down.
Oh, Vessel. No, he's there.
Oh, well, Rich lost?
Yeah, Luke's got it.
Oh, Lucas got Rich?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you fucked my bracket up.
That's what Lucas is here to do.
I mean, it's not that I don't have faith in you, it's just I know Rich is really good. So I was like, that's
But also,
alright.
you look at the list and you're like, oh, Rich, looks like Rich read the New Orcs Codex. And Luke didn't.
By going into not.
Oh, I don't care. You got mustard all over your like all over it.
What are your
What's the next one?
Because I measured from here.
Prize.
Priority target.
Deployment zone.
That would not actually be the table we're playing on. But if you would like to deploy your army back there, I would go ahead and win. That'd be
Oh
fine.
my god. You know what? And I'm supposed to be the one that went to bed early last night. But now my old age is showing.
I actually.
Kilton, when's your birthday?
Colin, you said the bikes aren't very good. Why aren't they very good? I have to play against them.
What's up, John?
Oh, it's so much easier.
No, the jet bikes.
I'm so much farther forward.
Were you like, how am I going to win this game?
I'm like,
God, it's so far. And the gears are turning your head like he's gonna be all over. He's all the way up there. Why'd I pick that side? But
I mean, they're crazy fast.
So
they're witches in combat.
It's not so bad.
They can reroll wounds because they're witches. And they have 3 defenses that will miss.
your bike's go 20 if they lose the Oh, they lose the bike. They lose that. Okay. So they would go at most probably like 18.
If I get a lady +1,
If I'm not going to beat Steve, Steve is
would matter.
That makes sense.
They were funny.
like turned around and confused, and that's happened. So double flamer here. Sure. For 5 shots. How many are there? 6. Fuck you. Fuck me. I deserved that. 2s. God.
How many ones?
2.
Naturally.
Enough. They have morale, right?
Leadership 8.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so I guess we'll shoot. Just start dunking dark lances at stuff. Sure. We'll shoot across into him.
Into the big guy?
Yeah, so 4. Oh, try again. Nice. 4. Nice.
5? Nope.
Damage. 2. Oh, that works. 4. Yep. Cool. Thank you for being smarter than me. As discussed before, we'll put the Dark Lance and 2 blasters into Big Homie. So, lance, wounds.
Cool.
Have it.
Yeah.
5.
9.
Blasters. Dweets. No. I don't think they're poison. Oh, that poison has to be moved, so.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that many shots. Just pull. 4s, and then you're gonna save on 2s. Nice.
That's shot. Cherubs are gone. They shot. Doesn't have a gun. Doesn't have a gun. Not doing that. Okay, I'm gonna finish my shooting phase by getting a Gemini back.
You got it.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, look at that charge extender.
Charge extender, indeed. Charge extendo, and then she's full out now. She's awesome. All right. End of my shooting phase will get a miracle dice, so I'll just want one. It's a 6. That's much better. So 1, 6, 6 on my current showing miracle dice.